96% fat-free and only 110 calories per 5-ounce serving. So don't walk, run to your local supermarket and tell them Dan sent you, and take home some of my Mama Mancini's all-natural meatballs.
Mama Mancini's the meatball lovers meatball.
Available at your local supermarkets.
Markdown Madness is here. This isn't a game. This is the real deal. Dave Smith's annual Markdown Madness sale is on now. Choose from over 2,100 new Dodge, Chryslers, Jeeps, Rams, Chevys, GMCs, Buicks, Cadillacs, and top-quality pre-owned vehicles. Call us today at 800-635-8000 or go online at davesmith.com. Enter to win a 2014 Jeep Cherokee and find out why we are the world's largest Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram dealer.
In 30 minutes, broadcasting's finest duo will hit the airwaves. Prepare for the incomparable Opie and Anthony Show. Only a show this big could have a pre-show this good. Welcome to the Opie and Anthony pre-show with Sam Roberts.
That's right. Welcome to the Opie and Anthony pre-show. We are live. It is Monday. 866-WOW1WOW, 866-969-1969. Call up, be a part of the pre-show, start your week right with me, Sam Roberts, as we talk about everything we can expect to happen on today's massive Opie and Anthony show. Big guests, big news to talk about, a whole lot going on, and of course, we're going to be recapping everything that happened on Friday's O&A show. And I'm telling you, we didn't even have any weirdos booked for Friday's show, and it was still one of the big Friday shows. I mean, to say Friday's show was newsworthy would be a vicious, vicious understatement. So call up 866-WOW1WOW, 866-969-1969. Of course, we're going to get into everything that happened at the Academy Awards last night. What a night it was for live tweeting, huh? I saw E-Rock was getting a couple in there. I was live tweeting the whole thing. But Opie, Anthony, and Jim were on fire last night. We'll get into that, talk about some of their tweets and how it's going to affect today's Opie and Anthony show in just a couple minutes. But, as I said, the big guests on the Opie and Anthony show over on Friday. Jim Ross, good old JR from the WWE, was in studio. And I got a lot of feedback on this interview from a lot of people that are not wrestling fans, but were captivated by the old man's stories. Let's hear JR. JR, he's the lead announcer for the WWE during their most popular period, right? During the time when Opie and Anthony were still watching, during your Stone Cold and your Rock Attitude era, Jim Ross was the lead announcer. But as out of hand as things got in pro wrestling, JR was always Mr. Professionalism. He wasn't talking about the chicks. He wasn't cursing. He was there to call the action. So when he was on the show talking about his wandering eye, I think it immediately brought people up to speed on the type of guy this was. Let's go to track 6, Sal.
Yeah, how many? How many total?
Yeah.
3.
Oh,
Wow.
man.
Yeah, and the good thing is that I didn't have any money when that one fell. I had a little bit of money on the second one.
Oh, no.
But then the third one, that's been married to me since 1993.
All right.
So you figured it out.
Finally, I've matured enough to maintain a relationship for over a few years.
Was it you think it was your fault that the other ones didn't
oh, hell yeah.
make it? Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Were you, did you have a wandering eye? Is that what
Everything
it was?
wandered.
Everything wandered.
Even that big old dick of JR's wandered. Apparently, of course, JR was talking about his ex-wives in that clip. He went through 3 ex-wives because he had a wandering eye, I guess. But you go back, I mean, Google image pictures of this guy in 93. You can't picture him. He doesn't even seem sexual. He just seems like, one of those old school professional newscasters that you never would imagine anything like that. It was very interesting. Bill in Boston, let's start with you. Welcome to the pre-show.
Good morning, Sam. First off, I think wrestling is a giant waste of time, and adults that watch it are embarrassing.
Okay.
But I thoroughly enjoyed the JR interview. It's an aspect that I've never really had a look at before. And, I mean...
All right, well, now that you've seen that aspect, can you cut me a little slack?
Oh, Sam, just me taking the time to call you is the slack.
Okay, I appreciate that, Bill. What an honor it is to talk to Bill this morning. Let me go to Snowy in Michigan, a real honorable man.
Samuel, how are you doing today, sir?
Good, Snowy.
Hey, I had to make a little comment on the GM. First off, big attaboy to Eric for getting Scott Shannon on there.
Oh, yeah, and we'll be playing clips of that because that was enormous.
Fucking cool, man.
Yeah.
The GM thing, one thing, they went into the drug discussion about, they asked why these guys dying young, and they mentioned the drug thing, and he almost put the onus on the athletes, the wrestlers, for getting in the mixed up with drugs, and almost, said, well, WWE didn't have anything to do with it. But I kind of disagree in a sense that a lot of those wrestlers take painkillers and a lot of medication to try to keep wrestling when the pressure's on. They can't take any time off. So those guys get hooked on the painkillers, and it's kind of a vicious circle. I mean, you got to keep wrestling if you don't.
No, I mean, that's true to some extent, but there's a lot of wrestlers that don't get addicted, and there's a lot of wrestlers that put away their money. Like, the people who end up like Mickey Rourke living in a trailer in the movie The Wrestler and addicted to pain pills and stuff like that. I mean, a lot of those guys are not the most responsible people to begin with.
Yeah, but I mean, there's also a lot of pressure to keep up, your level, of performance, and if it drops off at all, because
all right, well, when a rock star ODs because he's trying to, keep him, because he's all coked up because he has to perform every night because he's on tour.
Well, I think it's a little different. I mean, the rock star doesn't have to take painkillers. I mean, rock star's a little bit different situation.
Yeah, they're all coked up. I mean, that's way worse for your heart. All right, Snowy. I can't get into the argument because I got to play more clips, but I appreciate the call.
Have a good day, man.
Well, we got to keep it honest here, don't we, Sal? JR, he was talking, I don't have a clip of him talking about the drug thing. He got into that a little bit. But what I do have, and this was, I think, the type of stuff that people find interesting. Whether you like wrestling or not, everybody knows who Vince McMahon is. And everybody knows the idea of doing commentary, right? Everybody knows the idea of sports commentary. You don't think that there's a guy like Vince McMahon yelling at you in your headphones as you're doing commentary. When you hear these guys announcing sports or professional wrestling, you don't think that there's a Vince McMahon type screaming at them as they're talking to you at home. But JR talked a little bit about this. Let's go to track 7, Sal.
It's hard to get along with him when you work with him every day. He's
Vince?
Yeah. Vince is he gets. I just thought of Vince. I said he's hard to get along with, and we were talking about two guys. So if I was on the headset right now, he'd say, "God damn it, don't use pronouns. I need names."
He used to be on the headset. You'd hear him in your ear as you're trying to do a
producer,
a broadcast.
Yeah.
And
Mick Foley told us,
Yeah.
Mick
always
told
in
us
his
some
fun stuff.
Oh yeah, he was brutal. He was.
It makes it hard to do your job, I would think.
It is challenging because you're hearing your partner, you're hearing you, in your cans.
Yep.
The ambient noise of the audience. You're trying to pay attention to your monitor, and you got the most powerful man in the world who signs your checks and could control your career at a snap of a finger. With it, sounds like you just gargle with Drano in one ear.
Yeah.
It
just seems impossible, the whole thing. Peter on Long Island.
Hey, Sam, what's going on today, buddy?
How you doing?
This is not a question so much as a point. I noticed during the interview a couple of times, at least twice, Jim Roberts wasn't sure of something, and he looked to you for clarification, just like Opie. So it was weird. You were sort of a monitor / manager of the situation. I was proud of you, buddy. I think you're coming up.
Thank you very much. I'm looked at as the voice of reason across many circles. When people need the facts, they come to Sam Roberts. That's why I'm in charge of the pre-show, because I got to make sure everybody knows the facts of what's going on here on the Opie and Anthony show before the show kicks off. Not many people could handle it, but they needed a professional broadcaster, and that's why they got me. You know why they get Opie and Anthony? Because they get guys like JR talking about people like Vince McMahon sharding. And a video of this ended up on Opie's YouTube channel, which is up at youtube.com/Opie Radio. But I feel like this was the story that turned everybody around. Even if people didn't like what JR was talking about, once he got to this story, there wasn't one listener to this show that didn't enjoy it. Here is the Vince sharding story.
Doing live TV, he's waiting on his music cue to make his walk to the ring. And so he turns his back to Briscoe to deposit something a little in the air, and it got liquid.
Oh, he shit himself.
And he sharded.
Sharded, of course.
He sharded. but it still stunk. And Briscoe still almost fell out of a chair holding his stomach and dry heaving. So he got mission accomplished, except he's wearing khakis and he's got a brown stain. You know, the old racing skid mark.
Yeah.
And he's got to go out and do his bit. So they told the truck, and the truck started laughing. And, of course, nobody had the balls in the truck to shoot it. They got to shoot around. Vince's
you got to shoot it.
No, they were afraid to shoot it. They didn't want to be looking for
funny. Stories like that make it everything worthwhile. It's those little gems that like I was hanging out with JR like all Saturday night after his big one-man show at the Gramercy, which went really well. But it's stories like that I would hang out with him every day, all day, just because every now and then a little gem about something like Vince McMahon sharding will come up. Well, 20 minutes away from the Opie and Anthony show, and we're going to get into I mean, we have guests today, too. Jim Ross was Friday, and, of course, another big guest went down Friday, Kevin in South Carolina.
Hey, Sam. Good morning. First of all, there's no black ice in South Carolina today, so Jimmy should be happy. I want to talk about Scott and Todd. I think Scott is off limits from the Knuckleheads after Friday's performance. That was classic. That was just a great radio.
Well, Scott Shannon, who's been a radio partner of Todd Pettengill for years, and I mean, he just got destroyed by the Opie and Anthony Knuckleheads. It used to be that Scott got it worse than Todd. We spent all last week making fun of Todd, who's now doing his own show. We find out that Scott is also doing his own show, and Scott, I don't know if Todd could pull this off, but Scott pulled it off. Eric E-Rock Nagel got him on the phone with the Opie and Anthony show, and it was amazing, wasn't it, Kevin?
Yeah, before I know you got to cut me off, but one thing I think is funny all last week I found it hilarious, that like during Jocktober they could shut the Facebook down.
Yeah.
But it's impossible to shut down a hashtag. It's impossible. There's nothing they could do about it. So I was rolling all week.
So thank you, Kevin.
Have a good day, man.
You too, buddy. Yeah, that's the thing about the hashtag is you can shut a Facebook down so the fans can't see it. But the Todd Show was trending nationwide on Twitter multiple times last week. And they can block as many people as they want. But the point is, the 4 people that listen to the Todd Show and have Twitter are going to be clicking that Todd Show hashtag when it pops up on the trend list. And all they're going to see is penises and Nazi paraphernalia and just the worst things imaginable. But Scott Shannon, who's just taken it in the ass from this show for years, called in to O&A, one of the ballsiest moves I've ever seen. Let's go right to track 12, Sal. This was Scott Shannon from Scott and Todd on the Opie and Anthony show for the first time ever.
We got a legend on the phone line.
Yes.
Mr. Scott Shannon. Scott.
I think this proves that I'm an effing idiot. I am an effing idiot.
Not at all.
Let me just read this to you.
All right.
All right, go ahead, Scott.
Hello, we were wondering if Scott would be available for a phone interview with Opie and Anthony to promote your debut on your new station.
Mm-hmm. Right.
It would be a total serious interview and not an attack or anything negative.
Who the hell would write that?
Wow.
Nagel wrote...
Nagel.
You think I'm an effing idiot? Oh, they've been a supporter of Scott's and respect what he...
He's laughing.
You know how amazing it was after all the years of talking about Scott on the show? First of all, to hear that voice, I think that voice, in the context of being on this show, means more to O&A listeners than it ever did to Scott and Todd listeners, as much time as we've spent on him. And to finally hear that man in that voice reference E-Rock as Nagel as many times as Jim has done the Scott voice referencing Nagel. To hear Scott Shannon go, "It was damn Nagel wrote that letter." It was just amazing. I mean, it was the moment of the show for me. Let's go to some more calls here on the pre-show. Ben in Australia.
Sammy.
Welcome, Ben. You're listening live right now?
Yeah, that's what I do, man. Look, you've got to tell me. I was just calling in to check what the boost was that you had in your NutriBullet today. I mean, is it oats, chia seeds, or some shit? Where we at?
Oh, jeez. Ben, I don't mean to disappoint you. I know you're calling from several continents away, but they panicked on Sunday. and they thought there was going to be a giant snowstorm in New York. So they had a couple of us stay in hotels overnight. So what happened? So I had to stay in a hotel, even though there's just a dusting of snow. And Ben, all the way in Australia, I did not bring my NutriBullet system with me to the hotel. I don't know. I mean, it would have been chia seed.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry, Ben.
Oh, shit. All right. Have a good one.
All right, enjoy Australia, buddy. And I really hate to disappoint you guys. You know I do. Let's go to Thomas in Texas.
Hey, what's up, Sam?
How you doing, buddy?
Good. I think you all need to have Scott Shannon in studio in October if you ever all do the Todd show.
Yeah, I kind of want Scott Shannon to come in and just start smashing Todd, because you could hear it a little bit in the phone call. He couldn't say it, but you know he thinks Todd is shitty for everything. And well, let's play some more Scott clips. Let's listen to Scott talking about how funny he finds O&A. That's track 13.
The kind of humor you guys have, and, you know, he always cracked me up, and I love the sound effects and the way you bang on people is funny. And it's always funny towards you,
right?
I don't find it so.
Oh no, not quite as amusing, right?
Who knew he had such a good sense of humor? What was he doing on that show? Who knew? And then we start asking him all the questions that O&A fans want to know. We want to know if the tree on the house, all the quotes that we've ever said about him over and over again, got back to him. Let's play the track.
Can you just say, I got a tree on my house, please?
Are you ready?
Yeah.
I got a tree on my house.
Oh, see, now he's got it. Now he's got
Yeah,
that. I got a tree on my
house,
motherfucker.
I want to see the boat movie.
Right. I got a tree on my house.
People.
Here's what happens. See, at times, as you get a little older, you have memory drop out.
Oh, man.
So that's exactly what happens. I'm better on some days than I am on others.
Right. Did the whole I got a tree on my house thing get back to you from us?
Oh, it blew up pretty good. Here's the great part. If I find it funny, it doesn't bother you as much.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I don't think Todd could pull off what Scott did. Scott called up and, he made fans out of O&A. He gained respect from the room, from the Opie and Anthony show. And I think all the listeners now respect Scott. I don't think... See, with the O&A fans, the knuckleheads, as they were dubbed by MC Search, there's a hunger, there's a bloodlust for the O&A knuckleheads. They want to attack something. And so all you need to do is give them the slightest reason. For instance, Todd going on his show and saying, "Are you serious, XM?" leads to weeks-long attacks. It's unnecessary, but it's true. I don't think that anybody wants to attack Scott anymore. It's amazing what he did with one 10-minute phone call. He completely veered all of the attackers away from him. And I wonder this, and this is what really made me think. I was like, well, Todd should try to call now. If Todd wants all the attacks to go away, Todd should call in and try to be cool with the guys. But I just don't think Todd's cool. I don't think that Todd could ever pull that off. I think if Todd called in, they would do one of the things where they kind of made fun of him on the phone, and then he would hang up, and then Opie and Anthony would instruct the knuckleheads to still attack him, as if it had never happened. They just used it as a moment to get their shots in. Well, Scott Shannon and E-Rock, I guess, being the MVPs of the day on Friday, we didn't even remember that we finally heard from Taylor from Cosmo Radio. If you remember, during the first Super Show back in December, I brought Sandy Kane and Lady Di and Stalker Patty into Taylor's Cosmo Radio show because she was having an open door policy Christmas party. And I said, all right, if it's open door, can I bring some friends? She goes, yeah, whoever you got. I can do radio with anyone. And I go, okay. And I brought in Lady Di, and Lady Di started talking about her baby daddy jumping in front of a train. And I brought in Stalker Patty, who was just Stalker Pattying it up. And I brought in Sandy Kane, who showed Taylor her genital wart that we named Twatto. And we finally got to hear from Taylor on the show on Friday what it was like to see Twatto up close and personal.
But show her, go to the money shot.
Twatto?
Yeah, you have to see.
No.
You have to see Twatto. You just have to.
What? What is it?
That's Twatto.
Oh my god! What is that? I don't know what that is.
That is a growth
It's a jellyfish.
Near a very sensitive area.
That's disgusting.
I know
you guys are appalling.
No, it wasn't me. I swear it wasn't me. I didn't even want. I didn't even want to do that.
Show her Twatto, and so
it's as big as an ear, by the way.
Is walking towards me, and I'm like in the corner hiding. I'm like, please, I don't want to see anything near your vagina. I don't want to see Twatto. I thought it was like inside of her vagina.
Named something?
They named
We
it.
had to name it.
You never saw Total Recall with Quato, that little thing that comes out?
Recall.
Yeah, it's like a little life thing that comes out of him. It's Quato, so we figured it was near her vagina, so we call it Twatto. It looked like a conjoined.
Then, as it turns out, Taylor's like best friends with the chick from Vanderpump Rules. I don't know what that show is, but yeah, our intern, the girl intern, Becky, we named her, is a big fan of Vanderpump Rules. Is that right? Yeah, well, she was in here as Taylor's best friend on Friday. But look, today, we've done all this time talking about everything that happened on Friday. Today, Brian Greene is going to be on the show. He's a big-time physicist. But not like a physicist teacher. He's like in the Neil deGrasse Tyson school and Bill Nye school of figuring out a way to make physics, which is like obscenely, mind-blowingly interesting when told by the right person. Brian Greene is that right person, so he will be on the show to blow our minds. I wonder if Mr. Wizard realizes what opportunity he squandered. Mr. Wizard used to just do stupid physics like pranks on Nickelodeon, but he never really got into shit. Like now, like Michio Kaku and Brian Greene and Neil deGrasse Tyson and Bill Nye are like blowing our minds. I hope physics teachers are watching these people and realizing we can teach our children better. And Cesar Millan's going to be here, the dog whisperer himself. Cesar Millan is going to be on the show. I think we're going to try to get Roland to start behaving well. I don't know if that's why we brought him on for sure or not, but either way, I'm going to have to write some production for him to go tss, tss, tss. It works. I've seen it work on dogs. It'll work on Roland. But Cesar Millan will be here later on today's Opie and Anthony show. But we're going to have to get right into stuff today because last night was the Academy Awards, and I talked about it a little bit at the top of the show, but what a night for live tweeting. Opie was on fire, Anthony was on fire, Jim was on fire. Now, Anthony, his style of live tweeting is to just disregard anybody that could be offended by anything, which I love. It's just, I wouldn't write half the stuff he writes, but I wish I could. I think that's Anthony's strongest suit on Twitter, that he writes things that people wish they could get away with. I mean, he was just attacking Precious last night. I mean, every other tweet from him was talking about how large and in charge Precious was at the Academy Awards. And I think the Academy Awards are doing it on purpose. Because if you remember, there was a whole to-do about fat shaming the last time people were making fun of Precious. And they even got Jay Moore in trouble for fat shaming Alyssa Milano. But they took Precious and they put her on stage next to Anna Kendrick, who was in the movie Pitch Perfect, and she's like the tiniest, cutest, young, new actress that Hollywood has to offer. There couldn't have been a larger juxtaposition. And I know people hate it when I use that word, but there couldn't have been a larger juxtaposition between her and Precious. It was almost as if they were daring people to call Precious large. And boy, did Anthony. What struck me, you know you've gone to a certain place when Jim Norton has to go on his Twitter and reference how mean you are. In a good way. One of Norton's tweets was actually, "You are mean and hilarious, Anthony Cumia." So we'll get into all that. The Academy Awards, of course, John Travolta and his painted-on hair and his inability to pronounce a name was a big story. Bill Murray giving Harold Ramis the shout-out. Matthew McConaughey and Lupita and Kim Novak freaking everybody out. It was a very boring show, but there was plenty to make fun of. And goddamn was it long. But we'll get into all of it on the Opie and Anthony show today. Other big news that went down on Friday. Oh, while we're talking about guests, I wanted to play this. Colin Quinn. Another great call from Colin Quinn on Friday. He's basically He's trying to take Opie and Anthony to interview school. I've never seen Colin Quinn do an interview, so I don't know how he became the expert. But the reason why I love this is because he's the only guy that I've ever seen Opie and Anthony allow to be given the business from. You know what I mean? Like, he's the only person that can call up, criticize Opie and Anthony, and Opie and Anthony will almost take it as constructive criticism. Like, they'll learn from it instead of just telling him to shut the fuck up. Here's Colin Quinn's call from Friday.
Hi, guys.
I'm prepared, though. I'm prepared.
For this call ever since the beginning of the week when you interviewed Mandela, I mean Ted Lange.
Mandela.
I figured out what you guys could do.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
It all started when I started hearing you guys. Well, he rambles on with the stories. Right. That's when you guys have to cut him off.
Well, it's hard sometimes. We had a tough time doing that today with Mr. Jim Ross.
Jim Ross, exactly. Exactly. You have a tough time doing anybody. I figured out you guys just have, I hate to use the old umbrella, low self-esteem. You guys have such low self-esteem. I like to listen to all your interviews with just you guys talking and not the guest. There's a way to do that. And you would think every guest is a combination Navy SEAL, cancer-curing doctor. It's unbelievable.
You say we pander to the guest?
I'll tell you something, though, Colin. I don't think this is fair because I think everyone reached out to you on Twitter to tell you about the Ted Lange interview. And you went back and listened to it just so you could beat us up. You did not hear that interview live.
Oh, is that funny? Mandela.
Well, maybe it's a valid point.
Okay.
It's so great. Colin Quinn, he calls up on his own randomly. And Opie takes the call every time to his credit. I know everybody behind the scenes, all of us, love when Colin Quinn calls in. And I think that's mainly because we all walk around in fear of screwing up every moment. So whenever anybody can give it back to O&A, it's just fucking awesome. The Colonel in Georgia.
Hey, Sam.
Yeah, welcome to the pre-show.
About, 3 minutes ago.
Yeah, just about 3.5.
And I hope that the physicists are watching this today. How do you watch something on the radio?
I want you to know something, Colonel. I expect a focused audience. And what I mean by focused is I don't want you listening in the periphery. When the Opie and Anthony show is on, if you're driving, I want you pulled over and staring at your radio so you get every detail that we have to offer. You understand? That's what I was getting at.
Okay, I got it, Sam. Love you, buddy.
Thank you, buddy. Nick in Niagara Falls.
Hey, Sam. Good morning.
What's up, buddy?
I just woke up and started looking at Twitter, and I'm seeing these tweets from Todd's Army, which is, I guess, Todd's actual Twitter account. And I will read this tweet here. Apparently it's been deleted since, but it says, the Todd Show is going so well. Bring it on, Dopey and Scampany. This is war. Hashtag Team Todd.
Yeah, I saw a photo of that tweet, a screen grab of it earlier this morning. I really hope it's real, because if it's real, you know how we're going to respond. But I don't have confirmation that it's real. I don't know if somebody just photoshopped it.
Okay, well, I'm going to...
But good call, Nick. We are going to be looking into that.
Okay, great.
Thanks, buddy. Kyle on Long Island. Welcome to the pre-show.
Hey, how's it going, Sam? Good morning.
Good.
All right, I got something for you guys. Totally off topic from what you're talking about this morning. But if you get a chance, I know how you guys hate the phone scams.
Mm-hmm.
There is a John Cena phone scam. And I think it's pretty hysterical. Actually, someone hit it on the head with this one. And if you ever get time during today and you're bored, play it for the gentleman. I think they'll think it's hysterical.
Now, I'm going to look it up. I'm not going to take your word for it because it very well might be fake. We got into surprise weigh-ins on Friday with Eric and Roland. Anybody wants to catch up on what's gone on with them? Let's find out what Eric's weight was. E-Rock lost 11 pounds down to 236, losing 4.5%.
That was a week ago. He was at 236. Now off the diet for a week. Where is he at?
After 7 days, he has gained 1 pound.
No,
but
that
fluctuates.
Yeah, it fluctuates.
So he's 237.
But you...
There's a pound. That was a pizza.
That was the pizza.
Pizza will put a pound on you pretty quick. Yeah.
I'm maintaining.
Yeah, but don't you want to keep losing?
No, you're not in the maintaining stage yet.
I just jumped right to it.
I've hit my ideal weight.
You're not maintaining yet. You're supposed to still be losing.
Keep losing.
That's so great. I love E-Rock. He is America. Yeah, I'm on a diet, but I'm maintaining. At least I'm not gaining weight on my diet. Harley in Georgia.
Hey, man, I just want to give you a props. I didn't catch it till I listened to Encore this morning. You had a line from Aladdin. You said, show you a whole new world. And he said, don't you dare close your eyes. Man, I almost fell out of the truck, man, when I heard that.
They're snuck in there for everybody. They're snuck in there. Okay, look. Something's going on the Opie and Anthony show right now. Oh, Jim spilled his coffee. I wish we had been on the air for that. I love when Jim spills things. He's such a clumsy boy sometimes. Well, also Roland, we don't have time to play the clip today, but Roland gained, I think Roland's up 5 pounds, but he said it's okay because it's celebratory. And I agree. Well, Jim, it looks like he spilled his entire cup of coffee all over the place. The interns are running in to clean this up. Will we have it clean in time for the Opie and Anthony show? Let's find out right now.
The year 1994. From the murky banks of terrestrial radio, a new hope begins to rise.
Opie and Anthony are radio shock jocks known for setting up outrageous stunts.
People sure are listening.
two Long Island natives who together would one day change the world as broadcasting's greatest duo. After 20 years, these children of the 80s have arrived.
Their hugely popular radio show is not just in New York anymore.
Opie and Anthony show. The hottest show there is.
Through 55-gallon drums and wiffle ball bets.
Your question then is that you're comfortable.
From mayors to mayor.
It was an April Fool's hoax by two radio disc jockeys.
With bottle rockets and bra bombings. And wieners and pigs.
Opie and Anthony got their hands on the photo and tweeted it.
Two men that have taken a box of cocks further than any.
Well, these people will definitely stop. Guaranteed. Lift up the...
They've met friends along the way. Jim Norton.
I have a raging hard-on right now. Can I please put my dick in your donuts?
And through fines, scandals, suspensions, cancellations, and terminations, it's the one show that remains unscathed. Striking fear into the hearts of management everywhere comes a radio show that after 20 years remains above all else real. This is the Opie and Anthony Show.
But enough of this palaver. Let's get the show on the road.
Is everything working?
That's better, huh?
Yeah. I wish that was on the air.
Oh, was that a good one?
Sam Roberts mentioned it during the pre-show, but just before showtime, Jimmy decided there wasn't enough excitement in the studio.
Guess not, yeah.
And spilled his coffee everywhere.
It was an entire huge cup of coffee.
There physically couldn't have been more coffee than that.
Oh, I was so happy how panicked you got.
I was reading the paper, and it was in slow motion. I felt something tip forward.
Yeah.
And a part of me went, I hope that was a bottle of water. I felt something tip, and I looked, and the spillage had gone everywhere.
All over the console. Thank God the electronics were spared.
What do you mean, thank God? What do you mean, thank God? You noticed that me and you didn't. We didn't move a muscle.
Yeah, didn't jump up to help.
As it's slowly moving toward taking out the studio. We didn't move a muscle.
No, you did. You were actually dumping water on it.
It's all cleaned up now.
Yeah.
Nice.
Got everywhere.
Much better.
Everywhere.
Anthony's papers.
Oh, it went everywhere.
Everywhere but inside my mouth. Well, I wanted it.
Oh,
can I have a tissue?
Oh,
Jimmy, can I have a tissue? Oh, yeah, just throw the whole box over here.
A tissue.
Please. Thank you. Got to clean my phone.
Clean your phone. Obama phone.
Ring, 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 ring. Man, I don't know why anyone would stay up for 4 hours or whatever the hell for the Oscars. And then go to work the next day. It's so stupid.
It's just not a fun show to watch.
You get caught up live tweeting some of these events, and then you feel like,
why did I bother?
And then by the time they mentioned Best Picture, I just didn't care.
Who gave a shit?
I didn't care.
At that point.
There's an hour in there where they could just cut that whole hour out.
Exactly.
And then it would come in at a decent time, this damn show.
I don't know why they feel compelled to make it like this, where the host has to do things.
Right.
And it takes up a lot of time. Just go through the show. No one cares.
Right. Ellen did good, though. I like Ellen DeGeneres a lot, to be honest with you. She's funny.
I think she came out of the gate pretty strong.
Really strong. She fucking made fun of Liza Minnelli. She called Liza Minnelli a dude.
That was the line of the fucking night.
There's a billion people watching.
Yeah.
Good job, sir.
Good job, sir.
That was good.
And dude, you know that was off the cuff. That there's no way that was because she just showed up looking like that.
She decided to just go for it. Good for her, man. That Liza Minnelli's a disaster. What a pig.
I tell you, on that red carpet thing when they first showed her, I really did think it was an impersonator.
Yeah.
I thought it was Eliza impersonator, one of them gay guys, you know?
Oh, her nipples are like pointing straight down. She didn't wear a bra.
Big fucking coffee saucers.
Oh, God.
Were they terrible?
Huge old lady nips. Would you know?
Oh, God, no.
Would you? Just so you have a story to tell at the poker games.
Oh, God, no.
And there I was, sucking on Liza's tits.
Liza, me and Liza.
How old is she?
She's
65, maybe?
No, she's got to be older than that.
She's got to be in her 70s, easily.
Definitely.
Right?
Yeah.
67 only?
No way.
Travis said 67.
No way.
There's no way she's only 67. You know the big selfie pic that everyone's talking about? It's on the front page of our papers.
Yeah.
There's a picture from behind, you know, when everyone's like getting in position for the big selfie that Ellen DeGeneres decided to do.
Yeah.
And, there it is. And that's Liza Minnelli. Look at she's trying to get in this.
Oh, she's trying to get in it.
Oh no.
She fell a little short.
Oh no, Liza.
She's tiny, and then she's trying to stand, you know, as high as she can, so maybe her head pops up from the back.
She never made the selfie.
She never made it. She did not make it.
Oh man.
But some dude did.
It was Lupita. How do you say her last name? Nyong'o?
Like we need to know her name. Stop.
Old breastplate.
Right.
She's very pretty, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, her face. She's a beautiful face.
If you're into that look.
Yeah, she's pretty.
Yeah.
I don't think we need to know her name, though.
But her brother.
She's one of those one and dones.
One off.
Yes.
Yeah, her brother jumped into just literally couldn't have gotten a more prestigious position.
Oh, yeah.
In that photo.
He's a nobody.
Dude, I love the fact that he did exactly what I would do, spoil it.
He did spoil
He's
it.
a complete nobody, and he got his face in at the last second.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
That is great.
He's in there with this bastard. He has a picture with Ellen, Bradley Cooper, Meryl Streep, Jennifer Lawrence, Kevin Spacey, Brad Pitt.
A little piece
Lupita's
of Jared
in the
Leto.
back. Where's Jared Leto? Is that him right here?
Yeah.
His eye, Jared Leto's eye. Who's that behind between... Who's that hot chick there? That's Julia Roberts.
Yeah, Julia Roberts.
And who's that right behind...
Not sure.
God damn.
Some other dude.
Who's the one waving behind the brother?
That's Angelina Jolie.
Oh, I couldn't... her face got... He blocked out Angelina Jolie's face?
With his dumb fucking hair.
This kid play hairdo idiot.
Kid play hair.
Fucking...
Oh, what a fucking... what a photo bomb.
Wow, he fucked up. You know how mad I'd be if I was in that photo and lost Angelina Jolie because of his head?
Because of his dumb head.
I'd be a fucking angry young man.
So, did everyone do well with their Oscar picks?
Ooh.
Yes.
Yeah.
I very rarely do.
I didn't even think about picking or anything.
I can't believe Matthew McConaughey has a Oscar.
AIDS, man. AIDS will fucking get you an Oscar. It's just the way it is in Hollywood, right? Am I right?
Yeah. Those AIDS movies do really, really well.
Hollywood loves AIDS.
They really do love a good AIDS movie.
Yeah. AIDS and slavery was like the big fucking thing.
But he won for Dallas Buyers Club, of course. Dallas Buyers Club wins both Best Actor and Supporting Actor.
Yeah.
That's pretty crazy, right?
Yeah.
I didn't even see that movie.
I didn't see that one
good.
either.
Maybe I should
really
see
good.
that movie. Yeah.
Was it good?
And Michael I think his name is Fassbacker.
Oh.
He didn't have a chance.
Oh, this is funny.
Oh.
They're doing their own selfie on Fox News this morning.
Is it official?
Oh, that's funny.
Is it official? The selfie is dead?
Yes.
It's like, after all this shit.
Yes, I think so. What were you saying, Jimmy? I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I didn't want to miss that amazing
please,
moment.
that's a live. That's what live radio is all about.
Oh, yeah.
That moment.
That was pretty amazing.
Michael, I think it's Fassbacker is his name. Fassbender. I'm sorry. He played the slave owner in 12 Years a Slave. He was also a supporting actor.
Yeah.
And he was fucking Lupita in that movie. Fucking one of his slaves.
Wow.
And he was so good, but there's no way he had a shot at winning.
No.
Because he was so brutal.
Oh, yeah?
You just knew it. Like, against Jared Leto playing, you know, an HIV positive transgender prostitute or whatever.
Yeah. Right.
Oh, he didn't have a chance. He didn't have a fucking chance. Speaking of transgender prostitutes, thanks, Travis. All right. Good.
So then, I don't know. I mean, what are the highlights? Like, Ellen DeGeneres was good, but then the pizza thing was stupid.
Yeah,
the selfie thing was good, I guess, because it broke Twitter.
Flat.
She had a couple good laughs off the pizza thing, though. Asking Harvey Weinstein for money.
Right.
Telling the girl her stock just went up. Can I get out some money?
Yeah,
She had some
yeah.
decent laughs trying to get money from people.
Yeah. She did okay. I mean, you know. At the beginning was good.
This is why it's so stupid to live tweet these things. And then you come in to do... This is way more important than live tweeting. You know what I mean? There's like 10% of your followers actually see your tweets.
Yeah.
If that.
No, it's kind of fun, though.
It is kind of fun.
I like reading them.
Kind of fun to be a dick. But then you realize everyone out there is just trying to be a dick.
Just trying to be a dick.
Everyone is just trying to be a dick now.
That's the whole thing with live tweeting events, is to be a complete fucking asshole.
Well, but you try for the laugh.
Oh, yeah. But I mean, okay, here comes Travolta. All right.
Oh, boy.
Get a wig joke, something's on his head.
Yeah.
What is that? He likes men. What is that?
Well, and he fucked up a name or something, right?
He did fuck up a name.
Do we have that clip? We could play that clip.
I think he knew he was going to fuck it up too, because he kind of eased into saying it.
Adina Menzel.
Menzel.
All right, Adina Menzel.
That's the name he was supposed to say?
Yes.
He went with Adele Dazeem.
He took a stab at it.
He just decided, I'll try Adele Dazeem.
Adele Dazeem? Who was that?
I think that's what he said. Let's play this.
Thank you. I love you. There will always be a special place in my heart for the movie musical and for the songs that create their most memorable moments. Here to perform the Oscar-nominated, gorgeously empowering song, Let It Go, from the Oscar-winning animated movie Frozen, please welcome the wickedly talented one and only Adele Dazeem.
Did he fuck that up?
Yeah,
did he ever fuck it up?
It's not even close.
It wasn't even close.
What's her name?
Adina Menzel.
Adina Menzel, Adele Dazeem?
Dazeem, yeah.
Idiot.
Adele Dazeem. What the fuck is that?
I don't know.
Go from the Oscar-winning animated movie Frozen, please welcome the wickedly talented one and only Adele Dazeem.
Oh, what is that?
How bad would it be for him if he just said it finally? How bad could it be in this day and age?
Just
what is he doing?
Just say it.
Just say it.
Adele Dazeem.
Look at this photo somebody tweeted.
Oh, he's got dreamy eyes.
Oh.
Travolta's scoping out his next victim.
Who's that right in front of him?
I don't remember his name.
Cumberbatch.
Oh, right.
Cumberbatch. Is that his name?
Yeah, I think so.
Cumberbatch.
That John Travolta hair is fucking strange, man.
He could change it. It's amazing. He has long hair. He's got tattooed on his head hair. He's fucking balding. He's got full head of hair.
What is that, though?
It's just a supply of wigs.
It's just a nice, solid wig, huh?
Yeah, he's like Lex Luthor. He's probably got like a bunch of fucking wigs on those wig heads around his house.
They got the wigs figured out.
Yeah, that looks pretty good for him.
If you didn't know he didn't have hair,
he probably
you would still be guessing, going, wait, what's going on there?
He probably figures, when I do movies, they throw these fucking rugs on my head, and I walk around in the movie looking like I got a head of hair.
Right.
So why don't I just do that in real life? Every day is a new role for John. It's something.
Yeah.
Big head of hair.
Everyone knows the winners, right?
Yeah, right.
Supporting actor Jared Leto. You got the Kate Blanchett for the Blue Jasmine. She mentioned the Woody Allen.
The W word.
She mentioned the Woody Allen.
What a smattering of nerve-wracked applause that brought up. They feel like, Woody Allen.
I don't think the cameras went into the audience at that point.
No, it didn't.
No, because
they didn't want to know.
Did he fuck? That's a rough one to clap. Yeah, good movies. He might have fucked a 7-year-old. Yeah, great movie. He might have fucked a 7-year-old.
Jesus.
That's a big.
Yeah, that was a rough one.
Yeah.
I didn't realize how beautiful Kate Blanchett was.
Kate Blanchett.
She is really fucking beautiful.
She's very Hollywood look. Very Hollywood look to her.
Then the Lupita broad won 12 Years a Slave for the supporting actress.
She got up there and gave a little crying speech.
And then a lot of awards for Gravity, all those technical ones.
Bunch of technical awards.
Although directing also for Gravity.
Right.
But you got the sound mixing, the sound editing, the original score, the cinematography.
I saw that movie
film
again
editing.
Over the weekend, Gravity.
Visual effects, all for Gravity, yeah?
And I didn't like it even more.
You didn't like it, huh?
Yeah, I was like, you know what?
It just looked great.
It looks good technically, but once you get over that, there's really nothing there. It's just kind of a boring fucking movie.
What about the frog?
The frog?
Yeah.
What about the frog?
Oh. Have we figured that out in Gravity?
No.
Remember you were bringing that up?
Yeah, I remember, Sam.
Yeah.
Trust me. I'm obsessed.
I remember.
I'm obsessed with the frog in Gravity.
That's what I thought.
Can I have a bottle of water if you try not to spill it on the way over there, Jim? Thank you, sir.
Where was George Clooney?
Oh, yeah, where was George Clooney?
I mean, big picture, you know it's going to win all sorts of technical awards, and one of the big stars wasn't even there.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you be there just to show a little support?
Yeah.
Was he a producer on it, too?
I don't know.
He's always producing these movies.
Yeah.
Where's George?
Hashtag.
Do they want to give the illusion that he actually is still just floating away?
Oh, maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. They didn't want to wreck it.
They didn't want to ruin it. Right. Hey, that's George Clooney.
Yeah, I thought he was floating away.
That's what fucked me up. Like Sandra Bullock, you could go, all right, she's playing a female astronaut. You sort of could get into it. But George Clooney, like, wow, George Clooney in space.
Hey, it's George Clooney in space.
Like, he didn't even try to go with an accent or try to change his look at all.
Or his attitude. He was just the...
This is George Clooney.
It was George Clooney in space.
Bet that astronaut's going to rob a casino next.
Right, look out.
Must be nice to just be George Clooney in a movie.
Yeah.
We don't have to fucking really work on anything.
That was easy.
Yeah. But, wow, that's a big bitch. Man.
Oh, yeah.
That is a big bitch.
Oh, speaking of that.
Yes.
Which
fucking
one?
Gabby.
Dude,
Precious.
I'm sure you got attacked too, man. Twitter doesn't like the fat joke.
Oh, fuck them.
Twitter does not like the fat
They sure
joke.
don't. Yeah.
Look, my whole opinion on that whole thing, you know, you could be a bit large or whatever, but she is completely out of control.
Out of control fat.
She's too young to be that out of control fat.
There you go.
She's morbidly obese.
She absolutely is. But man, you point that out. Twitter does not like it.
Yeah, there were a few people getting upset. I just retweet when they get upset with me and let the listeners deal with it.
It was a little insensitive for you to post this photo of Gabby on the red carpet with the caption 12 years of slob.
That's very good.
That made me laugh out loud.
That got a little traction.
Oh my God, and then she's cursed with no boobs.
She's a flatso.
Usually when you get a fat girl like that, at least you got the giant ones.
Yeah, yeah.
She looks like a lint roller
what's
for the
the
red
matter?
carpet or something.
Can we spray this microphone?
Does your mic stink?
Ew, it stinks.
It ain't from me. I fucking said 5 words into it. Before I talked, I said, I noticed that.
Oh my God.
Didn't Marge used to spray these?
Mars, did you
used to
comment?
Mars is...
Stop spraying these?
Kaiser Sose. That's hilarious.
There you go.
Fucking leaks.
Oh my God, who was using that microphone?
Now I got the heebie-jeebies.
Why don't you use
I'm gonna
that
need a
one?
little.
That's applied this to bed.
Oh, man.
Thanks. All right, don't
Calm down.
Thanks.
Try that.
Stop you spilling it.
Now you got us all paranoid. By the way, I want
to get one of my own of these.
Oh,
just
yeah?
use my own fucking...
Just bring it in
mic.
every day.
Yes.
Your little mic windscreen.
Yeah, disgusting.
Oh, that's
Somebody else's
better.
mouth right on it.
It is right on it all the time. Well, how germ infested. It's a perfect little home for germs.
Comedy club
Spongy.
mics, I try never to smell. You get one whiff of them, and it's just all dried.
It could ruin your day, right?
Takes the funny right out of the night.
I should say.
There's pieces of food in the mesh. He's ready to vomit.
It's fucking terrible.
It's so bad. You ever see like a little piece of carrot or meat in the fucking mesh?
You would think they would have came up with a better design for that.
Yeah.
It catches all little food particles.
You got to talk into it.
Speaking of microphones, I want to wish Scott Shannon nothing but the best of luck today.
Scott Shannon
as he starts his solo show for CBS FM here in New York City.
CBS.
He was working with Todd, and Todd didn't want him, and he knew that. Like, he brings Todd on, and Todd thinks he can do the show by himself.
Oh, Scott Shannon. I've never seen anyone turn an entire audience around in one phone call.
Amazing, right?
Our listeners love Scott Shannon because of that 17-minute phone call on Friday.
It was a great
They absolutely love the
appearance.
guy now.
Great appearance by Scott.
He went with it. He had a good time.
Yeah.
And he had a lot of freaking one-liners in there. He was funny, man. Really funny.
He was good.
He was really good.
Self-deprecating. He was fucking funny, man.
If you haven't heard that phone call, we played it all weekend, but...
We were just playing clips on the pre-show, too.
You were?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, good.
How's he doing this morning?
I heard his first break as I was walking through. Like we said Friday, after that phone call, I'm out. I think the whole show is out. We're done.
Yeah.
It's Team Scott.
Team Scott.
We want to play clips to just congratulate him on a job well done.
There's no reason to listen to him and try to beat the crap out of him. He was a great sport on Friday.
Did he sound energized on the air?
He did.
Yeah.
He sounds older, but he sounds much more energetic than he sounded on the Scott and Todd show. Absolutely.
So the listeners are now like, they're all into like Todd and Scott. Is that it?
No.
Oh, it's not?
No.
Oh, it's only Scott they like?
Just Scott. Just like Scott.
They didn't turn
I
around.
know he called, but...
You missed it. It was unbelievable, Jimmy.
They turned all their hatred towards...
I didn't know what to expect. Eric was working on it all morning, and then it happened, and I just didn't know how it was going to go down. If it was going to be ugly or sad.
Mm-hmm.
But I was pleasantly surprised how great that was.
You know how amazing it was to hear him refer to E-Rock as Nagel, the way Jim's impression of Scott refers to Eric as Nagel?
I read Nagel, no.
Right.
Nagel.
Nagel.
By the way, the boat movie didn't win any awards.
No, that poor guy goes back to driving cabs now.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I don't know what... I think Lupita will get more work because she's hot, but I don't see what he's going to get.
He already got he's got a role.
Oh, does he?
Something.
Yeah. He's going to play a marathon runner.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to run far.
Yeah. It's amazing. I hear at the end there's a lot of controversy because he wins by a tooth. See, finish line, his tooth.
He keeps trying to get his catchphrase in, but it doesn't work anymore. I am the winner now. No, that worked on the captain, but it's not good anymore.
He tries to ad-lib.
Oh, you're on to something. Fast forward another year, he's going to be working that line into like local commercials.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh.
No.
I'm the captain now line.
Yeah.
I am the captain of good mattresses.
right, exactly. It's not even going to be national spots, though. It's going to be kind of local.
Locals, like a car dealership.
Right.
Oh, shit.
Mm-hmm.
That guy should have done something. He had some time to do something about them choppers. Wow.
Those teeth are pretty brutal.
I don't know what that is. The gums, the whole damn thing.
Yeah.
Those before Oscar interviews are fucking unwatchable.
What, the red carpet thing?
My
Ponderous.
What are you wearing?
Oh.
They just talk about what they're wearing.
Ponderous.
There's got to be a better way to do that, right?
It's the same thing every year with the, what are you wearing? Who cares?
Right.
No one really gives a shit.
No.
Who they have? What's his name?
Rob Ford on Kimmel. Kimmel picked him up.
Oh, yeah.
At the airport.
Yeah.
God does answer your prayers if you pray hard enough. Tomorrow night, Mayor Ford and Gonzo from the Muppets will be here together, so that'll be fun.
So Kimmel wins the booking war.
Yeah, but Kimmel's getting his ass kicked.
Is he?
Yeah. I mean, it's still early, but even if Jimmy Fallon loses half of his audience, because everyone's watching Jimmy Fallon because it's brand new, he still will have a huge lead over the rest of them. He did 7.5 million last week.
Wow.
7.5 million, and the other guys were doing what? High twos, mid twos?
Damn.
So even if he loses half of that, he's still got a strong lead. Because obviously the numbers are going to drop a little bit.
Oh, yeah. It's probably drop a lot. Just heal curiosity they're watching. But
yeah.
But Kimmel's already, Fallon's killing it.
And Kimmel getting Rob Ford, I'm like, and then he picks him up at the airport. And I'm like, that's a funny, creative thing to do.
Yeah.
Like, he's got some really smart people writing for him.
Yep. Not as funny as what Fallon did.
What did he do? Oh, that fucking
He did the
leg
pole
thing?
and plunge in Chicago in a full suit.
To get Rahm Emanuel on the show, right?
Yep. He went in a full suit.
He could die doing that.
I know.
What the fuck?
Did Rahm Emanuel do it too?
Oh, yeah. But he's all in shape and was wearing like his I'm in shape gear.
Oh, was he?
That's what I call it, the I'm in shape gear. And Fallon just went in with his suit. Jimmy Fallon is just known for that suit at this point, right?
Yeah, I think so.
He's got a type of suit.
He's the suit guy now.
Yeah.
Think he was cold?
Oh my! Look at his face. He's not faking anything. He ran right for warm towels. He was not happy.
Brutal.
Yeah.
Brutally cold.
Would you do that?
No.
Have you ever tried to dip into some very cold water? It's not fun.
Not very cold.
It's horrible.
I can't stand it.
Was that Rahm Emanuel next to him all built or
Talk
no?
show host Jimmy Fallon made good on their promise. The mayor and the Tonight Show host ran into Lake Michigan for the polar plunge, possibly the coldest one ever. Eric Rung was also there, but he stayed on land. Take a look.
In addition to being one of the coldest polar plunges, 2014 was also one of the most successful. The crowd was about as thick as the skin people needed to take the plunge into Lake Michigan this year.
Yeah, baby.
The costumes were outrageous.
Are you scared? A little bit. I dressed well for the occasion. A lot of fur.
Even considering taking the dip, as you well know, is a little nutty. Unless, of course, you're the most interesting man in the world or perhaps happen to win a bronze medal in the Winter Olympics.
I gotta say, that was a little bit colder than Sochi.
Oh, boy.
A lot colder than Sochi. A lot colder than Sochi.
But the real star power for this year's polar plunge had to fly here from New York.
What is wrong with you people? Look at all of you guys. Look at what we've done. You guys are the greatest!
Jimmy Fallon, the new Tonight Show host, took the mayor up on his invitation to take the plunge. The mayor even honored Fallon with a very special proclamation.
Chicago is officially Jimmy Fallon Tonight Show land, whereas hereby, therefore.
Their appearance certainly helped to raise a record amount of money to help Special Olympians.
Oh, man, this is a wonderful experience. I mean, everybody's out here today. We're ready to have fun.
Oh, God. What was that?
When the celebrity crew made its way to the water, it was standing for shoulder room only.
How's the view from up there?
Great, I can see everybody.
So she was able to watch the mayor and Jimmy and the rest of the crew stay true to their words
Did it in
all
a
the way
suit.
under.
Yeah, they're finally coming out to read.
As their frozen legs could take them to find someplace warm. Along with Jimmy Fallon and the mayor, more than 3,000 people took the plunge into Lake Michigan this morning, raising more than $1 million for Special Olympics. We're at North Avenue Beach. I'm Eric Rung, WGN News.
Why does the money go to Special Olympics?
I don't know. I guess that's their charity.
Probably you'd have to be,
that's
right.
Yeah.
That's their charity?
I guess so.
Nice.
Yeah, they're doing something nice.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Yes, dude, I would rather do it naked than in a suit.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
By that I mean have sex.
See?
I'm very cheeky. But no, you know how like your shirt gets wet and it's just that fucking feeling?
The cold.
Oh, that would sting.
Wet. I bet they whisked him off to somewhere where he could dry off very quickly.
What do the regular people do?
They got to stand around.
No, they have to be able to change somewhere.
Where?
Don't they have a hot tent?
There's thousands and thousands of people.
Yeah, where are you going to go?
Yeah, where are you going to go?
I don't know. I'd find a place.
Oh, man.
I'm sure they have some things set up, but not everyone's going to be able to, take advantage of that. So
yeah.
You got to sit there and change into warm clothes.
Just take it.
And just shiver for about an hour until that calms down.
Oh, my God.
When your body decides to start shivering, man, it'll let you know when it's ready to calm down.
I don't even like when the water starts getting a little cold in the shower. Yeah. You know, when you start running out, you're like, uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Anything worse than having to take a cold shower because your hot water sucks or something.
Hot water isn't working, and you know
you
find
have
out
to
until the
do
morning.
It. Oh, it's the worst.
I won't shower. What I do is I jump in, because my head doesn't usually stink. It's just my fucking asshole. So I'll jump in the shower, and I'll prop my ass up on the thing, and I'll soap my balls and asshole real quick.
Just poke your ass out into the stream of cold water and go, ooh.
Yeah, but I'll keep my head and face just dirty.
Yeah. That just smells like someone else's asshole.
So what were you saying about that beach ball? That's where we were with the Oscars.
Oh, I was just saying, she's got to know. Like, people get mad when you make those jokes, but
she's all about ignoring the haters and saying, I look. She's one of those I look good people.
I look good? No.
You really don't look good.
That's just
You're too young to be that huge.
Awful. Why aren't people telling her something? Oh, yeah, there was a lot of pictures of her next to other things.
Yeah.
Like the Grimace. The Grimace was the big one. They said she looked like the Grimace.
That's the bear from Toy Story right there.
Toy Story.
Yeah.
And then there was another old cartoon that started with grape that they put her next to.
They keep carting her out. Has she done another movie since Precious?
She did that one with the high-rise theft thing.
Oh, right.
And this year she did American Horror Story.
Right.
I didn't see this year's. I saw last year's.
Yeah, she's a
a lot of them?
Yeah. She's the main character.
She did the Eddie Murphy movie. Yeah.
No, that wasn't her.
Heist.
Tower Heist.
Tower Heist. That was.
I think my Nutty Professor.
Yeah. She's got to do something.
But then they put her next to like. Did you see her on stage?
Oh my God, she was next to that skinny girl.
They found the smallest, youngest girl like that they could find.
Yep.
To just tempt people into making the fat jokes.
Yeah.
Yeah, the joke, it was the perfect number 10. I mean, it's the easiest joke to make, but...
Yep.
Anyone else notice the black-white thing? They had a theme this year.
Yes, they did.
The presenters had to be one black, one white. Really strange.
That was odd. It was like very forced.
It was extremely forced. It wasn't just, one or two presenters. It was a lot.
Yeah.
Did they do that? I mean,
yeah.
You don't see color, Jimmy, right?
I do.
I only see color. No, I didn't. I saw it. I noticed with Sidney Poitier and the lovely Angelina Jolie, who looked fucking. I was looking at her last night. I'm like, she looks fucking beautiful. Like, I can't believe she's pumped babies out of that beautiful body. Wow, does she look nice?
She has, or they're all adopted?
No, she pumped out a couple, I think.
Oh yeah, man.
Yeah.
Wow. It is possible for the woman to have her body bounce back. My God. Yeah. Not every woman has lasagna belly after they're done.
Lasagna belly.
You don't like that?
No, that's terrible.
You guys leave Poitier alone.
Sidney Poitier.
Yes.
I mean, what are you going to say?
You would look like a complete dick.
I was trying to think of something to go with. They call me Mr. Tibbs, but yeah.
I just tweeted my photo with him later.
Yeah.
Just a couple of big shots.
He's an all right sort.
Yeah.
Let's say hi to Mr. Bob Levy.
Bob. What's up, guys? That Precious last night, when she walked out, I was like, holy shit, Bubba Smith is alive. I've never seen it.
Jesus.
Bob's tweets were pretty vicious. I liked them.
Oh, yeah, I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? And it's just ridiculous because you know damn well those fucking snobs would not pay attention to her if she was just a regular fucking person walking.
Exactly.
You know, because the way she looks and that. But that guy with the teeth, he needs a fucking reality show. Wouldn't you watch that?
What? Just watch him do things like brush his teeth.
Just him at the dentist would be amazing.
Yeah.
That could be a mini-series.
Yeah, his teeth took up 2 seats in that fucking theater. I can't fucking believe that.
They jump out at you like the alien teeth.
Yeah, if you seen that guy in the street, wouldn't you just shoot him and think he was some kind of fucking monster or something?
Monster.
Yeah.
How funny would it have been to just put his teeth at the end of the death montage, though?
That was fucking so weird. Even Norton said something about that last night. It was such a weird thing because they had some big stars that were in there, but there was also like people, you were like, who the fuck is this? And nobody, you know how they usually clap in that, Jim?
Yeah, they turn the sound off.
No, they turn the sound down. People still
did.
Oh, absolutely. People still clap for their favorite dead
celebrity.
dead celebrity or dead star. But somehow the people thought that wasn't cool, so they decided, let's cut the audio during this. I used to love to see who was the most popular dead guy.
Yeah. I bet Philip Seymour Hoffman.
Without a doubt.
I don't know. You got to go Gandolfini.
I don't know.
Yeah.
No, Philip Seymour Hoffman, of course, would have won that.
Because he was first Gandolfini, I think, and it was before they turned the sound down. You could kind of start hearing some applause.
They were applauding before.
It was pretty good, but I don't know. I bet Harold Ramis got a pretty big ovation.
Yeah.
Gandolfini, that was so weird to see because it was as an Oscar, so they mentioned him with the movie that he was in.
Yeah.
Like they don't mention him with the Sopranos.
Right.
And they did that with someone else, too.
And what was the Bette Midler thing about? That pompous whatever. Add horrible word there. I guess she told them she's not going to sing her wind song.
Wind Beneath My Wings.
As they're playing the death montage.
Yeah.
So they played it after. But that song obviously went with the death montage.
Yeah, it should have been under the death montage.
But she went to the producers and said, look, I'll sing this song for you, but I'm not doing it as you show all those people.
I want people to see me.
So then it turns out to be her just singing an old song.
Yeah.
Because it's now not connected to the thing.
And then at the end of it, she's like, fly, fly, fly. What happened?
Jimmy had a good tweet on that one. because that dummy thought everyone was applauding her.
Yeah, Jimmy tweeted they were applauding the dead people, you dummy.
Dummy.
She stood there basking in her own terrificness.
Right, when they were really applauding for the ones that have gone.
They applaud the dead people on there, but because that's like liking a Facebook. Because you're like, I just got cancer, I found out, you know? But they're like fucking applauding dead people. It was surprising that they did shut that off. And but the funny thing is about Norton. Can I say one thing about Norton? He's just fucking scared of a microphone that smells a little, but he doesn't mind a tranny's dick in his mouth.
Well, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Mars sprayed it. It's fine now.
All right, Bob.
Bye.
Take it easy, Bob.
I believe you, everyone.
Yeah, he had some really funny ones. Nick DiPaolo had one, too. John Travolta. What did he say? John Travolta's in his 60s, and his hair is blacker than Whoopi's taint. Fucking Nick DiPaolo. That was funny.
We should collect all the funny tweets. That's probably what we should have done there, Sam. From all our comedy friends. You want to do it? Maybe someone could do a quick search and get a few of the good tweets together from the guys we know and love from the radio show.
And, of course, we're just being assholes on Twitter with the Oscars, but then you get did you read any of Jenny Hutz?
What was she doing?
Oh, she looks terrific.
Oh, God.
It's all very up,
really,
very nice, very nice and supportive.
I got one that's even better than Jenny Hutz. But let's read a few of Jenny Hutz, please, Sam.
This is for Lupita.
Lupita, right.
Shows us she's even more beautiful on the inside.
Oh, yeah.
See, those are just those.
It was just a role for her.
It was awful.
What an awful tweet.
Jenny Hutz tweets.
What was the other part of it?
The other part of it was her quote, "No matter where you're from, your dreams are valid."
Oh, God.
Boo.
Oh. All right.
Boo.
This is good.
Okay.
Who did hashtag Kate Hudson's makeup? Hashtag extraordinary.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. She's all in, man.
What a kiss ass. She thinks she's going to be hobnobbing with these people.
Hobnobbing.
She wants to get a gig. She's looking to get like a pre-Oscar gig.
Yeah.
They were all real nice.
Oh,
Give me the Jared Leto. I see Jared Leto. It's got to be bad. Yeah.
Damn. I love Jared Leto more than I already did. His speech, smart, moving, and real. He makes me feel both maternal and like a teenager.
Let me translate. I want to hug him and then sit on his dick.
Yes.
Yuck.
Oh, God, Jenny.
Yeah.
Watching Laura Dern hold her dad's hand so tightly is freaking awesome.
Till it cracked off.
And she beat him with it and screamed at him because he spent the inheritance. By the way, Nebraska, our pal is in that, and he does a great job.
Yeah, I know he is. The dude from Home Alone.
Devin Rattray. I forgot that he was in that. He was in my building one night.
Oh, yeah?
You see with some friends. He goes, "Did you see the movie? I'm in Nebraska." We were chatting, and I saw it. I was like, "Fuck, man, that was great."
Good for Devin.
I've seen him on a few commercials and
He's
stuff.
doing very well.
Coming back out of the woodwork.
He had a big role in that, man.
Yeah.
He was really funny, too.
I haven't seen Nebraska yet. I haven't gotten my free copy.
Oh, he was excellent.
So maybe someone could burn that for me.
I think it's on demand.
Yeah, I think I paid for it, too.
Yeah.
Oh, it is on demand?
Yeah.
Oh, I'll just pay for it. That's easy.
It really is amazing how quickly movies get on demand now.
That's the pirating, right?
It's
you think that's
great.
what it is?
Yeah, I think they realize they could do their theater run, but if they don't go from the theater to on demand pretty quickly, it's just going to get out there anyway.
And they know, too, with Oscar season, it's like everybody right now, like Opie said, wants to see Nebraska because people are talking about it.
Yeah.
So get it the fuck on.
What else? Anything else from Jenny Hutz?
This one is just like,
Go ahead.
she thinks the celebrities are going to tweet her back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She tweeted Kristen Chenoweth.
Yeah.
Hey, Kristen Chenoweth, you look amazing. I need the iPhone keyboard. Who makes it, please?
Like, what? You think Kristen
Stop asking questions.
Oh,
Jenny, yuck. Stop asking questions.
That lady lives in my building, the Chenoweth.
Yeah?
She is tiny.
Yeah.
Who is she?
Oh, you just know her.
She's a big Broadway star, and then she went on to do a couple things, but she's mainly known for Broadway.
She got hit in the head on set and messed up her whole career for a while.
Is she older?
She's beautiful, to be honest with you, but she's tiny. She can't be more than 4'8".
I think I did
her
level
head
with
is tiny,
This
too.
chick?
Yeah. She is really, really small. Extremely petite.
Did she get back to Jenny?
She did not. I checked her replies. She married?
Oh, that's terrible.
I don't know.
She got a guy, I guess.
Boo.
Oh, man.
I need a girl.
That's kind of...
I walked to our supermarket with her once as she was walking her dog.
Wait, now, did you walk with her or just kind of look at her and try to...
no.
Oh, you chatted with her?
Yeah, because she was walking that way, and it was after her accident. She had the neck collar on.
Brace.
And the paparazzi were outside my building for like a week trying to get that shot. And, of course, part of me was thinking,
hey, get me in there.
Because they never got the shot of her all effed up. Because she had, like, a black eye, and it was bad, man.
Did you make a joke? Like, hey, what's that? Why'd the doctors do that? To keep you from licking your balls?
No, we just had small chat. She was very nice, though. I just asked her legitimately. I'm like, hey, man, how you doing? Jesus. And she was, oh, thanks for asking. And then we just talked a little.
And then, Kim Novak. Did you see that?
Oh, yes.
What the fuck kind of... Well, the plastic surgeon.
What's up with Kim Novak? What is this?
I don't know.
Nebraska?
Hey, look at that.
Thank you,
Roland.
What do you think of the Oscars, Ro?
Oh, Roland's
We should have had him have a full report
guy.
on the Oscars.
Yeah.
Well, I fell asleep, boys.
Oh, you fell
How long into it?
I woke up in and out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was tired.
Ellen's monologue was
I was tired. Then I just saw Kimmel, which was funny.
Are you a Kimmel guy or a Fallon guy?
Kimmel.
Oh, yeah, you used to work for Kimmel.
Yeah.
No, yeah, you did, of course, yeah.
So, he's funny.
I mean, Roland can still put together an entertainment report around the Oscars for like 8 o'clock.
That would be good. Could you do that for us today, Roland?
A little summation, wrap it up.
Yeah,
Sure.
but don't touch any of the ground that we touched.
No.
Yeah.
I won't touch any ground.
We'll get some
Roland.
music. We'll produce the shit out of this.
Roland, your boy might be suing the other Cronut guy.
Oh, your Cronut guy.
What happened?
You haven't heard the story yet?
No.
Got a guy in Little Italy that's selling Cronuts?
Selling fake Cronuts.
And your boy there is thinking of suing him? That's not, I don't know, man. I don't think I would sue anyone that's in Little Italy.
Oh, forget it. They're going to find your Cronut guy in a fucking...
Big lawsuit about to go down.
Like Carbone.
Because he went to L.A. to sell cronuts and he sold out.
Of course he sold out because he brought 20.
Oh.
Yeah. Limited engagement?
I love your guy. I go there every once in a while, and he treats me like a superstar. But the guy's got to make more Cronuts at this point.
Shit.
Well, people stayed 2 days online to get the cronuts in L.A.
2 days.
How many did he make? Do you know?
Only like a couple hundred.
Come on. He goes all the way to L.A. with a couple hundred Cronuts?
No, he makes it. He made it there fresh.
No, I know. I'm just saying.
Did he bring him on and carry on in his luggage? They're all mushed against his suitcase. I want to go in there for a nice dessert and then rub my stomach after and go, oh, I shouldn't have.
You see the Cronut lawsuit? We have it in our prep sheet?
I didn't see it.
I heard it on the news.
I heard it on the news, too, on the way in.
Oh, no.
A guy right around the corner selling Cronuts. And selling them. They don't look... Oh, wait, it's in the paper.
Do they look like Cronuts?
Not really.
No?
Oh, got it.
It's a shitty version of the Cronut.
It's a fugazi.
It's like crumb nuts
There it is.
that crumbs have.
Huh?
Crumbs have
look.
crumb nuts.
Crow, no, they didn't.
What?
That's the headline.
Doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, look, new Cronut, $2.
The Canal Street area is notorious for knockoff handbags and watches, and now fake Cronuts.
Cronut.
A bakery is being accused of peddling an unofficial version of the world-famous croissant donut hybrid created and trademarked by our pal, especially Roland's pal, Dominique Ansel. Customers say they taste the same and they are only $2.
Oh, boy.
Crowed a saleswoman hawking the baked goods as Cronuts at City Egg Claire Bakery on Hester Street in Little Italy Sunday morning. Oh, boy.
Sounds like big trouble in the Cronut industry.
So, Dunkin' Donuts has their rip-off version, too, right?
They all do now.
Dunkin' Donuts?
So, Dominic kind of screwed this one up, don't you think? He should have made a lot more money.
Crumbs have their crumb nuts, but that just tastes like a piece of ass.
It does.
Enough with
I
crumbs.
flip them off every time I walk by crumbs.
You can't be a fan of crumbs.
No.
I hate crumbs.
They're the worst.
They are absolutely
they used to be
worst.
good, like the Cake Boss. And then once you franchise it, it's,
What is crumbs?
It's one of these cupcake shops.
It used to be really good,
Sounds good,
but they're
though.
franchised everywhere.
They're horrible, man. Magnolia's kicks its ass.
I like Magnolia, too.
Do you like a cupcake, Jim?
Dude, I fucking love it.
I like Billy's Bakery is better than Magnolia. People who used to work at Magnolia open their own bakery.
Right.
It's delicious.
The cupcake. I just think there's better cake out there.
Yeah, but nice frosting.
A little red velvet.
Yeah. You eat the icing?
Yes, I do.
Oh.
You gotta eat the icing. I
love the icing. Sometimes when I was a boy, and keep this between us, I would just eat the icing and leave the cakey part.
Oh, man.
I swear.
Oh.
What are you, my kid?
It's crazy.
That's what kids do. I was a little lad.
It's like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
We have celebratory cake
Like eating
tomorrow.
the top of a muffin.
What did Roland just say?
We have celebratory cake tomorrow for Eric's birthday.
There's an R in
His
that
birthday
word.
was like yesterday.
Yeah, still, we'll celebrate tomorrow for cake.
Looking at his little gifts it was like just staring into the world of a child.
What, Eric's gifts?
Yeah.
What, you tweeted your gifts over the weekend?
Instagram.
Instagram? What's your
Just
Instagram? E-Rock Radio?
The little toys.
Oh my God, you're kidding.
He's got little...
What are those?
Vinyl figures.
It's the complete 6-inch set of Doctor Who.
Oh.
Jimmy's just moaning.
I can't think. If you had to, like, what order, where that would come on my list of things I wanted for my birthday, it would be after cancer patients' bedpan.
It's just a world we don't know anything about.
No.
There's so many people into this. What are those?
Those are the Simpsons zombie vinyl kid robot toys. They look like the Simpsons, but they're zombies from the Halloween special.
I'm caught between, like, wanting to burn Eric's house down and being, like, really admiring the way he has it set up in the basement. Like, that's really cool the way it is. Like, you got your shit the way everyone wants their shit.
Oh, he's displaying them nicely?
Yeah, yeah, it's great.
What's that?
That's a vinyl Buddha Homer.
But what is that? How much is that worth?
Probably like $50.
What?
It'll never be worth.
Exclusives from Comic-Cons.
Yeah, but you can't collect new stuff anymore, right? Because everyone collects the new stuff, which means the price will never go up.
Yeah, it's crazy mass-produced. It's all like, you know...
Right.
You only get it if you want it. You don't do it for any...
It's not an investment, it's a collection.
Yeah, it's something I wanted.
It's a hobby. Pleasure.
Yes.
You just look at it and go, ah.
Like a little Homer Buddha.
It's awesome.
What else you get for your birthday?
Zombie Bart.
It glows in the dark.
Did you like it?
I love it.
It glows in the dark.
Glows in the dark.
6-inch zombie figure.
Okay.
Yeah.
This was, I mean...
Oh, wow.
The number one, right?
It's actually the number 2.
Exactly.
I knew that was happening.
That's great. That's a Lego Simpsons.
The Simpsons Lego set.
House.
Over 71,000 pieces.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
That big 12-plus age thing is a little
2,500
distracting.
pieces. No, that's just the model number.
Sorry.
71,000
I thought
pieces
that
would be
was
an
the
insane
case.
amount of
Yeah, I know.
I was going to say, that's like...
Well, they're small. You
Over 71,000 pieces, you thought?
You could build your own house.
Yeah, real
don't
house.
have that on the shuttle.
All right.
I'm all in
read
with
the wrong number.
I'm all in with Legos, by the way. I did my first one with my kid.
They're awesome.
Oh.
I did the Toy Story train thing. Built 3 or 4 like train cars, and I was all in.
therapeutic.
But I also threw the whole thing out.
Therapeutic.
Yeah, what else are you going to do when it's done?
Well, he played with it to the point, and then it was like falling apart, and I couldn't keep it together anymore. So I said, "All right, this has got to go now."
Down the chute?
Yeah, he didn't notice.
No, but you keep it because then you build other Lego stuff. You get like a big bin of them, and then you make your own stuff.
I don't think that's what people do anymore.
No.
Like there's specialized pieces on some of
That's
these
why
things now.
I don't think it's that special.
It's not.
It's kind of fun to put together, but it's not special.
It's like putting together a model, though. It's not like the old days where you just got Legos. It's like make your own fucking thing.
Make something really
Figure
cool
it
out of it, right?
Now it's like a kit, and there's instructions and where to put everything. It's like, that's not fucking around with Legos and really using your imagination.
You know what we should do? We should get, like, uber geeks in here.
Yeah.
We get one of these Lego sets. We could go with the Simpsons house or whatever, right?
Yeah.
And we give them all a box. But we rip open the bags, mix up all the pieces, and take the instructions and see who the fuck could actually build it.
Actually build it?
Good luck.
Because that's what I'm saying. But that would be a cool contest. Do they run contests like that?
No.
It's usually take the blocks and build a new design so they can buy it and then mass produce it.
Right.
They probably run contests like that, but not on radio.
Yeah, good point. I want to see what these guys could actually do if you throw the instructions away. Because you're fucked without the instructions.
Yeah, you'll have to deal with very angry people.
Really?
Some people just go, the money's not worth it, I'm leaving.
Really?
Yeah.
I bet you there's people out there that can figure it out to a point.
Possible.
But it's like you can't just make something else out of.
No.
You know, they got the Lego Simpsons house.
And it's all pre-cut.
Now make something else. It's like, no, you can't.
Well, maybe that's cool. Maybe that's even a better contest, not for the radio, as Jimmy had to point out and embarrass me with. But maybe that's the thing. You take that and then go, all right, make anything but the Simpsons house and see how creative people could get.
Well, if you wait a few more months, the Ghostbusters set is coming out.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
With Ecto 1 and the fire tower and everything.
What?
I was reading about it. They're not building the house.
They're not building the house?
No.
Oh. That's disappointing.
That's the Ghostbusters car with the characters.
No firehouse?
No firehouse.
No fucking big skyscraper building, devil building?
I wish.
All right, listen.
I also got Billy Joel tickets, so.
Hey.
Oh. For MSG?
Yep.
A big boy present, too.
Yeah. What's your favorite song?
My Life, maybe?
Ew. Captain Jack.
Captain Jack.
Get you high tonight.
I like
Moving Out.
I like Piano Man.
Moving Out's good, too.
Yeah, you can't argue with, like, the, piano.
I enjoyed the man's entire catalog.
I enjoy my life.
I love how these artists can just sit in one place now.
He has
residency at MSG, basically, right?
I think it's once a month, and then in December, it's 12 sold-out shows.
Jeez.
Once a month. And then I think he mixes it up, too, right?
Yeah.
Is he doing the album thing yet, like a lot of these artists do?
That I'm not
Where
sure.
you do the
if he's
whole
doing
album
an
from beginning to end?
But Colin ruined with one of his tweets. Tell her about it, because I enjoyed that song. And Colin wrote, like, listening to Tell Her About It, gang. And then the hashtag was, tell her all your crazy dreams.
Fucking guy.
And I'm like, oh, no. And I listened to the song again. When that line came up, my stomach hurt. I was like, tell her all my dreams.
It's no Asia.
No, Supergroup.
Well,
first one, right?
Thank you, yes.
Yes, first Supergroup.
Scott Shannon thanks Opie and Anthony on his first show for CBS FM.
Smart man.
There's only one thing that's going to result from this.
Yeah.
We have to get Imus and Scott fighting each other over who wear their boys.
Right.
And
That's
boys.
You know what?
Todd's not a fan.
This is what we could do for Scott Shannon, because we're not in the regular radio world, and if you did this in regular radio, you'd be fucked. There are guys out there right now with a fucking people meter.
Yeah.
Just turn it to CBS FM.
Yeah.
Give our new pal Scott Shannon some nice ratings today. We could say that.
That's true. And
you said that on regular radio, you would be fucked.
Give him the big ratings and then turn them off. And then you have to explain the most catastrophic drop-off in radio history.
All right, we're going to break here. We got Scott Shannon audio thanking us on his first day at CBS FM. How weird is that, considering the history he has with this radio show? I was also thinking over the weekend, you have to have him voice Jocktober this year.
Scott?
He has to voice Jocktober.
That'd be hilarious.
I'm sure he'll be
He
all
has
about
to
it.
do that. Well, he said he would come in here.
Yeah.
That
He
would be-
emailed me over the weekend.
What did he say?
Thanking him.
Nagel.
Yeah.
Let me read my note again. That was funny.
So funny.
Hey, Benedict Arnold.
Fat Nagel kid.
Send me an email thanking you guys. He had a great time. It was a lot of fun. He definitely does want to come in. So
Yeah, that's great.
And he's got a voice Jocktober. That would be great.
Oh, that would be good.
And his wife even emailed.
Oh.
And she said,
wait, you know his wife?
No. She emailed the work account, the Opie and Anthony.
Right.
And she said, thank you for inviting him into our family.
Oh, look at that.
Which was nice. So.
Wait, what?
Thank you for inviting Scott into our family.
Into, our little family, yes.
No, we're all in. I'm not even joking, man. We're all in.
He just tweeted you guys, too. And
what's his Twitter?
The new one is...
I got tricked by that fake one.
Oh,
the guy's doing a pretty good job with the fake ones.
Scott Shannon CBS.
Scott Shannon CBS.
That's his new show account.
Scott Shannon CBS. So everyone follow that. If you have a people meter, just have it on, especially during the commercial breaks, and pick up some CBS.
This is so great. Just shouted Opie, Anthony, and E-Rock from the O&A show. Thanks for the support.
That's great.
That's pretty cool, man.
My boys.
There were a couple other things we were going to tease, but whatever. We got good stuff around the corner. Try not to curse as much.
Oh, right.
We'll be back.
I failed.
Yeah, me.
The Opie and Anthony Show will be right back. Until then, I'm the captain now.
SiriusXM is your home for college basketball's conference tournaments. Thursday, tournament action tips off with the Missouri Valley, West Coast, Ohio Valley, and Big South Conference tournaments.
Ball is in the air. Good.
Upsets.
Oh, my goodness.
Furious finishes.
And the game is over.
Buzzer beaters.
Buzzer. Kentucky wins.
To find your team, go to SiriusXM.com/college sports.
The Bruins are going to have their dancing shoes on again.
The biggest college basketball games are on SiriusXM.
Pretty incredible.
Don't think you can fit a degree program into your already busy life? Check out California Coast University. Online programs are affordable with interest-free payment plans. Work at your own pace or graduate in as little as 9 months. Call CCU today to see how much academic credit you'll get for your professional or military experience. 855-66-ENROLL or visit calcoast.edu. Apply now and get half off your enrollment fee. That's 855-66-ENROLL or calcoast.edu.
Hi, I'm Briggs Sorber, CEO of Two Men in a Truck. Some might say I'm an expert in helping someone get from here to there. Admit it, you've been thinking it's time to make your move. From cubicle to corner office, from a backseat rider to a business driver, from number taker to taking control. Get there by starting a franchise with Two Men in a Truck, a success-driven organization built by people just like you. Two Men in a Truck franchise opportunities can get you from here to there. Visit thebusinessofmoving.com for more details.
If you're overwhelmed by debt and thinking about going to a credit counseling company for help, think again, because the majority of those companies actually work for the credit card companies, and they make the credit card companies a lot of money from people just like you. But there's another way out of debt, and it's not bankruptcy, a way to reduce your debts and save you thousands of dollars. Even better, you can find out how for free by calling 1-800-508-2757. At Freedom Debt Relief, we're not a credit counseling organization. We're not a debt consolidation company. We offer a unique alternative to save you the most money possible to resolve your debt in the shortest amount of time. If you're thinking about a credit counselor, ask yourself this. Are they working for you or the credit card companies? Reduce your debts and save thousands of dollars by learning the secrets to settling your debt. For free information, call 1-800-508-2757. That's 1-800-508-2757. 1-800-508-2757.
As an owner-operator, you deserve the freedom and ability to maximize your earning potential. While some companies offer cents per mile, Landstar pays you a percentage of every load you haul. That means as rates go up, so do your earnings. There's no need to wait for a new gimmick or change to the pay package. It happens right away. More freedom, more revenue makes Landstar the right choice for owner-operators. Visit lease2landstar.com or call 877-472-0099 today.
After 20 years of broadcasting excellence, Opie and Anthony have created a show that doesn't allow a moment to be missed. So don't. Catch what you didn't hear or listen to it all over again. The Opie and Anthony Encore, starting at 11 a.m. Eastern Time, 8 a.m. Pacific Time, and all throughout the day. Only here on the Opie and Anthony channel. It's real.
SiriusXM is home to one of blue collar's brightest stars.
Off the Cuff with Bill Ebal.
On Blue Collar Radio.
It's pretty much just us rednecks.
It's just smart aleck answers to stupid questions.
What moron came up with this concept? The internet!
Funny parents don't make for good comedians. Crazy parents make for good comedians. Edge of your seat radio.
Off the Cuff with Bill Ebal.
Hell yeah.
Blue Collar Radio.
SiriusXM 97.
Or on the SiriusXM app.
Everybody's talking about us.
Calling all makeup lovers. Bare Minerals Foundation just won its 9th Glammy Award for Best Prestige Foundation. And to celebrate, we're offering risk-free trials to all women nationwide. That's right. Every woman who calls right now can get a full-size risk-free trial of our #1 selling foundation. Plus, a free 5-piece makeup set. For yours, call 1-800-953-6233. This is an exclusive, radio-only offer you don't want to miss. Bare Minerals Foundation gives you flawlessly beautiful coverage with a no-makeup feel. And it's clinically proven to promote clearer, healthier-looking skin for all skin types. No wonder it's won 9 Glammys in a row. And now you can try it for yourself. Call now to find out how you can participate in our nationwide risk-free trial and join the millions who've already tried Bare Minerals Foundation and fallen in love with their skin again. Plus, we'll send you a free 5-piece makeup set, our gift to you. Hurry, don't miss this exclusive radio-only offer. 1-800-953-6233. 1-800 953-6233.
How often do you think about work? Pretty often, right? Well, how often do you think about backing up the computer files that keep your business going? I'm guessing not nearly as often. That's okay if you have cloud backup from Carbonite. With Carbonite, you can forget about backing up your computer files and stay focused on growing your business because Carbonite backs up your computer files for you automatically and continually. And no matter how many computers, external drives, or servers you have, Carbonite has a plan that makes good financial sense for you. So don't let your business slow down or shut down because you lost your computer files. Trust the company that's trusted by over 50,000 small businesses to protect their computer files. Carbonite. Find out how easy backup can be by starting a free trial today. No credit card is required. It really is a free trial. Use offer code RADIO at Carbonite.com and you'll get 2 free bonus months if you decide to buy. That's Carbonite.com. Offer code RADIO.
Guys, when that special moment's there, anxiety or aging can cause frustrating issues. That's why millions of men depend on the little blue pill to keep their passion going strong. And now, getting the generic form of that same amazing blue pill is easy, with the convenience of ordering right from your home, without the high cost of pharmacy prices. Don't pay up to $15 per tablet when you can get 60 full-potency tablets for just over $2 per tablet, delivered discreetly right to your door. But wait, order now and we'll give you an additional 8 tablets free. Our highly trained customer support staff will give you all the clinical facts and answer any questions you may have. And with our complete money-back guarantee, your satisfaction is guaranteed. Join the thousands of men who are paying less for the tablets their relationships need and enjoy our completely private, discreet home delivery service. For this limited-time bonus tablet offer, call 1-800-405-4286. 1-800-405-4286. 1-800-405-4286.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Ambulance 14 responding. From USA Network and executive producer Dennis Leary comes a new original comedy about 3 EMTs who are great at their job.
No, you got a dead man here. Not yet. I mean, that's why we're here.
But not so great at everything else.
You still live with your parents?
No, they live upstairs. I live downstairs. Whole separate floor.
Sirens, a new original series. Premieres this Thursday at 10, 9 Central on USA Network. Comedy's welcome.
Opie and Anthony have been creating broadcasting magic for 20 years. Dug from the O&A vaults, this is a 20th anniversary O&A radio gem.
Oh, Jesus Christ, what the fuck is he doing here?
Oh, my God, please. He
no! All right, I know what the fuck he did. I know what the fuck he did.
My heart just stopped.
Yes, and it should.
It's very obvious he has no clue, and I'm off the hook. I just surprised people out of nowhere. It turns into Baby Diaper Mustache Day. Today happens to be one of those days, and the odds of it actually happening are slim. But when we saw your face at the door, I'm like, oh my!
Yeah, because he's somebody that would have been
listening.
Because
you have stopped by with the baby too before.
The bottom line is, you would take baby shit and put it under here.
Yeah,
get the hell out of here.
You make a little mustache with baby shit.
It's green. Fuck my audition. Fuck you.
It's green.
Fuck you. You set me up.
Oh, it's fucking green.
Oh, Bobby's puking. Get him a pail. Oh, shit, get him a pail.
I don't care. I'll fucking puke. I want to see it on his lips.
Fuck all of you.
You never.
Bobby can't take it.
What are the odds that I got to set you guys up?
Oh my God! He's putting on surgical gloves.
Why are you putting on surgical gloves?
So he can handle.
What's wrong with your baby? What's
he can
wrong
handle
with her?
the diaper.
Nothing. I want to just fiddle through this myself.
Let's go. Let's make a nice Yosemite Sam.
Holy shit! I just got my first whiff.
Oh,
dude,
disgusting.
Dude, you gotta bring it.
All right, open up the diaper. Let's see what's in there.
Oh my God! Oh, Bobby, look. It looks like.
It looks like he ate.
Oh, Dad! Oh, fuck! It's like Dinty Moore beef stew.
Do it. Hey,
Ladies and gentlemen, this is called Baby Diaper Mustache.
Oh.
Opie! Oh, no! Oh, my God, no! Oh, no!
Get it off! He fell on the floor. He fell on the floor. He did it. He took 2 fingers, wiped it right under his nose. Now he can't get the smell out of his head. Where is he? He's going. All right, he's running off to the bathroom. Holy shit!
Opie and Anthony are back. On with the fart jokes. On Sirius XM.
Listen, boy, I don't want to see you let a good thing slip away. You know I don't like watching anybody make the same mistakes I made. She's a real nice girl and she's always there for you. But a nice girl
like
will
this.
tell you what you should do.
So what should you do?
Oh, listen, boy, I'm sure that you think you got it all under control. You don't want somebody telling you the way to stay.
You like this one, Jim?
Yes, I do.
You're a big boy now and you'll never let her go.
Yeah.
But that's just the kind of thing she ought to know.
Oh, yeah.
Tell her about it.
Yes.
Everything you feel. Give her every reason to accept that you're for real.
All right.
What is he saying?
Tell her about it. Tell her all your crazy dreams.
No, not so much.
That line lost.
Tell her all your crazy dreams.
What if you have a dream that's disgusting?
Yeah.
Like you want to make a race of dog humans. So you've been having sex with dogs. That's your crazy dream.
Or literally crazy dreams where you just murder and stuff.
I dreamt that I killed you and Danny, and I chopped you up in a little bits with an axe.
That was a crazy dreams.
We got the Scott Shannon giving us a shout out.
That's
starting
nice
his show today. We're Team Scott here on the Opie and Anthony show.
On CBS.
CBS
I hate to say I told you so, but if anyone remembers, I did predict.
What'd you say?
That he would be a friend of the show. And
really?
He would, yes, his show would be better than Todd's.
Wait, you predicted this?
I certainly did. As we were walking down the hallway from the bathroom. I said Scott Shannon is going to...
He couldn't have been cooler when he called in. It was unbelievable. I've never seen a turn like that.
He's old school,
in all these years.
Yeah.
We've had people come through here after we beat the shit out of them, and they turn the audience.
Yep.
But the way he did it on Friday was just a work of art.
Oh, yeah.
A work of art. And this is what he just said on his brand new show this morning.
And I do want to thank somebody. It's a little bit off the wall, but I got to tell you, I had a good time with Opie and Anthony last week.
Oh, that was one of the funniest things I've ever heard in my life.
I've always been fans of theirs.
Yeah.
And it hasn't always worked out the other way.
No, I haven't heard.
Let's put it that way. So I finally just said, what do I got to lose? What can they tell? What can they say?
Right.
They've already said everything nasty and mean, So we went on and we had a good time. And I got to tell you what, I got a lot of nice email and Facebook hits from some of their people, the O&A militia, from around the country. Good Lord.
A lot of them, right?
I didn't know that many people listened to them.
Jeez, I didn't either.
Over on Sirius XM, but they thank you guys. They really did a good job.
Wait a minute, was that a little shot? Was that a shot right there? A little bit, right? All right, that's it. Is that a little shot?
Bunch of assholes we are.
That's it. Just sitting on the edge of our seats, just waiting. I think that woman took a little shot at us.
It's over.
Who was that woman? And then a little dirt, a little subtle dirt, E-Rock's telling me on this next clip. One more clip from Scott Shannon.
I think more people got blown out than just Scott recently.
Right.
Okay.
And he's talking about a little bit?
A little bit. I think as time goes on, he's going to start saying more and more.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
so we'll keep an eye on
he was
it.
there for a very long time, and we got the impression that they just kicked him out the door.
Right.
Yep.
That's what it
Possibly
seemed like.
right down the stairs with his headphones still on.
Rolled him in the chair he was sitting on, like fucking Richard Widmark.
That's the end of that headphone jack clinking on the stairs as he's rolling down. Right.
You traffic-loving old hag.
You get the hell out of here.
Yeah, I always hated. I told you I hated how Todd was after a while. I turned and kind of started liking Scott because I felt bad for him. Like, you could tell this young jerk-off or younger guy who thought, like, I know which direction we should go in, and I know what this... And you, like, Todd, you're not a funny dude.
Yeah. No, you're not funny, and, you know, to say you're going to reinvent regular radio, that's impossible.
It's not interesting.
You're not going to be the guy. I'm sorry.
Fucking phone scams.
Going to reinvent terrestrial radio and then proceeds to do the exact same things he was doing.
Right. Yeah, you have to get rid of all that stuff and start completely fresh and build from there. But he just loves a good phone scam.
Does he ever?
Loves it. Loves it.
How's that hashtag going? Still going well?
Still active.
Oh, boy.
Because we got to move on with our radio show, but we don't want the knuckleheads to move on
Hashtag
as
the Todd
quickly as
Show.
us.
Oh, yeah.
Hashtag the Todd Show. Okay. But Scott Shannon had this to say about his old place of employment.
Yeah.
It is so amazing to walk around a radio station and find people in offices and at their desk where I just worked. They pretty much cleared out the whole place. Mm-hmm. It's very funny. You haven't been up there lately, Joe.
No, I was banished.
Oh, my God. Another place, huh? Oh, yeah. It had to remind me of that, didn't it? By the way, Hinckley wrote about that this morning.
Really?
You see that yet?
No. What happened?
What happened is Joe was a bad boy, I guess. He put the knife in the back of the Scott and Todd show.
Me?
Oh,
it's you, huh? Oh, that's so well.
You're the one.
I'm the one.
We hadn't spoken for quite some time, so we had a little chat and worked things out. Thank God.
Yeah.
Wow.
He is the #1 traffic reporter in North America, so he can get away with a little whatever you want to call it.
What happened there?
Oh, it's radio. You know, it's not just PLJ. They're just assholes.
Yeah.
I would love to say it's just PLJ, but when they're done with you, man, they are done with you.
Goodbye.
Right.
Yeah. One of the hashtag the Todd Show tweets is now. I mean, they're turning Scott Shannon into an internet hero now.
Oh,
they have Scott Shannon's face on Danny Trejo's body.
Nice.
It says Team Scott is greater than Machete.
Nice.
Oh, wow. And then the caption says Chuck Norris never heard of her.
Oh,
Wow. As if to say Scott Shannon is tougher than Machete and Chuck Norris combined.
Oh, yeah.
Which is really tough.
That's pretty tough.
But Scott sounds very energetic. I hope he just goes for it. I mean, he's an older broadcaster. You have nothing to lose.
You know, it's good. That just sounded
don't
like...
hold back.
That sounded like a show that's already been... That doesn't sound like a first day show.
No.
That's a show that's like already been on. Very natural, not like the Todd's fucking first show, which...
You thought that sounded first day-ish?
Oh, God. Just horrible. Trying way too hard. Swing and a miss on everything.
Sweepers for everything they talk about.
It makes me physically ill how that guy thinks he's doing great radio.
Yeah.
It's the most... what's annoying is it's the biggest bunch of hack nonsense. It's not fun.
And then, Scott, you listen to that. That was just natural conversation with, like, real people.
Todd's not a young guy.
No.
He's
what
not
do
young.
you mean over there, Sammy?
And that's not funny. That voice is not funny.
Yes, it is. I do all my prank calls like this.
Fake.
So bad.
Yeah.
Prank calls.
I call everybody. I do one an hour.
With his dumb
One
fucking
an
name.
hour?
This is my voice.
Fuck.
Why do you talk like that?
Like,
Jerky
just
boy's
funny.
voice.
Did somebody screen capped?
Yes, I saw the Wikipedia page.
Yeah, how funny was that?
I read the whole thing. It was not good.
Oh, really?
Did somebody change his wiki page?
I don't know. Maybe he did it.
Wiki. That might just be the facts.
I think so.
What are the facts?
Well, it says...
That's right, I have been. Thank you, Ryan.
Should we print it up and highlight it?
No, it's short.
Okay.
Here it is.
Okay.
Since August 1991, Pettengill has been the co-host of the WPLJ Morning Show with Scott Shannon, where he is known for his phone scams, in which he rehashes old Jerky Boys routines from the 1990s and passes them off as his original ideas.
That's good. It's true.
That's great.
After this is Wikipedia, so it's true.
Of course.
After being responsible for booting Shannon from WPLJ, Pettengill became the sole host of the terribly hack The Todd Show in the Morning on WPLJ.
Do you think it's hacky?
I do. But there's nothing that I love more than an edited Wikipedia page.
Oh, yeah.
It'll just tickle me every time.
Well, good luck to Scott Shannon.
Yes.
He's
to
a good start.
Off and running.
Off to a good start.
Yeah.
So, what else were we going to do after the break?
Nice
we got Brian Greene coming in today.
Yes.
Yeah.
He is a physicist.
He's very smart.
Oh, yeah? Another one of these smart guys, huh?
He's very smart.
Going to come on here and make us sound silly?
I think so. I think that's going to happen.
What's his big thing?
He's a string theory guy, right?
Yeah, he's a physicist.
Does he have like a claim to fame physicist thing?
Yeah. Jimmy was in Pittsburgh over the weekend, and I heard it went great, and this guy just needs to talk about Pittsburgh.
Oh.
Hold on a minute. Let's say hi to Justin in Pittsburgh. Justin.
Hello, Justin.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Hi, buddy.
Hey, Jimmy, I saw you on Friday. It was fantastic.
Thank you.
And I'm glad to see that you're going the way of Michael J. Fox because you're a great performer, but yet you can't control your extremities, apparently.
What do you mean?
Well, let's see. You just spilled coffee this morning in the studio,
and
on Friday you dropped the mic in the middle of a child molestation joke.
Yeah, I did. It was a mic with a cord, and I was standing on it, and I didn't realize it. I went to move my arm, and the mic fell out of my hand. Like a clod.
Oh, shit, that's funny.
Yeah, I couldn't have done a more rank amateur move.
Did the audience notice?
Boy, it was a dull thud in front of 1,000 people. Thank you, sir.
All right, very good.
Yeah, Brian Greene is a string theory guy.
All right.
So does he do like a show?
He's done a bunch of books. He does TV appearances all the time. He just did a TED Talk.
TED Talk?
That's right!
No,
Ted.
What's
Not one
TED
of those.
Ted's String Emporium for those with theories.
Yeah, all right, that's cool. What are we going to talk about? What's his thing?
I think
we're going to talk about like.
Where's the prep sheet?
Is there something like?
Maybe it is.
Because all these guys got like a something. Like Michio Kaku.
Greene received his undergraduate degree from Harvard University.
Harvard
in 1984. And his doctorate from Oxford University.
Oh.
Looks like we got an overachiever.
Yeah, looks like we got a reader.
Where he was a Rhodes Scholar?
A Rhodes Scholar.
Holy fuck. That's that's just like going to Geneseo and joining a fraternity. and dropping marshmallows on the rival frat house. Professor Greene is widely recognized for a number of groundbreaking discoveries in his field of superstring theory. He's into superstring theory.
Superstring.
Including the co-discovery of mirror symmetry, which launched a vibrant field of research in physics and mathematics, and also the discovery of topology change, which showed that, unlike Einstein's general relativity, in string theory, the fabric of space can tear apart.
Oh, man.
So more stuff to be scared about when you go to bed at night because of this guy.
I don't think space is ever going to rip.
No.
I think you go to bed at night, you wake up the next morning, space didn't rip.
Imagine looking up in the sky and there's just a giant tear down the middle of space.
What would be behind the tear?
I know.
See? Some crazy other space stuff.
A giant foot. Just something you didn't expect.
A giant space penis.
Look out.
Greene is the co-founder and director of Columbia's Institute for Strings. Wow. I don't know. This guy is smart, man.
This is going to be, I'm not going to understand one thing.
His first book.
Yeah.
The Elegant Universe.
Oh.
Wow, there are fucking people that are just so smart.
Oh, he's the elegant guy?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
His second book, The Fabric of the Cosmos, spent half a year on the New York Times bestseller list. Does he make it easy, though?
Yeah, he's an entertaining guy.
So if I pick up one of these books, I might be able to follow along?
I mean, you gotta focus.
Oh, boy.
I'll try.
Good luck with
I sure
that.
will try.
Maybe keep all reading to the shitter.
And then we got the dog dude coming in.
Were you disappointed?
Of course.
When's he coming in?
Caesar, it's 10 o'clock.
Oh.
What? Yeah.
Cesar Millan.
You don't like... You like the dog guy?
Where's Travis's dog? I
Love
thought
the
you were bringing
dog
your
guy.
dumb dog in.
Oh, thank God he didn't.
You should have brought your cat in today.
Oh, please.
Really fuck him up.
Why?
Just didn't work out.
Well, it didn't work out. What, the dog said no?
Yeah, Dexter's busy. Yeah.
You're not allowed to bring him in?
Well, I think there's rules in the building. As
Oh,
far
no,
as-
there's not.
as far as
Nicole
dogs go.
brings her dog in all the time.
Yeah, I know, but I wouldn't be bringing mine in personally. I can't just. I have a job to do.
Did it suffocate in its sleep?
No.
Oh, man.
Jesus.
Perfectly fine.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that's...
That rotten dog.
Does it have any bad habits?
No. He's
See?
a perfect dog.
Then what are you going to do?
You didn't want Cesar Millan to mess up your dog's brain.
Yeah.
What are we going to do with him?
I have a lot of dog questions.
Talk about dogs.
You ever get bitten? Go.
Although we said the same thing with Isaac, and that turned out to be a terrific interview. Even though Colin tried to knock us down.
He did.
He lost that battle.
Yes, he did.
He did.
You weren't here when he called in to try to rip our Isaac interview
The
apart.
Isaac interview was great. And, of course, we missed a major thing on Isaac.
What?
Which, is frustrating. He was in Wattstacks. You guys know what that is? That's a very famous, bunch of black performers. Richard Pryor was in it.
Oh, really?
He's making all these pimps laugh. And Isaac was talking a lot different than Isaac on the Love Boat.
Oh, was he?
And I got that because I was in Pittsburgh doing radio.
Oh,
and that guy
man.
knew.
I never heard of it. Never heard of it.
You should have sent us a note.
I didn't know it either.
Yeah. Yeah, Carl tried to fucking...
What could he have possibly said? Why do you listen to him?
No, we didn't. No.
Oh, when he called up, the first thing he said is, when you were talking to Mandela, I mean Ted Lange.
We called him out, though, because he didn't hear the interview.
No.
The knuckleheads, our listeners,
Of course.
got a hold of Colin. And then Colin went back and listened to the interview.
Yeah.
And then I think he tried a little too hard on that one.
Yeah, it was a very good interview. It was fun.
Got to fight back.
Had a nice hang with Ted Lange. What do you want us to do when he comes in?
Oh, no, I didn't expect him to be as good as he was.
No, it was fun.
Hey, back to the Oscars. So we read Jenny Hutt's terrific tweets.
Oh, no.
Yeah, we did.
One guy that killed it last night was Donald Trump. Donald Trump killed it. Was that really him?
I was reading that shit all night.
Was that really him?
Yeah.
The Donald. He just doesn't care anymore.
He just doesn't care is right.
Wasn't even saying anything.
Could you start from the beginning of his tweets for the Oscars?
Yeah.
I think every one is worth reading really fast.
Yeah, he's just like...
Where is it? He's got a big tournament this weekend.
Oh, a little golf.
Well,
he's living the life of Riley.
The pros are playing the Cadillac.
Yeah.
Okay.
On one of his courses. All right, here we go.
So
Go ahead, Sam.
So he's watching the Oscars, I guess, and this is what starts to get him. He goes, "Is this boring or is it just me?" Hashtag Oscars.
Right.
Then he just starts going nuts for the rest of the night.
Yeah.
Just terrible.
That's all he writes. Just
Starting at what time?
At the beginning of the show.
Which isn't fair, because Ellen had a great set.
She was great.
To open up the thing.
He writes terrible.
Right. But it's
then-
still funny that he's just beating the crap out of it.
And then he writes, "I should host the Oscars just to shake things up.
Oh,
this
boy.
is not good."
Could you imagine him host? What's he going to do?
And then he writes,
"You're fired."
Yeah.
"Certain people are ruining their reputations tonight. Really sad."
Why don't you just say who it is?
Oh.
You're a ballsy guy. Say who it is.
And then he writes, "They must be kidding. Can this be happening?" And then he writes, which is worse and which is more dishonest, the Oscars or the Emmys?"
What do you mean dishonest? It's just a goofy award show.
And then he
talking about.
And then he writes, "Do you believe this singing?"
What is he talking about? Get it.
And this is the exact opposite. Even you guys who would love to trash it couldn't trash it.
No.
He writes, "Ellen is sadly having a hard time with her lines."
Huh. Later on, she was fumbling a little bit, but...
I don't know how much longer I can take this bullshit. It's so terrible. Oh, and then Pink is performing.
Right.
And there's just tweets coming in going, "Oh, Pink killed it. Pink is great. Pink is great."
Right.
Donald Trump. "Judy Garland was much better, to put it mildly."
Why is he so angry?
Millionaire mogul.
Right.
Then he starts retweeting some people saying how great he is.
Right.
Little Andy Lasner, who lives his life through Ellen and has nothing else going for himself, is having a really bad night.
Who's that?
I don't know.
Okay.
I bet that's someone who criticized him on Twitter.
Oh, here's the applause.
Yeah, here it goes.
Here's the applause thing that we were talking about.
They should have allowed applause during the tribute to The Departed. Really bad production. And then on another note, he writes, Bette Midler sucked.
He doesn't fucking mince any words anymore, huh?
He writes, this cannot be the Academy Awards. Awful.
A lot of exclamation points on awful.
He writes, this is amateur night. Who the hell is in charge of this production?
See, it's just a goofy awards show at the end. You're not going to see anything special.
He writes, ooh, he gets a little political. Was President Obama in charge of this year's Academy Awards? They remind me of the Obamacare website. What? That's so stupid.
Just trying to tie it in. Yeah.
Oh, and you know how we said, oh, how could anybody have anything bad to say about Sidney Poitier?
Sure.
Angelina and Sidney had a really strange vibe going.
What?
What was supposed to happen with that?
First of all, she had to walk him out.
Right, he's at the end of his life. It was one of those moments. They always bring out the old guy to give him a little respect before he passes on.
I think he couldn't see the. It looked like he was straining to see the what he was saying.
Oh yeah.
I think he couldn't see the teleprompter.
Right. People get those fucking wet eyes. Holy shit! They're always fucking like tearing up.
It's rough.
Was he tearing up?
Well, not from emotion.
Oh, just from
like they just get that.
It's rough.
Finally, Trump found something he liked.
Oh, good.
Matthew McConaughey is a good choice. Also, nice guy.
Oh, there you go.
All right.
Then he moves on to whoever he's talking about. What is he reading?
Just non-sequiturs.
All right.
I think that might be it.
That was about it.
Good for the Donald.
Oh, and then he wakes up this morning. He's still doing it this morning.
Oh, no.
Oh, really?
He wakes up this morning, and he writes, Ellen was so awkward and insecure last night. The pizza skit was terrible. She should dump Andy Lasner, a guy with absolutely no talent.
Who's Andy Lasner?
I don't know. Is that our manager or
a producer or something of the show? Like, who is it?
Yeah.
Who the hell is Andy Lasner?
Maybe he's a writer? Executive producer of The Ellen Show.
Oh, okay.
Who Donald Trump, I guess, hates.
But The Ellen Show does very well.
Very well.
Huge?
It's been on forever. It's a massive hit.
Huge.
Then he finally ends this morning with, I have always liked Ellen. Done her show numerous times. But she was not good last night. Fumbling and stumbling.
She had some fumbles and stumbles.
But she's getting good reviews.
Not all good reviews.
No, not from the Donald.
Not from the
Isn't that kind of how she is, though? Like, she's kind of
it's that whole quirky
awkward.
thing.
I thought she was really. I thought she looked very comfortable when she came out to do a monologue.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not as obviously qualified to point out somebody doing stand-up as a man like Donald.
Yes.
The Donald.
Yeah.
The Donald,
Yes.
But I thought she was good.
She wore that wacky Hall of Presidents outfit that she had on, though. With the
no,
she looked like a patriot.
Looked like the Quaker Oats.
Quaker Oats guy.
She needed the hat.
Yeah.
She came out in
the hat.
She came out in the Glinda the Good Witch dress.
Yeah.
That was so uncomfortable.
How weird does she look in a dress?
Yeah. That's just she's a pants man.
Yeah.
But she figured it out. Because it doesn't look bad on her for some reason.
The pants?
Yeah.
No, it works.
Well, if you ever saw Mr. Wrong, that movie that she was in with Bill Pullman.
Which, of course, you watch for Bill Pullman.
Seem to get along. Yeah, like a night of collegiality amongst the stars, and I would say no surprise winners.
No, and beginning with Best Picture at the end of the show, as most people expected, 12 Years a Slave did win that award, and they cleaned up, and Gravity, I think, won 7 awards as well. So
American Hustle shut out. Maybe that's a little bit of a surprise.
Did surprise
totally
me.
Shut out.
I
thought it might get something.
Yeah, it was tied to the most nominations.
Me too, guys.
Got nothing. Gravity, American Hustle, as we just said, entered the evening each with 10 nominations, but it was Gravity taking home the most statues, winning 7 of those, including for directing and cinematography. American Hustle went home empty-handed.
Wow. Christian Bale was amazing in that.
He really was.
And it was a good movie.
But he didn't have AIDS.
The Oscars, I think
they should have thrown some AIDS in there.
Maybe a
Just
little AIDS.
sprinkle a few little AIDS
like,
in there.
He's a hustler from Long Island with AIDS.
With AIDS.
Right, just at the end, you know.
Yeah. By the way,
Yes.
this whole time I've had AIDS.
AIDS.
Yeah.
Well, they could do an update on the characters, even. You know,
Like a little screen at the end. he
in
died
1990, he got AIDS.
AIDS.
And that would have helped.
At the end, where they
Yeah, that's it. Got to throw that AIDS in there if you want an Oscar. My God.
I don't like that this the guy from 12 Years a Slave there hijacked Steve McQueen's name either.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
I thought it was something Steve McQueen wrote a long time ago that was just sitting around.
I hear
But they
Steve
finally-
McQueen. I'm like, oh, that guy's cool.
Right.
Fucking Great Escape. For a bullet.
Yeah.
And then it's some black guy with an English accent.
Someone is saying that Donald Trump actually retweeted Bobo last night. There's no way that happened.
Oh, God.
Well, there might because...
Hold on. Ryan, there's no way that happened.
It is. Look at his when he started praising everyone when the show was over. He's like the second tweet on it. Like there's some other person than Bobo.
Wait, Sam just found it. Wait, where is it?
He retweeted Bobo's retweet. Bobo tweeted... he just started goes to Donald Trump best tweets of the night
Oscars,
and it's Bobo.
He did retweet Bobo.
But I mean, I'm not
Who's
surprised.
killing it with the followers, man.
Bobo's
Bobo's up to 132,000 followers.
What the fuck? It's all fake.
I think somebody's buying Bobo a lot of followers.
Bobo's got fake
I think their goal
followers.
is to have Bobo have more followers than us.
Yeah.
And then that son of a bitch will really believe that.
Oh,
that's a real number.
Oh, yeah. Well, he'll give his password out to someone. They'll fuck it up. He'll have to get a new account, and then he'll be back to 50 followers.
Sure. All right. Oh, we didn't really do much on Kim Novak's face.
Yeah, Kim Novak. I don't know what the fuck that was all about.
Who's Kim Novak?
She's an old actress.
She was beautiful.
She was
man.
in
Google image her. She's beautiful. And it's that stupid Hollywood Botox crap where they just start freezing their faces.
That and Goldie Hawn just looked fucking crazy. The Iron Sheik had a good one there.
Yeah.
The Iron Sheik had good tweets
Iron
last
Sheik
night.
was great last night. Go fuck yourself.
He was like...
He just tells people to go fuck themselves.
Are the guys getting the best Oscar tweets from last night?
Yeah.
Make sure they look at Iron Sheiks as well.
Iron Sheik. Yeah, he said that, what did he say about Goldie Hawn? She looked like Garfield.
Goldie Hawn looked like fucking Garfield.
Looked like fucking Garfield.
He wrote, Virgil, best actor in 12 Years a Slave. And then Virgil. He went on this whole diatribe about how much he wanted to beat up Bette Midler.
The Iron Sheik. If you don't follow the Iron Sheik on Twitter, you're a fucking idiot.
Is that really him?
No. It's one of those guys that was in here with him.
Yeah, I think it's his handler.
With
It's
the
probably
glasses.
shit that he says and they just tweet it. Like,
Maybe.
But it's fucking
No, because that
funny.
guy was tweeting when Iron Sheik was in here. He kind of let us know he's running his Twitter account, but it's hilarious.
Cheeseburger tits.
Yeah, it's called Bette Midler cheeseburger tits. He's hilarious.
John Bobbitt, Liza Minnelli, same thing. John Bobbitt.
Get that shit. Yeah,
I think there's a new John Bobbitt, though, or something.
Oh, is there?
I think so, yeah.
Not John Wayne Bobbitt.
Oh, okay.
I think
The
there's
missing penis guy. Holy fuck. That's funny.
Yeah, they'll go through his tweets.
Iron Sheik.
Oh, you wanted to talk about Kim Novak.
Yeah, Kim Novak.
Can we
was,
just play part of her?
Yeah, listen to her voice.
She was in
and look how
Vertigo, by the way.
Weird she is.
Yeah, well.
The original?
Yes.
Oh,
And so much fucking the Botox and
Just
plastic
freeze off
surgery.
the parts of their faces that are aging. It's so creepy.
Is that what they do?
Yeah, man. I guess Botox is a good thing if you just use a little of it, but then they just get obsessed with it, and then next thing you know, they can't smile right with their whole face moving as one.
It's terrible.
It's creepy. It starts looking like they're wearing a mask.
Yeah. You know what looked good? Because she didn't look like she had any surgery or anything done. Sally Field. She gets up there, she just looked like a...
She's got old lady neck.
Regular woman. Well, that's just it. But she looked, she looked good. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying she looked hot or anything for her age,
I guarantee she had some work done.
You think?
Yeah, but she probably,
You can't tell, though.
But you got to know when to say no, I guess, and stop it. Before you look like Kim Novak.
Kim Novak.
Here, play this.
What's going on? Scary.
Please welcome Kim Novak and Matthew McConaughey.
Oh, the fucking over-the-top music.
Is that the Vertigo theme, though?
Fucking shows.
It's Vertigo.
Yeah, I know, but it's like all grandiose.
How are you? I'm doing well. Happy to be here. So. You know, as actors like we are, there's one thing that we actually have zero experience with, and that's
Why
animation.
is she out there?
Animation, you?
They're just there to present the best
No,
short.
but why is she there?
Just as one of those things like, hey, remember this lady?
A legend.
Oh,
right.
I think they pick people they think are going to die soon.
So?
Yeah. Give them their last, hurrah moment on the stage.
By the way, Matthew McConaughey was really comfortable looking and unbelievably good at this whole Oscar thing. Like his speech was,
He went off a little, but
it was still.
He knows how to
looked
point too,
comfortable.
like that point he does.
Yeah.
But it's not like that. It's like there's something that he does differently.
He's just a cool guy.
He's a cool dude.
Guy. We were on Leno with him.
Oh,
and
yeah.
now he's an Oscar winner.
Yeah. Was he as handsome in person?
Fuck yeah!
All right, relax.
He's part of the Giant Head Club.
Oh, does he have a big head?
Him and Robert Plant are the biggest heads I've ever seen in person.
All movie stars do, I think. Like,
giant head.
John Cusack had a giant head. They all have bigger heads than you think they're going to.
Where is my Matthew McConaughey picture? Maybe I can fucking find it. Yeah, he has a giant head.
Put that shit on Instagram. He's an Oscar winner.
Oscar winner now. That's it.
Might be in my S2 file.
Before he was a winner, though.
AIDS.
Hashtag.
Gotta sprinkle that AIDS in, or you're not going to win no fucking...
That's the caption. Met Matthew McConaughey before he got AIDS.
Before AIDS.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
All right, gotta play the Kim Novak.
Yeah, a little Kim Novak. Listen where she's out of it.
Not Magic Mike. No way. That was a little animated. You affected a whole generation of men.
This is hard to watch,
quite
man.
animated with your work in Vertigo. Yeah.
She's panicking.
Here's something that I really love about animation. It's whatever they dream up, and they just draw it. There's no limits.
He
there's
doesn't
no
know what
boundaries.
to do.
Total freedom. Absolutely anything goes.
Yeah, well, they work with unshackled minds. I mean, they've got so much freedom, and it's beautiful.
Pure creativity.
Oh,
incredible
boy.
writing.
Yeah.
Her mouth looks
I gotta
good.
take a minute just to say that I'm really glad to be here. It's been a long time.
Oh, boy.
Oh, no.
Oh, is that hard to...
Oh, poor Kim. She just had to stop and break protocol. Thank you for asking me back.
Thank you. It's been a long
I've been
time.
very lonely for the last 25 years.
Oh,
Was she nominated in Vertigo or something?
I don't know.
Who knows? Who cares?
Sitting there in her house watching Vertigo over and over again in a dark room.
Right.
She gets the phone call. Hello. The Oscars, of course.
This isn't because you think I'm going to die, is it?
With Matthew McConaughey.
How do I not have a Matthew McConaughey picture on my phone?
Crazy.
Bro. I got one. He had long locks.
Oh, yeah.
He was really handsome.
One of his long-haired roles he was going for. Wasn't he the guy with the bongos naked, though?
Oh, yeah, he was.
Yep.
Yeah, he was an
Same
Oscar.
guy.
Yep. Beating his chest in Wolf of Wall Street.
Yeah.
She's 81.
She
She looks good for 81.
Travis just told me her IMDb.
Yeah.
And the last project was 1991.
Oh,
All right, that's not that long ago.
that's a long time ago.
What?
Huh?
91.
All right, that's not that long ago.
37-year career, 54 to 91.
It's a long time.
This is a long time ago.
What?
91's a
90.
long time ago now.
That's not that long ago,
Oh,
right?
boy.
I was 8. I was 8.
Aw.
Now
Flipping quarters off your ankle.
Now I'm 30.
Vertigo is 58, 1958.
All right, a little more Kim Novak.
All right.
Absolutely.
Everyone's horrified.
Glad to be with the Academy Award
Especially
tonight,
Donald
but
Trump.
My main reason to be here tonight is to be here with you and to announce the nominees for the best
Animated short film.
All right, that's good. I mean, we care. This is enough.
For the best short animated
Screen. Wait, go back to that part. That was fun.
film animated.
That was kind of fun.
That's a little fun, right?
Yeah, a little fun for everybody.
The reason to be here tonight is to be here with you and to announce the nominees for the best
Animated short film.
feature.
Whoopsie. Picture. Oh, man.
If there was ever a test to see if Matthew McConaughey could maintain that cool in any position.
That was it.
Matt in Jersey, what do you got, Matt?
Hey, guys. Hey, you guys, I don't know if you missed it or not, but Matthew McConaughey's got the Ted Nugent whistle going.
No, he's got a little whistle,
I
huh?
didn't catch that at all.
I didn't hear that.
You gotta let that go. He's an Oscar winner now. My God.
Yeah. All right, check it out, boys. I'm driving through the snow.
All right,
Thank
buddy.
you. He's good in True Detective, too. I think the show is a little overrated, but I do like it.
He's in True Detective?
Him and Woody Harrelson, yeah.
Gotta watch that True Detective.
It's on HBO, yeah. It airs Sunday nights.
I'm distracted. I'm trying to find my Matthew McConaughey picture.
I'll show you mine, but there's a lot of cock photos around it.
Oh.
Oh, no. The freak?
You don't have him in a separate cock picture folder?
I should, It's funny you say that. Good point, Ant. Oh, no.
What happened?
What's Edgar doing?
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh,
no.
Edgar.
It's Edgar. It's Edgar by Edgar Heine.
Edgar Heine going.
That's a bummer. I don't know where that picture went.
Yeah, dude.
I know. It's a biggie, I think.
Maybe you have it on your laptop.
Yeah, I think I do. All right, we should take a break.
Working Novak.
We'll kind of take a look at other things that are happening after the break.
Yeah.
This, the JFK, RFK, Marilyn Monroe sex tape. Holy
What's
crap.
on that?
Apparently a threesome.
I don't know. We'll try to figure it out next. We got that and also the Spike Lee thing.
Oh, right. Yeah, we didn't play
You think
that.
Spike Lee is racist?
Yes. Horrific.
The guys have a dump on deck. They'll be right back.
SiriusXM presents a special town hall event with the host of last year's Oscars, Seth MacFarlane. Join the Emmy award-winning actor and producer of The Family Guy and the comedy blockbuster Ted. Right. As he joins select SiriusXM listeners on his latest project, National Geographic's Cosmos, a space-time odyssey.
Our contemplations of the cosmos stir.
The SiriusXM Town Hall with Seth MacFarlane tomorrow at 7 p.m. East, only on SiriusXM's Entertainment Weekly Radio 105, or listen on the SiriusXM app.
Don't think you can fit a degree program into your already busy life? Check out California Coast University. Online programs are affordable with interest-free payment plans. Work at your own pace or graduate in as little as 9 months. Call CCU today to see how much academic credit you'll get for your professional or military experience. 855-66-ENROLL or visit calcoast.edu. Apply now and get half off your enrollment fee. That's 855-66-ENROLL or calcoast.edu.
If online dating is turning you off, let us introduce you to It's Just Lunch, the world's #1 personalized matchmaking service for professional singles.
Getting to know my clients is the most important part of what we do and why we're so successful.
Let someone else do the legwork. All you have to do is show up and have a great time.
We bring a more successful way of dating to the table. Call 800-THE-DATE today and find out what an It's Just Lunch matchmaker can do for you. That's 800-THE-DATE.
Oh, I just found out my company is dropping our benefits package because of all this health care reform business.
You've got to be kidding me.
I wish I was. I don't know what I'm going to do. I've got a family to think about.
You need to call Crete Carrier. Their gold standard benefits package includes health, dental, vision, life, 401k, and profit sharing opportunities. Here, call a Crete Carrier recruiter at 888-995-5807. You won't regret it.
Thanks. I'll do it now.
Is the IRS putting pressure on you due to unfiled tax returns or unpaid taxes? If so, they will continue until they get what they want. Protect yourself by calling the experienced tax professionals at 911 Tax Relief. They're highly rated with the Better Business Bureau and can get you the best resolution to your tax problem, potentially up to 85% off the amount you owe. Call now for a free consultation. 1-800-347-9637. 1-800-347-9637. 1-800-347-9637.
Working out of New York for so many years, and we came down here and needed to find an oncologist. You want somebody who is on cutting edge, and we were fortunate enough to get him.
Now in our 30th year, Florida Cancer Specialist celebrates the millions of patients whose lives have inspired us. Nearly 200 physicians, over 80 locations, including West Palm Beach, Naples, and Tampa. For an office in Florida near you, go to flcancer.com. Florida Cancer Specialist, online at flcancer.com.
Hey, you ever been conned by a contractor? Don't con me, contractor. Every year, thousands of homeowners get ripped off by contractors doing shoddy work, which often leaves their homes in dangerous, unsafe states of disrepair. Now, Adam Carolla and Spike TV have teamed up to hammer home some justice with a new show on Spike called Catch a Contractor. In the show, Adam searches out and brings these irresponsible contractors back to face families they've shafted and finish the job they've started. Sounds confrontational. This time, doing it right. He nails these guys where it hurts, using a private investigator on his team to hunt them down and confront them, hidden cameras and all. The hacks have to work with Adam and his team to finish the project or end up in court. It's that simple. Damn, you may be asking yourself, why is Adam Carolla involved in this kind of show? Before his comedy career, Adam spent 10 years working construction and is actually a master carpenter. Catch a Contractor premieres Sunday, March 9th at 10 Eastern, 9 Central, after an all-new episode of Bar Rescue, only on Spike.
MLB Network Radio is getting you ready for opening day with a tour of spring training. Play ball! You'll hear the latest news from every camp and expert analysis of your favorite team. Hear interviews with the players, managers, and executives. Today, Jim Duquette and Mike Barron visit the Orioles at 4 p.m.
Joined now by Orioles center fielder Adam Jones.
And Jim Bowden and Casey Stern visit the Giants at 6 p.m. Eastern.
Tim Lincecum joining us.
MLB Network Radio tours spring training on Sirius 209, XM 89, and the Sirius XM app.
It's Tommy Z-Man, your cigar-loving leprechaun at FamousSmoke.com. And my question to you is this: what does St. Patrick's Day and the Isle of Cuba have in common? They're both the reason for us to offer up a cigar sampler full of Cuban-inspired brands that'll save you a ton of green, too. Okay, I'll ditch the brogue, but you gotta know that the Pot of Gold sampler features 10 top-name brands that would normally sell for almost $80, but FamousSmoke.com is giving it to you for only $39.99. That's 50% off the retail price. Guys, we're talking Cohiba, Monte Cristo, Romeo, Punch, Partagas, La Gloria Cubana, and more. And for only $10 more, you can grab either a travel humidor, lighter, or a fancy cutter. What a deal! The Pot of Gold sampler is only available for a limited time, so order yours now for 50% off. You'll get 10 great cigars and save a few shillings, too, when you order your sampler now by visiting FamousSmoke.com. That's FamousSmoke.com.
Be honest. Will owning a bigger TV help you get ahead in life? Will another pair of shoes make you a better person? Probably not. But what if you could speak another language? If acquiring a new language excites you more than acquiring more stuff, then wait until you hear this. As part of its biggest language learning event in history, Rosetta Stone is giving away demos of its powerful language learning software absolutely free. For your free demo, call 1-800-344-7270. And Rosetta Stone has made language learning more convenient than ever. Learn on your computer or iPad, then practice on the go with your smartphone or MP3 player without ever opening a book or memorizing boring vocabulary again. Do you want more stuff, or do you want a language that will last a lifetime? After all, it's all about priorities. To try a free demo of this powerful language learning software, call 1-800-344-7270. Again, get your free demo now. 1-800-344-7270. That's 1-800-344-7270.
Calling all makeup lovers. Bare Minerals Foundation just won its 9th Glammy Award for Best Prestige Foundation. And to celebrate, we're offering risk-free trials to all women nationwide. That's right. Every woman who calls right now can get a full-size risk-free trial of our #1 selling foundation. Plus, a free 5-piece makeup set. For yours, call 1-800-953-6233. This is an exclusive radio-only offer you don't want to miss. Bare Minerals Foundation gives you flawlessly beautiful coverage with a no-makeup feel. And it's clinically proven to promote clearer, healthier-looking skin for all skin types. No wonder it's won 9 Glammys in a row. And now you can try it for yourself. Call now to find out how you can participate in our nationwide risk-free trial and join the millions who've already tried Bare Minerals Foundation and fallen in love with their skin again. Plus, we'll send you a free 5-piece makeup set, our gift to you. Hurry, don't miss this exclusive radio-only offer. 1-800-953-6233. 1-800-953-6233.
The USA Network presents Sirens. It's a new original comedy series premiering this Thursday, March 6th at 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 Central. Sirens is a life-or-death situation comedy from executive producers Dennis Leary, star of the hit TV series Rescue Me, and Bob Fisher, producer and writer of Wedding Crashers and We're the Millers. Sirens follows 3 of Chicago's best EMTs whose silly, self-righteous, and sometimes self-destructive personalities make them unqualified for sustaining relationships, friendships, and most of all, occupations. Johnny, he's played by Michael Mosley. He's the good-looking, sports-loving Chicago EMT, working with his best friend Hank. That's Kevin Daniels. Brian, he's played by Kevin Bigley. He's the wide-eyed, excitable new EMT who still lives with his parents. Dennis Leary and Bob Fisher bring their distinct brand of edgy comedy to USA Networks with Sirens. As these guys say it, funny things happen when you save lives for a living. Series premieres this Thursday, March 6th at 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 Central, immediately following the new episode of the hit series Suits, only on the USA Network.
Have you ever wanted to own your own business, but unsure where to start? For 27 years, FranNet has helped their clients find the franchise that meets their goals, skill set, lifestyle, and budget. They help their clients take control of their future, and they have locally based franchise consultants ready to get you started today. Visit them at frannet.com or call them at 1-800-FRANNET. 1-800-FRANNET.
Coming up this week on At the Movies with Norton and Voss, the guys review the latest Liam Neeson thriller, Taken 2.
It was awful.
It was great.
It stunk.
It was fucking great how he just beat everybody up. I loved it.
Yeah, it was predictable garbage.
Don't be scared of him. You loved it.
It was terrible. It was a terrible movie. I love Liam Neeson. I think he's amazing. Her big, Dad, stepdad have pony. And then at the end, he brings the fucking big singer. I saved her life. Oh, it was fucking horrendous.
It was good action, though. I mean, it was
the action was good, yes, but so what?
That's all coming up on the next At the Movies with Norton and Voss.
The Opie and Anthony Show is back. Tighten your sphincter.
Oh, boy. The Who, they're coming back.
I guess they're recording an album?
Yep.
That's crazy. What are they gonna do?
Who does all the writing for that band? Pete Townsend?
Exactly.
I believe it's Pete.
Huh? Yeah?
Yeah, he said Pete's got like 100 songs.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. Yeah, he wrote 80 to 100 songs. So they're ready to record again.
Who?
Yes.
No,
not yes. What?
Oh, yes. Asia.
Or Supergroup Asia?
Wait. Nice.
Valkyrie.
Valkyrie Revolution. I was watching like one of the last concerts with Keith Moon playing.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool. Just watching one of that. They had that on, what is that? Palladium? That channel, Palladium. Yeah.
That's his actual last show?
It was like one of the few. It was that tour, that last tour with Keith Moon, 77, something like that. It's pretty cool.
Jarvis, we got to play U2 in a break from last night.
Oh, U2.
You don't like U2, do you?
I'm not a huge fan of U2. I like some songs.
They sounded great last night, no?
I didn't think they did at all.
He sounded good, his voice.
You didn't like it, Travis?
No, I don't like the acoustic version of that song. I really like the original song. I think it's a catchy song.
I'm not a fan of the song, really.
But I don't know why they played acoustically.
I guess it would have been a big pain in the ass.
Yeah, just because they didn't want people to be excited and they didn't want to get the energy up too much.
Boy, does that crowd love you too.
Oh man.
Boy.
Bono, biggest dick in the room.
Like a rock star.
Oh, he's got a big one?
No, but I mean, like, but I'm saying it like that, like, all those celebrities.
Yeah, and they just all look at him
were excited to see Bono walk by on the red carpet.
Yeah. And the Edge, that's got to just, what is he doing?
What do you mean?
Why wear the cap?
Because he doesn't have any hair.
All the time.
That's just his thing, right?
But he's sitting the audience at the Oscars.
I hate when it becomes the person's thing, though.
Thing.
It was all right. You're kind of right. Because I was thinking about this over the weekend. Because Tiger Woods, his thing is to wear red every Sunday, and now it's now it's uncomfortable to see.
It is
because it has now become his thing.
It's his thing.
It was just something he did for a while.
Yeah,
and now it's forced, and it's his thing.
Yeah,
and you're right. The Edge, same thing. That looked all right for a while, but now it's his thing.
And it's like, oh, if he took it off, everyone would be like, where's your cap?
Right.
Where's your wool cap?
Who else has a thing?
Bono.
With what?
The glasses.
Tinted glasses.
That's his thing now. There's not a lot of people that do that, though, so they kind of stand out. I'm trying to think of others.
And then, last night with the dumb hat.
What about Steven Tyler and the scarves around his microphone?
Yeah.
What? You might get cold up there.
You never know.
Yeah. Those are terrible.
Just becomes your thing.
Oh, the worst.
My thing, guys.
Huh?
I don't like a good
raisins
thing.
get caught in your teeth.
Oh, God. Oh.
They pick one out a couple of days from now and it's rotting.
Oh, my God.
Even though you floss every day? What? It only happens to me?
I think so.
Well, things happen to everybody. It's just, most people don't bring them up.
No smoothie today. First time I've used my teeth in 3 weeks.
Who else has a thing? I'm thinking.
I'm trying to think.
No.
Where it gets uncomfortable. It's like cool at first. Like, oh, that's kind of cool or different.
Yeah.
Different maybe, I guess.
Oh, Heather Mills making flower planters out of a rice shoe.
That's her thing now.
That's her thing.
Topical joke.
So there might be a sex tape out there. This is unbelievable. I actually want. How do we try to get this?
We bid
on it. Yeah.
I'll do it.
They're expecting a couple $100,000, but it's got to be worth more than that if it's legit.
Now, who the fuck?
I'll throw 200 at it.
Who took this?
How do we throw 200 at it? I'll throw 250 at it. For real. Get the word out.
$250,000.
I'll go $250,000. You know how much money you can make off that if you get it for $250,000?
300,000.
Like, who took it?
Because
What is it?
And I'll control it too, man. I'll get like a little like maybe like a peep booth and have everyone line up. $10 a shot.
Wow, that'd take a while though to make your money
That's all
back.
right. I'll get it though.
It's supposed to be a threesome between Marilyn Monroe, RFK, and JFK. And people back then just could keep a secret.
First of all, why would they do this?
I'm kidding. I guess because you just would be a real scumbag if you were the person that told the world about it.
Why would they do this, and why would they film it? That's my thing.
Yeah, I don't think it's real.
Like, I don't think it's real. Maybe they did have a threesome. Who the fuck knows? But that would have to
Did you
be
ever have a
so
threesome
on the QT.
With your brother?
No. Yeah.
That's the weird part about this whole thing, I think.
Yeah.
Me and my brother made out with chicks in the same car once while listening to Dr. Ruth Westheimer.
Wow.
Nothing but the best entertainment for us when we were in high school. We had a couple of girls, and we decided that we needed to listen to Dr. Ruth Westheimer to get them all ready.
Get them all juiced up.
Get them all ready for our tongues.
Oh, God.
Why were we listening to Dr. Ruth Westheimer?
No, what was the option?
I don't know.
Fucking Mars Invasion by Orson Welles?
I remember like it was yesterday. Yeah, he was in the front. I was in the back.
Oh, in the ass.
Dr. Ruth was on the radio. We got a few road sodas. Oh, God. Jesus.
Some night out on Long Island.
Sounds horrible, right?
Yeah.
But I can't imagine doing a threesome with your brother.
No.
Like, what the fuck?
The closest we got, I told that story about the two babysitters that were downstairs.
Yeah.
And the one threw up all over my brother and stuff, so I got the other one. But that wasn't, there was no together thing going on. Yeah.
There is that JFK story that Mimi Beardsley told about in the White House pool when Dave said, when he said something like, why don't you take care of, JFK said, take care of my friend Dave, and she blew Dave Powers in the pool.
Right.
While JFK sat there and watched, and he tried to get her to fuck or blow Edward Kennedy, but she wouldn't do it.
Oh.
And she was mad that he asked her, and he apologized.
Look really fast.
Oh, yeah, this guy gets plowed. The snow plow.
It's a viral video today.
Wow.
Braving the elements. He gets just destroyed by a wall of snow from a plow. Go check that out. We'll put it up on our Facebook page, or we'll tweet it out. Our Twitter account is O&A Show. I never understood the threesome with like another dude involved. I don't
get that either.
No fucking way, man.
I don't mind that if I don't know the person.
It just seems too gay. I was gonna say weird, but it just seems gayish or something.
Yeah, a little bit.
But we bring this up from time to time on our show, and the guys will call like, "No, not at all." Me and my friend high-fiving. I don't get it.
No. See, I can't do it with a friend. I've paid couples to watch them fuck before. That's hot.
Paid couples.
It's so.
What do you do?
Hot.
Just sit in the
jerk
corner?
Off like an animal. No, you're not in the corner. You're right there. You just jerk off like an animal.
Do you give them directions?
You can, but it's hot to watch it. It's really intimate and weird to watch two people fuck on the bed. We're that close. It's very, very strange.
Are you on the bed?
Yeah, just jerking off.
Are you allowed to touch?
You can, but a lot of times they don't really like, the chick is a little skittish if it's a real couple.
I couldn't do that. It's hilarious. I just couldn't do that. I swear I'm not judging you. I just know I couldn't do that.
Can I tell you what's hot, though? Like, the intimate part of it is if you're watching two people fuck and the girl makes eye contact with you, there's an odd intimacy about that. It's really, and it's all part of the perverted thing. It doesn't mean anything.
Sure.
It's not real.
Right.
But that, to me, is the hot part about it. It's the girl looking at you somehow and acknowledging that she's thinking of you at that moment, even though this guy's fucking her. It's really weird.
So when was the last time you did that?
It's been a while. I mean, it's been a long time. I think it was in San Francisco.
Is it after like one of your shows or something, and then you go back to their hotel or their house?
It's always with people off like a fucking Craigslist or whatever. It's never people I know.
Oh, so they do this a lot, I guess.
I've had a couple with people like
So they don't really know you?
No, I'm just watching like a porno movie. I've had a couple with fans, but the last time I did that, it was like a couple times with the same couple. I think we were off the air. Like that's how long ago that was. And the girl convinced me to shave my pubes. Because they were all straight and Asian looking, and she's like, "You ought to shave them." And then from then on, I was shaving my pubic hair.
Straight and Asian looking, huh?
But I was hitting on this girl after a gig, and she was leading me on, like, yeah. And I was getting real vibes off her, and she's like, "Well, I'm in the hotel with my boyfriend." I'm like, "Oh, fuck." I kept trying to get her back to my room.
Yeah.
And she convinced me, like, "Well, you can watch us." And I was like, I guess that was my only option, so I watched. But then she fucking sat on my dick and rode my dick. No bag, no nothing. And he just watched because he was drunk.
Oh,
and he was all right with that?
Yeah, he was cool with it. It was hot.
What the fuck is going on?
So weird.
Yeah.
That is so odd.
It was really fun.
Well, there might be a sex tape out there. JFK, Robert Kennedy, and Marilyn Monroe. And it's going to hit the auction block. I would absolutely bid on this.
If it's real. There was a Marilyn Monroe one that got no bids because experts said it was not her in the video.
President JFK and his brother Bobby are facing an X-rated missile crisis.
I get it.
A decades old film claiming to show a menage a trois with Marilyn Monroe and the Kennedys goes up for auction tomorrow. It's going to be a zoo, predicted attorney Ryan Sullivan, whose clients are looking to collect $200,000. They'll get more than that, right?
If it's legit.
I bet it's going to be something you can't see any faces. It's
of course.
Like fleeting glimpses of things.
In a mirror, you'll hear like, ah!
Look out, Bobby, I'm coming.
It's an 8mm, more than a half-century old.
No sound.
Landed in Castleberry's hands during the 80s, a friend of the collector said. Castleberry, a huge baseball fan and collector of baseball memorabilia, never made the steamy footage public out of respect for Yankees legend and Monroe ex-hubby Joe DiMaggio.
Oh, come on. That's shit.
This guy did screen the film to verify its contents, the friend said. So they're confident that this is real.
That's crazy.
How is that a secret for 50 years?
Yeah, exactly.
That threesome.
Why would he allow that?
Exactly.
Unless it was done behind a one-way mirror or something.
Yeah, but...
Unless it was done surreptitiously.
You know how hard it is to set up equipment back then?
And it's the president.
GoPro.
Wow, they had a GoPro.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Fucking president. He's not going to let that be filmed.
Don't you think if it was real, the Kennedy family would like just pay as much money?
Yeah, how about that? Yeah, the Kennedy family buys it.
That's right. Good point. Maybe they will.
Maybe they got a few bucks.
Or maybe they tried. Or maybe they said, oh, okay.
Yeah.
No one's going to believe it.
Yeah, this is horse shit.
Yeah, there's something about this that doesn't seem right.
Doesn't add up.
Maybe they tried to sell it to the Kennedys, and they said no, so now he's going, okay, I'll auction it. And somebody private, a collector or private collector, I bet you will never see the light of day.
No.
Never.
We got a guy saying it's a fraud. Jack in Boston. Jack.
Oh, no. It's
Jack.
Hey, guys, what's up?
Hey.
Jackie.
Hey, so I heard that it was the guy who was selling it, was like $200,000 in fraud. And he's only selling it for a minimum of $200,000, but he won't let people see it before he even sells it. So it could be anything.
Wait. So if you bid on it, you can't even see it beforehand?
Yeah, no, he won't.
Then it's a fraud, because if you know you have it, you would absolutely show people, because the bids would go way higher.
Yeah, and the guy who's auctioning it off owes $200,000 for fraud.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He's just trying to
I hate him.
Pay some bills. All right. Thank you, sir.
Fake, totally fake.
Let's say hi to Brian in Canada. Brian.
Hey.
What's up? Hey.
I just got up. I didn't tune in. You guys talk about the Oscars yet? Like the racist aspect of it? The reverse racism?
Well, why was it racist?
This movie, 12 Years a Slave, you couldn't say anything bad about it. You couldn't, it was like a flippin' steamroller. And then Ellen DeGeneres makes that comment. She goes, well, there's two possibilities. 12 Years a Slave wins Best Picture, or possibility number two, you're all racists.
Yeah, that was a funny line.
Yeah, but it goes to what you guys have been saying for years. I used to think it, and then you guys are so logical about it, that the media just steamrollers this. Maybe it wasn't a great film. But
Jimmy thought it was a great film.
I thought it deserved... and
it had great performances, right, Jimmy? I did
yes.
not see the movie, so I'm out, but...
I thought she deserved Best Supporting Actress. I wouldn't have minded seeing the lead get Best Actor, but I thought it definitely deserved Best Picture, and I was surprised they did it. I really thought that they were going to... see, people think, well, political correctness, but the way Hollywood deals with PC shit, it's usually in a supporting actor role. Like, okay, give the black guy this or that. Like, but they gave it Best Picture, which I was shocked at.
I don't think there was a standout film this year as far as Best Picture goes. Usually there is. Usually it's pretty obvious what movie's going to win it.
It's not like they gave it to Soul Plane.
Right.
Fucking, it was a legitimate movie.
Yeah, I thought it was the best movie of the year.
All I can think of is you guys when I read this morning and saw that. And I know I might be wrong. I didn't see the movie either, so I'm not saying it wasn't.
Then what? Then you have no
what are
leg.
you saying,
You
sir?
have no leg to stand on.
No, I only picked on it because of listening to you guys for some years. And I know you guys always aren't on the other side as well. You can be very balanced. That's what I love about listening to you guys, even though your opinions are diverse.
The only thing
can be very fair.
The only thing I thought was weird, if you want to go down the racist road, was where they kind of put the black and white couples together over and over again on the stage. That seemed a bit forced to me.
I didn't even notice
but
that.
It didn't. But I wasn't bothered by it. I just thought to myself, wow, here's Hollywood trying a little too hard for a little diversity tonight.
Yeah, make it
But
look
besides
like
that, whatever.
Yeah, I guess I may be overreacted, but I could just
certainly did.
Anthony sitting there, shooting.
No, everybody expected me to, what the fuck is it? It's a movie. It's a legit movie.
I just had a problem with the perfect teeth.
Yeah,
Every
there
scene
you
I've
go.
seen from that movie, the slaves, they're 12 years a slave, and they got beautiful teeth. They should have borrowed the boat guy's teeth.
Oh, he's on the front page of our paper today in Hamilton, near Niagara Falls. He's the first picture with the receding hairline. Doesn't he look like he's seen a ghost? Like he's looking around going, I've never seen this much food in my life.
Oh, man, your phone,
Wait, what
your phone
happened?
cut
Your
out.
phone stinks, dude.
Sorry about it. They got him on the front page, the Ethiopian guy.
Hey, Brian, you still there?
Yes, sir.
What? Say it again, but slow. Your phone's crapping out.
Something about your front page of the paper there.
They've got the Somali guy.
Okay.
From Captain Phillips,
Yes.
right. We had him in studio. Really nice guy.
He looks so, but the picture they've got of him, he's looking around like I've
Brian!
never seen so much food.
Brian! Is he still there?
Oh, you want to sell?
I hear him saying, you're saying something about an Ethiopian guy and food, but you're not clarifying your thought, or you are, but your phone is dropping out.
Where are you calling? Where are you calling from? Where you're having weird phone issues?
I'm going to gracefully bow out. Touche. Thank you.
What'd you say?
No, Brian. Brian.
Sorry, I'm still here.
Oh,
Yes, what did you
okay,
say,
we can hear
dude?
you now.
Now we can hear you.
Okay.
Almost lost him.
Yeah, you said something about the Somali guy, and you're just dropping out. Please, just slow down, because I think you're talking and your phone's dropping out.
Yes.
Okay, Jimmy, right.
Thank you.
I'll slow it down. Yes,
Okay.
yes. Sorry about that. I want to make
No problem.
front page of the paper.
Go ahead.
Looking like he's never seen.
We heard you!
No, you did.
No, you didn't. Don't say no, you did. No one would fall.
Oh, my God.
Gladly fall for that. You didn't know.
No, you don't graciously bow out and then be like, by the way, I'm still here. I'm still here.
Oh, my God. I love when they fall for that.
Well, Spike Lee.
All right. Now you want to talk a little racism.
He doesn't like the hipster.
No.
Spike Lee hates the hipster.
Doesn't like it.
He was doing one of his speaking engagements in Fort Lee, where he's from, in Brooklyn.
Fort Greene.
Fort Greene. Fort Greene.
Fort Lee, Jersey.
Fort Lee, did I say? Jesus Christ, sorry. Fort Greene, yes. And he's not a big fan of the white people moving in.
No.
Yeah, because it's gentrification. Oh, God, enough already.
Imagine being a public figure and saying you're not a big fan of black people moving in.
Yeah,
to
but
your
you'd be the
neighborhood.
co-host of this show.
So we got a couple clips of Mr. Spike Lee.
Mentioned gentrification with some slightly negative connotations, and I wondered if you've ever looked at it from the other side, which is that if your family was still in that $40,000 home, it's now worth $3.5 or $4 million.
All right, let me just kill you right now.
Okay, go for it.
Because there was some bullshit article in the New York Times saying the good of gentrification. I don't believe that. Here's the thing. I grew up here in Fort Greene. It's changed. And why does it take the influx of white New Yorkers in the South Bronx, in Harlem, in Bed-Stuy, in Crown Heights for the facility to get better? The garbage wasn't picked up every motherfucking day when I lived in 165 Washington Park. PS20 was not good. PS11, Rothschild 294. So why the police went around? When you see white mothers pushing their babies in strollers 3 o'clock in the morning to 125th Street, that must tell you something.
Yeah, the neighborhood's getting better.
Yeah. Why
I think when the neighborhood gets better, you get better services. Everyone knows that.
When more money gets pumped into the area because there's working people,
right,
and the property values go up because they've taken care of the buildings and the area around it, of course it's going to get better. The services get better.
That's just basic economics.
Yeah.
I was driving through Kensington this weekend. You don't know Kensington. It's in Philly. It is a scary
war zone. Yeah.
But it's all white.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, they're not getting their garbage picked up.
What's the problem?
Drugs.
Oh yeah.
A lot of drugs.
Drugs.
A lot of that crack.
And it's white people, yeah.
It's extremely white neighborhood,
Damn.
and it's very bad. And it's they're not getting their garbage picked up because
it's not because they're black.
They would rather use their resources toward other neighborhoods. It's just how it is.
What would Spike Lee like? That no white people move in, and it's just a war zone and a horrible crime-ridden area forever, or
What he would probably like is that the police, he sees that it's a safer neighborhood, it's a police presence.
Yeah.
He would probably like to have seen the services there. What he's saying is it wasn't like that when he was growing up. The police weren't as good. That's just what he's saying.
Well, when the police show up and no one fucking talks to them, and they protect, and the sympathies lie with the drug dealers and killers, what the fuck would you expect? He's an idiot.
Yeah, but there's a lot of phonies out there. Because, there's a lot of people that don't want blacks moving into their neighborhood. But now that Spike says it, in the reverse way, people are outraged, calling him a racist.
Well, but he's allowed to say that.
True.
You can't fucking.
True.
You can't go. Hey,
True.
I sure don't want blacks moving into my neighborhood.
You get a white director saying the same stuff.
Right, right.
Oh boy, you're right about that point.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Although the industry, they've never been good to Spike anyway. Like, the Oscars are never going to give him anything.
Because his movies aren't Oscar worthy.
You don't like his little floating guys walking, where they look like they're floating.
He makes good films, but
he's gotten some good performances.
I liked that Jungle Fever.
Awesome.
Frank Vincent was great.
But you got Samuel Jackson's best performance ever was in Jungle Fever.
Yeah,
he's
that's
gotten
a good
some
one.
great shit out of people.
Yeah.
Have any of his movies made any type of Oscars for best performances or anything
I
like
don't
that?
know if X was nominated, but the fact that Denzel Washington didn't win for Malcolm X was really fucking annoyed me a lot.
Yeah, you thought he should have gotten
Without
that.
a doubt, yeah.
Let's say hi to, oh boy, here we go. Boston checking in. South Boston.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh. Mikey.
Yo.
What's up, Mike?
I just wanted to touch on, in South Boston, it was white people and trash forever. And now there's new realty over there. Everyone's pumping money in there, and there's new workers, and it's really, really nice now. There's not a bad part in that area.
Yeah, that's what happens. Happens all the time in neighborhoods.
Isn't that a good thing?
And if you can figure out which neighborhood's going to turn, you can make a lot of money flipping houses and whatnot.
It didn't
Or
matter
throwing
if
a
it was
business
black
in
or
there.
White. It was all white people.
Right. All right.
These days.
Thank you. Let's continue with Spike Lee.
And I don't dispute
Whoa,
that.
whoa. And even more. Let me kill you some more.
I'm coming back. Can I talk about that?
No, not yet. Not yet. And then comes the motherfucking Christopher Columbus syndrome. You can't discover this. We've been here. You just can't come and book by.
How was that?
There are brothers that playing motherfucking action drums in Mount Forest Park for 40 years. Now they can't do it anymore because the new inhibitors said the drums are loud. My father's a great jazz musician. We bought a house in 1968, and the motherfucking people moved the next year and called the cops my father. He's not even playing, he's even playing electric bass. It's acoustic.
All right, so his
He's
father's
mad.
been there forever, and then you got somebody that's brand new calling the cops on him as he's trying to play.
Play his music.
Play his music.
Quality of life laws in place. Gotta do what you gotta do.
You just can't come in the neighborhood and start Bogart and say, like your motherfucking Columbus and kill off the Native Americans. There's a culture, there's people, you just can't move in and start. Here's another thing. When Michael Jackson died, they wanted to have a party for a motherfucking Fort Greene Park. And all of a sudden, the white people in Fort Greene said, wait a minute. We can have black people having a party with Michael Jackson to celebrate his life. Who's coming to the neighborhood? They leave a lot of garbage. Garbage. Have you seen Fort Greene Park in the morning? It's like the motherfucking Westminster Dog Show. There's 20,000 dogs running around.
You don't like dogs?
No.
What's the matter? No? What's wrong with fucking...
He's protecting his culture.
What culture, though? If he's saying that it's
black people's culture.
Yeah, I guess so.
They got a way of doing things and a way of life.
Well, that's great. So you'd rather
being
have
bogarted.
The shitty fucking neighborhoods riddled with crime, disease, and fucking garbage.
Is Fort Greene that bad? Was it really that bad?
I don't know.
I don't even know. Travis, you know?
It wasn't a great area.
Yeah.
But now
Hipsters
now
are fucking amazing the way they move. They are out of their minds.
Well, yeah, I mean, but half the reason you go there is because the rent's cheap and you're being pushed out of every other neighborhood.
Well, and this is the question too. What is it about white people moving in that makes the property values go up? Like, you have to ask Spike that too. Like, in his argument will be, will the police come around more so the neighborhood becomes safer because they don't want them getting. But what is it? Why is it when white people move in? Like, if those hipsters just moved in, who gives a fuck? Why does anybody even notice?
Well,
Why is it even a property value?
They demand more things. Over time, you'll notice they'll demand better schools. They'll pay higher taxes so that you can get better teachers and better schools, better police, better utilities. Like, everything just gets better. Again, it's like one of those Sims games, you know? It's amazing how realistic those things are when you look at the big picture. You pump money into an area and make the situation better as far as utilities go, schools, houses, jobs, you're gonna the whole area is gonna get better. Yeah, I guess he doesn't want that. So, not if they're white. You know, where are all the successful black people pouring into these neighborhoods then? How about you get all these fucking guys we saw on the Oscars last night, all these black celebrities and all these black businessmen and all these great black fucking leaders that are making a lot of money, and have them go into these areas and live there amongst the fucking criminals for a little while until it turns. How about you do that?
And why did Spike leave? Didn't he have like a
right.
He bought a place.
He said he was being bothered too much because someone did bring that up.
Oh yeah,
and he sold it for more than that he paid for.
Oh, I'm sure he did.
And he moved to the Upper East Side.
Yeah, exactly.
Why are you doing that? Why don't you stay in that neighborhood and spend the money there?
Lead by example.
Yeah,
oh
of
wow,
course. Being bothered too much. Well,
that's what he said because he kind of came off.
He's a hypocrite.
So he can do something that he doesn't want to be bothered, but if people call the cops because they're feeling bothered, it's a cultural disrespect.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Wow, that Irina Shayk, what's her name? The model. She's fucking sexy.
Yeah, she's a delight.
She's sexy. Ah!
Oh, Jesus.
Kiss a few girls on the way to the stage and gets the heart pumping.
Just try to channel my inner McConaughey.
Is there really girls that still want to kiss Steven Tyler?
I'm not fucking...
Oh, my God. He is downright scary looking now.
Larry David.
What was this with the Larry David?
I don't know. More of that just drivel that they interview him.
He was a comedian, John. I forgot that Patton was tweeting about doing gigs with him, the guy who wrote the screenplay for 12 Years a Slave.
Really?
Speech of this evening. Thank you. Was it rehearsed? Did you prepare it, or
I prepared some words, but when you get up there, really, you have to speak from the heart. I was there, and I had a.
Jared Leto's going to get old really fast.
Hey, you think he's got that? That's called the Tom Skerritt.
No, I don't mean it that way.
He's
going to wear on people quickly.
Oh, you think?
Oh, fuck yeah.
He's a little wacky.
He's in that Macklemore category.
Is he?
A little bit.
I disagree because he rarely does movies. Like he hadn't done movies in years.
7 years or something like that, right?
Is it that long?
But do you think he will?
Goes back and does his stupid band.
But do you think he's going to do a bunch now that he's an Oscar winner?
No, just something about him that's going to just wear thin with people, I think. They love him right now.
They're going
to turn on him. You'll see.
Before this season, this Oscar season, he was kind of a joke. I mean, people have always been fairly annoyed.
He was always respected, though, as an actor, though. Leto always, yes, absolutely.
Yeah,
he was always known as a really good actor.
He's Jordan Catalano.
Oh, right.
He played John Hinckley, too.
Yeah.
He gained look up to John Hinckley. Yeah. It's amazing. It's the same guy.
Look like him.
I know these guys gain weight and lose weight for roles and stuff, but what he did for that, it was a weird independent film. It didn't do well at all. But there you go. Go down. 1 over. That's him. That's Jared Leto as John Hinckley.
And he did something right before that too. That was also
Isn't that wild? Let's say hi to John in Rockland. John.
Oh wait, he was in Requiem for a Dream. He was amazing.
Yeah, that's right. Very good. Yeah. John wants to talk about Spike Lee.
Hey guys.
Hey.
I can't believe that you guys sparked me to call in over the Spike Lee thing, but as a guy that grew up in Bensonhurst on the Gravesend side and in Brooklyn, I can remember growing up and always hearing the protests from the African American community about how, the neighborhoods, African Americans always felt you're not allowed to go into Bensonhurst, so you get attacked. And I always thought that was a little silly. But when you grow up in that surrounding, you sort of drink that Kool-Aid. That's what you know. And I remember black communities complaining about their own school district, and they would want to bus kids into the Bensonhurst Gravesend schools, and they did, and there was nothing wrong with that. We got along with them fine, and then I wound up going to school in Coney Island, and I was the only white Italian kid in Coney Island. I went to a music school at the time, and that was fine, and everything's hunky-dory. Sometimes I think maybe Spike Lee's just trying to sell his brand. I can't even imagine that he believes his own shtick, and I'll tell you, we still have that house. And when we're emotionally ready to part with it, or at least my parents are, and my aunts and uncles, that's going to go to the highest bidder. And right now,
I don't know where he stands.
I think Spike Lee's full of shit as well.
Oh, okay.
I don't even think he believes what he's saying, to be honest with you. I think his shtick. And I like Spike Lee. I actually like his movies. Everybody in my neighborhood always hated it because he would attack the Italian people for Bensonhurst. Unfortunately, he's kind of right. I grew up there. I know he's on the mark. I found it funny. I don't take it to heart. I take it as real life. But I don't know. I think for him, and he was doing his own stand-up routine. I really don't take him seriously when he talks about the Fort Greene and why white people.
All right. All right, thank you, John. Your phone started to break up, or we would continue. I want to go to Paul in Chicago. Paul, what's up?
Hey, guys, I love you, but I sort of have to agree with Spike Lee. I'm a 44-year-old guy, born and raised like on the northwest side of Chicago, and 30-plus years ago, we would kick and cry for the services that the upper middle white people that moved into my area get now. We were just a forgotten bunch.
Are you a black guy or a white guy?
Hispanic, obviously.
Okay.
I'm half Latin and half white.
Oh, Zimmerman.
Yeah, a little Zimmerman action.
The Latin part's coming through loud and clear, though.
Well, no.
So what? You guys would yell and scream for the same services, but you got to wait for the white people to move in to the neighborhood to get those services that you just always wanted.
Well, let me rephrase it. It would just take a lot longer for us to get that same service you get now.
Yeah, it's really good to be
It's
white.
all
I got
about-
to tell you, man. It's amazing.
But it comes down to money, though. It comes down to money. White people bring the fucking money in.
But there was also Latin and black families that were working at the time. You make it sound like none of us were working.
No, I understand, but it's just simple numbers game. It's just numbers. Why wouldn't why wouldn't you pay higher taxes? Because you're not making enough money, and that area doesn't have good schools that require higher taxes. Then Whitey moves in, and
nobody's complaining about the taxes. I mean, I never said anything about taxes. We were willing.
I'm saying that's how the area gets what it needs.
All right, buddy. Thank you. We have to cut it short because we got
Whitey.
We got a very smart guy coming in next.
Oh.
Also, I made this stupid mistake, which I've done a million times, I got to be honest with you. It's Mark David Chapman. Of course it is.
Oh, yeah, you said Hinckley, right? I didn't catch you.
I do that a lot, though, with those two.
I always have to, yes. I
You're
always
gonna
have
back
to
me
go
on this one?
Who is that? Which one was that? Wait a minute.
Leto played Mark David Chapman, of course. Of course he did. But for some reason, I do that a lot with Hinckley and Mark David Chapman.
It was around the same time they fucking, they kind of did have a similar look.
They did, right?
Yeah, I think that's why.
Oh, I do that
They're
one a lot.
very confusing.
Sorry about that. We're going to take a break, and we got Brian Greene.
Brian Greene.
Brian Greene. I've done that one twice today, too. Brian Greene is in the studio.
Oh,
yes, Jimmy, go ahead.
Jimmy. Yeah, I got Ontario, California. All you people who asked me to come back, I'm coming back. Where are you? This Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Virginia Beach, the Funny Bone, March 20 through 22. And then Tampa, April 11 and 12, and New York City, Carolines, April 24 through 27 has just gone on sale.
Nice.
Yeah, let's hope so.
I like when Jimmy's at Carolines.
Me too.
I go see you.
We're going to get our minds blown next with Brian Greene. Stay there.
Opie and Anthony will be right back. On Sirius XM. Feel free to rub one out.
Hey everybody, Christopher Mad Dog Russo here. We kick off our annual Mad Dog Sports Radio Spring Training Tour with a week-long trip to the Cactus League. We visit 9 teams, speak with all of the big names the entire week, live from Arizona. Today we're in Phoenix with Don Mattingly's Dodgers. What a shot by Yasiel Puig! And the defending American League West champion Athletics. It's Mad Dog Unleashed, live from Spring Training, or this week, 3 to 7 Eastern, Mad Dog Sports Radio, Sirius XM 86.
This alert just came in. This special announcement is for business owners and leaders of organizations who've been waiting for the right time to build. General Steel has made it impossible to wait any longer with rock-bottom prices that could save you thousands. That's right, General Steel, America's leader in pre-engineered structures, is offering buildings at prices you will never see again. Don't miss these prices. A 50 by 100 for under $30,000. You heard right. That's 5,000 square feet under $30,000. Manufacturers, if you need a larger building, try a 100 by 100 commercial building for $129,000. You can't afford to rent with these prices. Imagine a 70 by 100 foot church building for under $69,000. With the economy improving and interest rates still at historic lows, you can't afford to wait. So call 866-95-STEEL. Lock in your price now. Take delivery in spring. 866-95-STEEL. That's 866-957-8335.
We broke up.
We broke up. We broke up.
With online dating.
If online dating is turning you off, we'll turn you on to a smarter way of dating.
It's Just Lunch, the world's #1 personalized matchmaking service for professional singles. Our matchmakers get to know you and personally hand-select your matches.
It's almost like a friend calling you and saying, hey, I have this perfect girl for you.
Call 800-THE-DATE today and find out what an It's Just Lunch matchmaker can do for you. That's 800-THE-DATE.
Do you dream of owning a business that you and your community will love? Papa Murphy's, one of the nation's fastest growing franchise concepts with 30 years of experience and over 1,400 locations, offers franchise owners an affordable investment with the simplicity of running a food business that eliminates the expenses and headaches of ovens, delivery, and dining. Papa Murphy's is seeking qualified owners to help bring the #1 consumer-rated pizza chain to your local community. Find franchise opportunities near you by going to papamurphys.com or calling 800-257-PAPA, 800-257-7272.
Ron Delano, Attorney, Houston. If you've been diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to a tax-free share of billions of dollars that have been set aside for mesothelioma cancer patients. Second-hand asbestos exposure can also cause mesothelioma. Many patients were exposed to asbestos and didn't even know it. Call right now to get the facts about your legal rights and possible financial compensation. Call 800-217-1900. 800-217-1900. 800-217-1900.
You ever been conned by a contractor? Yeah. Every year, thousands of homeowners get ripped off by contractors doing shoddy work. Often leaves their homes in dangerous, unsafe states of disrepair. Now Adam Carolla. Yes, Adam Carolla. And Spike TV. They've teamed up to hammer home some justice. Get it? Hammer. With a new show on Spike called Catch a Contractor. In the show, Adam searches out and brings these irresponsible contractors back to face the families they've shafted and finish the job they started. This time doing it right. He nails these guys, yeah, where it hurts, using a private investigator on his team to hunt them down and confront them, hidden cameras and all. The hacks, they have to work with Adam and his team to finish the project, or they end up in court. It's that simple. You may ask yourself, hey, why is Adam Carolla involved in this kind of show? Before his comedy career, Adam spent 10 years working in construction, and he's a master carpenter. Did you know that? Catch a Contractor premieres Sunday, March 9th at 10 Eastern, 9 Central, right after an all-new episode of Bar Rescue, only on Spike.
You see and hear ad after ad about owning gold, but they raise more questions than they answer. That's why American Bullion has created a comprehensive free gold guide packed with unbiased information about gold as an investment. Get the facts before you buy. Call American Bullion now for your free copy of the Gold Guide at 800-600-4849. That's 800-600-4849. Are you tired of stressing out about the economy and ready to take control of your retirement funds? American Bullion has a precise, tax-free, and hassle-free system to convert your existing IRA or former 401k into a gold IRA. That's why they're the leader in gold IRA rollovers. It's all spelled out in the free American Bullion Gold Guide that answers all of your questions in plain and simple English. Call for your free copy today at 800-600-4849. That's 800-600-4849. American Bullion. 800-600-4849.
Hey, Mike, there's a letter here from the IRS.
Last year, the IRS sent over 7 million payroll-related penalty assessments to businesses.
We should have used paychecks.
Hey, Mike, they say we didn't pay our payroll taxes on time.
Late or incorrect payments are common causes of a penalty.
Should have used paychecks.
Hey, Mike, we should have used paychecks.
Uh-huh.
500,000 businesses trust Paychex to handle their payrolls. Call 1-800-PAYCHEX or visit trypaychex.com.
If you're overwhelmed by debt and thinking about going to a credit counseling company for help, think again, because the majority of those companies actually work for the credit card companies, and they make the credit card companies a lot of money from people just like you. But there's another way out of debt, and it's not bankruptcy. A way to reduce your debts and save you thousands of dollars. Even better, you can find out how for free by calling 1-800-508-2757. At Freedom Debt Relief, we're not a credit counseling organization. We're not a debt consolidation company. We offer a unique alternative to save you the most money possible to resolve your debt in the shortest amount of time. If you're thinking about a credit counselor, ask yourself this. Are they working for you or the credit card companies? Reduce your debts and save thousands of dollars by learning the secrets to settling your debt. For free information, call 1-800-508-2757. That's 1-800-508-2757. 1-800-508-2757.
Be honest. Will owning a bigger TV help you get ahead in life? Will another pair of shoes make you a better person? Probably not. But what if you could speak another language? If that appeals to you, Rosetta Stone is letting everyone who calls try an absolutely free demo of its powerful language learning software. Do you want more stuff or a language that will last a lifetime? For your free Rosetta Stone demo, call 1-800-918-9767. 1-800-918-9767. 1-800-918-9767.
Kids are in the pool.
Now back to the Opie and Anthony Show.
On Sirius XM.
Kiss the golden shore. The sunlight wants your skin.
I like his voice. How do you not like his voice? That's an amazing singing voice.
I like Bono's voice. I'm not a big fan of most of their music. I like some of their songs. I really like
too. Elevation.
Yeah, I like that one.
Hey, man.
Well,
hello.
sir.
Brian Greene in studio. We're listening to some U2, sir, from the Oscars last night.
And yapping over it.
And we're yapping over it because I think he has an amazing voice.
Yeah. It's good. Very melodic.
Yeah.
Well, good for him.
Brian, you watched the Oscars last night?
You know, my wife was watching. I was in the other room. I popped my head out every time she laeft.
So you're in the other room trying to figure out the universe, and she's trying to see what these ladies are wearing.
The Oscars.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, she loved it. I heard not everybody else did, but she did.
Yeah.
What were you doing? What were you doing in the other room?
Honestly, I was doing some calculations. Oh, yeah?
I told you.
Having to do with black holes.
See, I told you.
What did you come up with?
You know, I should have watched the Oscars.
And who checks your math?
You know, the math checks itself.
In the end.
Yeah, I mean, if the results don't make any sense, that's the wonder of math. It kind of slaps you in the face and says, this doesn't work. And it is self-correcting. So that's the beauty of doing equations.
No,
Tell me about it.
I disagree with your philosophy on mirror symmetry. I don't know if I'm 100% in agreement with that. Now, but before we talk about it, could you explain what it is?
Mirror symmetry. You know what? Einstein taught us this amazing thing. The shape of space affects what we observe. Each shape yields different physics. What we found is, unbeknownst to Einstein, you can have two different shapes that yield exactly the same universe. And those shapes are called mirror shapes if they do that. Now for the quiz.
Okay. What does that mean? I don't know what that means.
Is there two universes?
Well, you would have thought Einstein would have looked at these two different shapes for the universe and said, these are two different universes. Clearly, period, that's it. But when we do the more refined approach to the laws of physics that we are struggling to develop, an approach called string theory, we don't know if it's right yet, but within this approach, you can have two different shapes. You look at them, they look different, but yet in a mysterious quantum mechanical way, they yield identical universes. It's like, you take a word, right? Let me take the word cat. What's that in Spanish? Gato? I don't remember my
Gato.
Spanish. Yeah, right. So you look at those two words, they look completely different. Cat and gato. But yet, they are the same thing. Secretly, there's a dictionary that takes one to the other. That's the same thing that we found, a dictionary that takes one shape to another shape, same universe. The cat.
So is that what string theory is?
String theory?
No, it's not.
No. Well, it's a part of string theory. String theory is an attempt to realize a dream, again, that Einstein had, which was to find what he called the unified theory, which would be one idea, one master equation that might describe everything.
Wow. If Einstein's number one, who's number two? Because everyone always refers to Einstein. Who was the second guy?
Well, I don't even know if he's number one. It's a tie, I think, between him and Isaac Newton.
Okay.
I mean, Newton obviously was a long time ago, and what he did doesn't have the same kind of sophistication. We teach it, to high school kids, whereas Einstein we teach to the graduate students for the most part. But Newton was going from nothing, right? There wasn't anything before him that he was really deeply building upon. This guy just sort of looked out at the world, at the planets, the moon, and realized that the force governing the moon is the same force that governs a rock when you throw it, from here to there. Why would that be the case? That's a deep insight. It's gravity, right? But who would have thought that it's the same physics that governs up there and down here? So you kind of united the terrestrial and the extraterrestrial in a new way of thinking about how the world works.
Yeah, Einstein kind of had a head start.
Yeah.
So he really could work off of other people's work.
Now, he was still a pretty bright dude. I'm not trying to take anything away from him.
Imagine how good he would have been with a computer. He did all that shit by hand and calculated
you're
on a
absolutely right. I
blackboard.
sometimes wonder about that. If you were to go back to the great geniuses, even Galileo or Newton, or even go further back, Pythagoras. If these guys had the computational power that we have, what would they have done?
Nothing. They'd just be looking at porn.
That's it, probably, right? The history of civilization would have been completely, in an alternate universe, right? Nothing happened. They had the computer too soon.
What are you bad at? Because you're so good at this, right? The universe, astronomy, and math, and all that. What are you bad at?
Well, if my wife is here, she'd
probably got a few
list
things.
a whole bunch of things.
But where your brain is just
I've got an awful memory for faces. I meet people, and then the next day I meet them again, and I'm like, "Hey, how you doing?" And they're like, "We spoke yesterday." I say, "Oh, wow."
Okay.
So that's constant.
Wait, is that all? Because Dr. Kaku, we've had Michio Kaku in here.
He doesn't recognize us.
Yeah. And I see him all the time, and he never remembers that we've interacted.
And he's very scared.
I will remember your face. I'm going to have it emblazoned right here.
Yeah.
But I wonder if that's because you guys are so focused on more important stuff than just people's dumb faces.
You guys don't have time for nonsense. You're not watching the Oscars last night. Of course you're not.
No, but I did pop in.
Yeah.
I saw some of Ellen's jokes.
Okay. Pretty good, right?
I saw the pizza. And the selfie, I saw that.
Yeah. Okay, that was a big story. Yeah. And are you constantly thinking about physics? Is it always when you make a turn in your car? Are you assessing the centrifugal force? And
it's an interesting thing. At some level, yes, it's it's always there. Because physics, many people think of it as some subject that they were forced to take in high school, and they were so thrilled when they finished it and they could just forget about the whole thing. But that's sort of a tragic perspective, and it hurts me when I see that that's how kids view physics. Physics is a way of understanding reality, of engaging with the world, of making sense really of your own existence in the deepest possible way.
Can I defend those students though?
Yeah, please do.
It's how they taught it.
Yeah, I know.
There's got to be a better way to teach some of these tougher subjects to get you into it.
No, I agree
It just
completely.
felt like a drag when you're in that classroom.
I like
trying to
real-life
learn that.
applications of things, too, especially in physics, because it's with you every day. You're walking in it constantly. And like when you're driving and maybe it's snowing out, you have to assess the friction on the road and your car and your speed, and you're constantly putting it in check, and that's all physics.
No, I completely agree with you. I mean, I don't want to go Mr. Plugging stuff here, but one thing that we're doing right now is trying to change the way people teach physics. We have this new thing, this World Science U, that is going to go live on Thursday or so, and the whole point is to inject a whole level of visualization into these abstract ideas. I mean, you teach any kid the laws of physics, even from Newton, they're so abstract if you haven't encountered that way of thinking before.
Yeah.
But if you can turn abstract ideas into vibrant visuals, all of a sudden they make sense. I mean, I've been at a blackboard with a piece of chalk trying to teach kids, about some of the features of, say, black holes or the slowing of time and relativity. Weird and wonderful ideas. But it's hard for them to get it, and I'm trying to scratch on the board. And you talk about what I do poorly. I am really bad as an artist. I have my kids make better diagrams than I do. But if you use the power of the digital to create real sharp visualizations of things, then I see the kids get it in a moment. They're like, oh yeah, I see, I get it. I really can now put it in my mind. And that's what we're trying to do, to change so that that's the norm of the experience in the classroom, as opposed to the usual where you're like, oh my God, I don't get it.
Right.
What are the odds that Einstein was wrong? Because he was such a genius.
He was for certain wrong in some deep sense. Even Einstein himself knew that he was taking an incremental step forward, giving us a deeper understanding of space and time and gravity. But he knew that it wasn't the end of the story, because the way physics and science more generally works is people understand understand something in one era, and then in a later era, they expand the understanding. They typically don't wipe out what happened in the past. Newton is still with us, right? We do still teach Newton, and it's good that we do because it's a close approximation to the truth, but Einstein did a better job, and 10, 100 years from now, somebody else is going to do a better job still.
It's very difficult to grasp the concept of space as anything more than a giant, endless void.
Yeah.
And when you talk about things like traveling from point A to point B and making it a shorter distance by folding space on itself and putting those points closer together, it's hard to conceptualize it because you're not thinking of it in this two-dimensional piece of paper look.
Right.
It's like I said, a big void. And when you talk about different shapes containing the same universe, again, how do you give something a shape when, again, it's just this infinite?
Yeah, no,
nothing?
I understand
Very hard.
the challenge that presents, because when we think about shapes, we always think about them as a shape within space, right? You got the shape of your water bottle that you were just drinking from, the shape of my coffee cup, the shape of the microphone. They're all objects within space. When you think about space itself, it seems like, well, how can it have a shape?
Right.
It's the container. It's just like the whole thing that goes on forever. And the problem is that we have difficulty thinking in higher dimensional spaces, right? And that's why we use lower dimensional versions like the piece of paper to stand in. It's a proxy for space, if you will. Just because our brains are kind of limited in trying to grasp these ideas. And it makes perfect sense that our brains are limited. Why?
I like how you say ours. Thank you for that.
No,
you mean yours.
No, I do not mean it all. This is a collective effect. And I'll tell you why. It's evolution. Right? So our forebears, when they were out there like on the savannah trying to survive, if they sat down to contemplate the shape of space, they got eaten, right? So there was no evolutionary advantage to trying to understand reality in a deep way. What you had to understand there were the very basic things like, where do I throw the rock, to hit the antelope so I get my dinner? And that's why, for instance, if I take this water bottle, right, and I throw it at you, you know where to put your hand to catch it, even though you're not doing a Newtonian calculation in your mind. You have an intuition about it, and that's evolution has impressed
upon us. You throw a bottle, he will catch it.
There you go. All right, here we go. Are you ready? Are we going to do this? We're going to do it. Here we go. And there. All right, he caught it. Just made my point. And that's why. That's why these ideas are so hard for us, because we're going against evolutionary pressure in trying to understand things that we didn't need to know to get the next meal. But now we kind of have the next meal right in front of us. And we're not just thinking about survival any longer, and we're trying to go deeper.
The bigger picture now.
Yeah.
Keep expanding out.
That's right. And therefore, we're kind of pushing the boundaries of what our brains are capable of.
Can you explain what string theory means? Like, I don't know. Like, it's supposed to be like the smallest, the lowest common, or the tiniest common thing.
That's right. So, we all, learned in high school at some point that matter, if you take any piece of wood, you cut it in half, keep cutting it into smaller pieces, sooner or later you get to molecules. The molecules are made up of atoms. The atoms, we learned, have these little electron particles swirling around the center, which is called the nucleus, which has neutrons and protons inside of it. And perhaps you also know that inside neutrons and protons are quarks, right? So the conventional picture is that these ingredients are little tiny dots. They don't have any inner machinery inside of them. The idea of string theory, and I underscore this, is an idea. We do not know that this is correct. But if you take an electron, according to string theory, and look deeply inside, you would see something else. A little tiny filament, a little tiny string-like filament, and that's why it's called string theory. And that filament can vibrate in different patterns. And the idea is, when the string is vibrating in one way, it is an electron. When the string is vibrating a different way, it is a quark. Vibrating yet another way, it's a photon, a particle of light. So all of the particles making up reality are now unified into one rubric, one idea. They all arise from the different vibrations of a string. So in a kind of poetic way, the music played by these little tiny strings results in all of the rich structure we see in the world around us. That's the idea.
Why string, though?
Yes.
Why did they come up with that? Like, why did they say it would be a bent string? And if it's a bent string and nothing is smaller, couldn't you theoretically cut it in half?
Yes. So what would you get if you cut a string in half? No, it's a good question, right? Well, it's kind of like, if you have an earthworm and you cut it in half, you still have an earthworm. And the idea here is that at least in one formulation, you cut a string, you'd still have string. You wouldn't find anything new and surprising. No new ingredient. Now, having said that, these ideas are at the cutting edge, and there are people investigating your question who are suggesting that the math maybe is telling us that there is something finer, and that the string itself is just a stepping stone, and there is a deeper ingredient yet to be found inside.
I don't even know how they incorporate math into that. Like, to me, is like to what you just talk about, we can visualize it, and okay, I understand exactly what you're saying.
We can visualize string.
A piece of string inside a ball or something.
We're still in.
Yeah. But the second it starts, it turns into equations.
Right.
It's gone.
That's the tricky step for many people, because what is math? Math is really just a language that many of us are less familiar with than ordinary natural languages, English or French. That's all that it is. It's a language that's optimally suited for analyzing a certain class of problems. Now, in this case, how do we see a string in the math? Well, it's actually not all that hard to think about. If you have an ordinary string on a guitar or violin, you pluck it, it gives a certain note. But it also has certain overtones associated with it. Right? When you pluck that string, there are a mixture of notes, if you will, that are all coming together to yield the sound of a violin. Each of those different notes is a different frequency of vibration, and we have equations that tell us what the frequencies of vibrations of these strings would be. And that's how we see that it's a string. We see a certain pattern of vibrations, and we're like, that pattern, that's the pattern of a vibrating string. Does that help at all? I don't know.
Yeah, because that can be turned into some type of numerical value.
Yes,
I gotcha.
That's right.
Yeah, a frequency.
Yeah.
And when you talk about tearing the fabric of space-time, what does that mean?
Yeah, so this is work that I was fortunate to be involved with a number of years ago, where you see in Einstein's theory of general relativity, it's called, which is this theory of the force of gravity. Einstein taught us that space can curve, it can warp. You can think of sort of space as almost like a rubber sheet, going back to that two-dimensional version. That's not as satisfying, but let's just use it because we can wrap our minds around it. So, you imagine you have a big bowling ball on a rubber sheet. It kind of curves the sheet. Similarly, the sun curves the space around it. But here's the thing. In Einstein's approach, space can bend, it can warp, but it can't rip. In Einstein's equations, if space were to rip, the equations break down, the universe grinds to a halt. That's not something that we expect could happen. We reanalyzed that issue of the tearing of space in this more refined set of equations that come from string theory. And we found that in this refined approach, space can tear. It can rip apart and reconnect in a way that doesn't cause the universe to grind to a halt. The math just smoothly sails through this tear in the fabric of space. No catastrophe at all. So it was a kind of surprising result. Nobody anticipated that this would be the new repertoire of potential behaviors when you go beyond Einstein's approach.
Wow. I love what happened. Like, what happens at that moment? Like, is it just like a chalkboard and they'll say, oh, that's it?
In terms of how we found it, or in terms of no, it really was. I was actually at the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton when we were doing this work some years ago, and it all boiled down to an equation, a mathematical equation, and we had been working months to get this equation, and literally we were applying it to an example where if the answer came out to be 12, it's not a joke, if it came out to be 12, that meant the fabric of space could tear, and any other number it wouldn't. And we had this computer program that was ready to go, and a friend of mine had written the code. It was Friday when we were done and ready to go. He was going home, and we said, look, can't you come back tomorrow morning? Yeah, seriously. I said, can you come back tomorrow morning? We've been on this for months. He's like, no, I don't work on the weekend. I was like, are you serious, man? We're like on the verge of it. He says, look, you get me a 6-pack, and I'll be there. So
took a 6-pack.
This guy Paul Aspinwall is now at Duke. So we got him the 6-pack. He came in and we ran the code, and it didn't come out 12. It came out like 3.999 or something like that. And I was like, oh my God, all these like months of work and it's down the drain. But then we realized 3.999, that's like really close to 4. 4 kind of divides 12 by a factor of 3. Maybe we lost a factor of 3 in our math. So we went through all the equations painstakingly. Goodness gracious, we found that we'd made an error of a factor of 3. Put it back in, ran the code again. It came out 11.99999, which is 12 in computer speak with the round-off errors. We showed that the fabric of space could tear.
Oh, my God.
What does it mean to tear, though? Like, for the fabric of space to tear? I mean, I know what a rip is, but, like, how did...
Literally, yeah. I'm talking about the same thing.
And what causes it to rip?
Well, there are processes in string theory where that is what they do. So in Einstein's general relativity, the fabric can stretch or warp based upon the presence of matter or energy. And what we found is, just like with an ordinary piece of material, if you warp it or stretch it far enough, it will tear. The same thing can happen with the fabric of space, fundamentally changing its shape by virtue of a tear and allowing it to reconnect.
So what would do that? Like a black hole?
Black holes, we think, have the capacity to have that kind of effect on space, but we don't understand black holes well enough yet. That's right at the frontier. So deep in the center of a black hole is something we call a singularity. You may have heard that word sometimes brought up in cosmology and in black holes. And singularity is a euphemism for we don't know what the hell is going on. That's all that it means. It means that the equations are breaking down and we need to find more sophisticated tools to understand what's happening. And right now, there must be, 400 people around the world that every single day are thinking deeply about what's happening in black holes, what happens at the edge. There's a lot of controversy that's been stirred up recently. So I don't know. Black holes may be this kind of beast that yields other kinds of rips in the fabric of space, but we don't know yet for sure.
Man. I've really had enough of the speed of light. I'm tired of it. Just enough already. They're like, it's 186,000 miles a second. Enough with it. I bet you there's something faster. They keep saying no.
Well, there was an experiment you may have heard of where they had some neutrinos. That little tiny particles that were leaving the Large Hadron Collider in Geneva, traveling through the Earth to a detector in Gran Sasso in Italy. And the initial measurement showed that the neutrinos were showing up 16 nanoseconds earlier than they could have, even if they were traveling at the speed of light. They were traveling faster than the speed of light, according to the measurements, arriving in Italy a little bit early. Now, when we heard that, we said, no, that can't be true. I mean, one of the quick ways you knew it couldn't be true is nothing arrives early in Italy, right? So that's from the get-go, right there. But more scientifically, there is a mountain of experimental support behind Einstein's special theory of relativity, which says that the speed of light is the speed limit. So one little measurement would never convince us. We would need 100 measurements confirmed by, 10 different research groups around the world before we'd say, wow, maybe there's something to this. So all of us, well, most of us, came out and said, this can't be right, or we're not convinced of this. And a little while later, the research group did find a little error in their equipment, a faulty wire, which when corrected showed that the neutrinos were not going faster than the speed of light. So based on everything that we know today, the speed of light does still seem to be the limit for how fast something can travel through empty space.
It just seems like there's a simplistic way to get around that. Like if you're traveling at the speed of light, you throw a ball in front of you. Yeah. The ball is literally traveling faster than light.
So you would think.
You would think,
based on your Newtonian intuition that came from being able to eat that antelope in the savannah.
Exactly.
Right? Now, that's actually the beautiful thing, because what Einstein showed is when you throw that ball from that train that's going, say, really near the speed of light, normally you'd say to yourself, well, how do you get the speed of the ball? Well, you take the speed of the train plus the speed at which you threw the ball, add them together. And that gets the new speed of the ball relative to somebody watching this, say, from the ground.
Right.
And Einstein says that reasoning works at low speeds, but it fails, completely fails at high speeds. There's a new way of combining velocities that comes into play, which doesn't just add them together. It adds them together and then corrects it by another factor which always ensures that the combined speed is less than the speed of light.
But then the ball would never be moving away from you.
Nah, it depends on your perspective. So for the person on the train, the ball is moving away from them at a speed of maybe 100 miles an hour. Right. Let's say you're Mariano Rivera or something. You're throwing the baseball. It's going away from you at 100 miles an hour or so. The person on the ground watching the ball does not see its speed to be your speed plus 100 miles an hour. They see it to be less than that in a manner that always brings the total under the speed of light. Now, this is not just something weird about speed and, something that tickles the brain, because what is speed? Speed is a measure of how far you go divided by how long it takes you to get there. Yeah. That means it's a measure of space, how far you go, divided by a measure of time. Yeah. So what Einstein is telling us is that space and time don't behave as we would think based on everyday experience. Space and time have weird, unexpected properties. That's what he showed us in special relativity.
It's easier to grasp it thinking in those terms than just speed.
Yes, exactly. Because, when you hear about speed, you're like, well, that's just sort of, weird and curious, but who really cares that much about speed per se? But when you talk about space and time, look, everything we do, everything we think, everything we experience takes place in some region of space during some interval of time. Right. So if space and time are not behaving as you would think, that means reality is not behaving as you would think.
I got a couple questions. Where are you at with God?
Well,
he's sitting next to him.
A few things. Where are you at with God and other life out there?
Well, for God, my view is that there may well be a God, right? I have no evidence to convince me that there is. All of my understanding of physics suggests that that's all that we need and to understand at least the nature of the physical universe. But that doesn't prove there isn't a God out there. So my view is if what we are doing as physicists is, say, working out God's laws in some secret way, I'm thrilled to be part of that journey. That's a pretty deep thing to do. Yeah. And if there is no God, as I suspect there isn't, and all we're doing is working out the laws of physics that brought the universe into existence and govern its evolution, if that's what we're doing, I'm happy to be part of that journey. So from a day-to-day perspective, it doesn't really affect what I do. Now, from the perspective of other life out there, that's one of those very difficult questions for a scientist to answer, because the only way we'll know is by encountering that other life. Now, there are all these people who talk about making estimates of the likelihood of life being out there, but all those estimates are based on things that we just fundamentally don't know. Sure, we can now gain some insight into the number of planets that are out there, the number of planets that are similar in a sense to Earth in terms of conditions that would be hospitable to our form of life. But we don't know how life really gets started. The raw material seems to be ubiquitous out there to give rise to our form of life. What sparks life to get going? That's still an unknown for us, and that's why it's difficult to judge. But if you're asking me just sort of in a gut, completely informal sense, do I think there's life out there? Yeah, I think that there is.
A lot of it, too, right?
If there is any other life, I suspect that there is a lot.
Right. Yeah.
I have a Lightspeed question.
Yeah. You love this Lightspeed.
I really do, because it's the two things interest me about it. Like, first of all, when you're traveling Lightspeed, aren't you seeing what's behind you as well?
Well, you can't actually travel at Lightspeed.
But I'm saying if you could, theoretically, wouldn't you see what
Well, here's the thing. Sometimes if one asks a theoretical question, the reason why the answer seems so confusing is because it's a perspective that you could absolutely never have in principle. So what I'd say is if you go very, very close to the speed of light, you can look out at the world and ask yourself what you would see. And I've got some fantastic animation to show you what you would literally see. I can't obviously do it here on the radio, but the world would look slightly strange. It would look kind of curved and warped, and features of it that are completely unexpected based on slow speeds would start to become readily apparent. If you watch a taxi cab going down, say, Fifth Avenue near the speed of light, right? What would that taxi cab look like? It would be shrunken to a very, very thin width, and it would be twisted as it's going by. So, an ordinary taxi cab, 10 feet long? It might be 1 inch long as it's rushing by you. because that's what happens to space at high speeds. Again, that connection between speed being space per time, that's what would happen. And if you were to look at a clock inside that taxi cab as it's rushing by, that clock and everything inside that taxi cab would be ticking slowly. People in the taxi cab, their eyes would be blinking slow. Everything goes slow because time itself slows down at high speeds.
That is so...
Is there like a way you can kind of visualize with the speed of sound when you get that Doppler effect?
Yeah.
With that, is there any kind of similarity between that?
You can, but it doesn't really bring out the weirder side of things. So it is the case, as you're saying, you know, if an ambulance is rushing toward you and it goes, that kind of thing. Right, exactly. So that's the Doppler effect, which is how the wavelength of a signal, a wave, is affected by the motion of the source. That happens with light, too. So if an object is coming toward you, it'll look bluer. If it's rushing away from you, it will look redder. That's the analog of the siren sound sort of going up and down in terms of the pitch of the siren. But the weirder part, though, is the speed, as we're talking about. Not the frequency of the waves, but rather the speed that the signal is traveling. And that is different for light. That's a strange feature that's very hard to grasp, and you just ultimately have to accept it. Because if you were to say to me, why is it that the speed of light is constant? Why is it that nothing can go faster than the speed of light? At some deep level, I have to tell you, I don't know.
Because that's the way it is.
I could imagine a universe.
Them's the breaks.
I could imagine a universe where it's not the case. Right. Logically, I can imagine a world where Newton got it right. Late 1600s, he figured it all out, and that's all that there was. And everything behaved according to intuition. That would be a kind of boring universe, certainly for a 21st century physicist like me, because nothing would have happened in the last 500 years or something. So we look to Einstein, and I say, I thank Einstein for his insights, because it made the world so much deeper and richer for us to figure out. And who doesn't get totally bowled over by time slowing down or space crunching at high speeds? It's spectacular. But did it have to be that way? Hard for me to say that it had to be that way. But it is that way.
What are some of the things we'll be able to do with the knowledge we have now? Let's say in the next 20 years, some of the things that you think will be possible.
Well, I take a step back and just, it's good to remember that, Einstein's ideas, those ideas of quantum mechanics, which is, the physics of the small things, electrons and molecules and atoms, that has allowed us already to create almost everything in this room, right? So personal computers, cell phones, all manner of medical technology, anything with an integrated circuit comes from quantum physics. Without quantum physics, you wouldn't have all that stuff. Some have estimated something like 35% of the gross national product comes from quantum mechanics. So already, fundamental physics has, in a profound way, changed our lives. Where will these discoveries lead us in the next 20, 30 years? I don't know. And I'm sort of excited to say that, because...
You have any hunches, though? Or?
Yeah, well, what are we trying to figure out these days? So with string theory, we're really trying to take Einstein's ideas and push them further and really understand the basic structure of space and time. If these ideas are correct, could it be that in the distant future, I'm not talking 20 years, I'm talking, maybe 20,000 years, would that allow us to manipulate space and time? Maybe. I mean, that's the rhythm of science. You understand something deeply, then you start to use your understanding to manipulate it. I don't mean in some dark way, but you just take control over it. Now we can manipulate the motion of electrons, and that's why you have your cell phone. Well, could we ultimately use our understanding to manipulate space and time? Would that yield to fantastic space travel or time travel? In the wild imaginings, yeah, I could at least envision that as a possibility.
And what is they discovered the God particle? What exactly does that mean?
Yeah, that's this thing called the Higgs particle, the Higgs boson. And that's a particle that was emergent from the equations in the 1960s. But we didn't know if it was true or not. Again, it was just math. And then a machine was built in Geneva, Switzerland, and this little tiny particle that the math said should be there is there. Now, what does it do? This is a particle whose corresponding field, all particles correspond to fields that fill space in this case. And the Higgs field, we believe, is a kind of cosmic molasses, filling every nook and cranny of space. So that as fundamental particles like electrons or quarks that try to move through space, they rub against this molasses. That kind of gives them a resistance that we consider to be the mass of the particle. So why does an electron have heft? Why does it resist when we push on it? Answer, according to these ideas, it's rubbing against this cosmic molasses, the Higgs field. Now, this was math in the 60s. I learned about it as a grad student in the 80s, and for months I thought it was real. I didn't know it was hypothetical because the professor was already so convinced it was right. He didn't even qualify the description when he was teaching at the blackboard. But it was only in 2012 that we got the first solid evidence that this is really real from these collisions at the Large Hadron Collider, and now there's a basic consensus that these ideas are correct.
So you're saying the resistance that you get from mass trying to move mass,
yes,
is that?
That's right.
Wow.
And without the Higgs field, the idea would be that if you pushed on any object, it would be massless. It wouldn't resist it at all. It would just go flying off at the speed of light.
Right.
The reason why light still travels at light speed is it can go through the molasses without interacting with it at all. That's one of the beauties of this molasses. Light just goes through it, like a hot knife through butter, right? Even more smoothly, it just goes right through it. But other particles, like the electrons or the quarks, things of that sort, they don't go through so smoothly. And that resistance is why they've got heft.
Interesting. Yeah.
And what is the...
feel it when I do this.
Yeah,
that's it. That's right. That's right. Now, let me just point out one little subtlety. Little subtlety. Sometimes people say the heft of ordinary objects, therefore, like that book or a coffee cup, therefore also comes from the Higgs field. That's not quite true. Because the objects like protons, which are collections of quarks, there's an additional source of their heft that comes from the way the quarks talk to each other. Certain interactions. It's called the strong nuclear force. The name doesn't matter much. But that's where the heft of ordinary conglomerates come from. But the fundamental constituents is what I'm talking about. That's where they get their heft from the Higgs field. That's a footnote.
Damn. A little footnote.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll tuck that away.
Yeah. Bring that up to one of your next guests.
Well, I've got a dog trainer coming in. Awkward. Long day to book the dog trainer.
Oh my God! No, I love this stuff. I really do. My whole life, I've been
blows my mind
into it. It's
the whole
amazing.
Thing.
What percentage of gravity on Earth are the astronauts experiencing? Are they? I've heard two different things.
Well, if they are in free fall, then they aren't experiencing anything. So one of the insights of Einstein is that anybody who is in free fall, you jump out a building, right? You're out there in space and you're in orbit, which in essence is an object that's free falling around the Earth. You've canceled out gravity. This is called Einstein's equivalence principle, that you can cancel out gravity by undertaking a certain kind of motion, which is basically a free fall motion. If, however, a rocket out there is accelerating, then the people will feel themselves pushed against the seat or against the floor, and they'll feel something equivalent to gravity. Now, if someone's not in free fall and they're literally hanging out there, then the amount of gravity they're feeling is pretty close to what we are experiencing here on Earth. Obviously, it depends how far away they are, but I'm talking if they're on the order of a couple hundred miles away, the Earth itself, what is it, about, 8,000 miles in diameter or something, so 4,000 in radius, so 100 miles is not that far.
It's gonna grab you.
We're already, right here on the surface of the Earth, pretty far from the center. And that's what dictates how much gravity you feel. How far are you away from the center of the object?
So the movie Gravity was a comedy to you.
It's funny. I was just, with all the Oscar stuff, I was asked about this so many times, about the sort of science gaffes in Gravity. And my view is, I don't really care as much about that. I go to the movies to let go of all that. You talk about, is physics always with you when you're making the left turn of the car? Do you feel the centrifugal force? It is. So I like to sit there in the movie and let it all go and just enjoy what's happening. So I'm not sitting there like with my pad of paper and say, oh, they got that wrong, they got this wrong. Here's what does bug me, though. If a movie breaks the rules, there you go. Here's the thing: if a movie breaks the rules, right, and they do it consistently, so I buy into this new set of rules, I'm fine with that. But if at the last minute, like a plot device suggests to them that they should now buy into a different set of rules that contradict the other rules that they had me buy into at the outset. I don't like that. Then I feel like, oh, come on, that's like lazy thinking. But you want to bend the rules and you do it in a consistent way, I'll go with you. I'll go with you completely.
Buzz Aldrin said that the way they moved in space, colliding, all that stuff, he said was fairly accurate, the way things got to get banged around up there.
Yeah, but I mean, there are other things. Again, I wasn't sitting there like critiquing as a thing in my mind. But there's like a key moment when like George Clooney's holding on to, I don't know, it was a rope or something. You know, and Sandra Bullock is like trying to keep him from like flying out into space. In reality, once that thing pulled taut, there would be no additional force that would be causing him to continue to be pulling on it. And therefore, that was a kind of a weird moment. But, you know, you can justify it in your mind. If the entire object was spinning around like a merry-go-round,
then it would want to fling them off.
Then it would want to fling them off. So that's how I would justify it in my mind. You know, they didn't show us the spinning, but it was really spinning up there.
It must have really been spinning. Because once they
give them the benefit of the doubt.
He definitely could have made it back with her because once
that thing pulls taut, that's end. You know, then he basically gets pulled back in.
Let's go to Dan in Atlanta. Dan, what's up?
Hey guys, I just proved my own scientific theory. You put a physicist on the O&A show and the phone lines are wide ass open.
No, not really.
No, they're packed.
We just don't have time to go to them. They're packed. They've been packed since Brian Greene came in today.
Really? Well,
it's worldscienceu.com, by the way. He's promoting that today.
Answer me this. So you've seen this through a number of generations, right? You've seen guys that came through with you. I'm 34. So when I went through school, it was a little more similar as today than when you went through, but still wasn't like it is today. How do you keep kids interested in this stuff? You know what I mean? You got the pioneers of the past. You've got them into your decades. You've got them into my decades. And I keep seeing these young kids, and it's like, how do you get them interested?
Yeah, I mean, you don't mind if I take that one, guys?
No, go ahead.
You know, my view on that is, what we do wrong is we teach science as if it is a finished subject. There it is in the textbook, and you just have to learn it. That isn't going to fire anybody up. But if you teach science as an ongoing journey of discovery, a dramatic story of discovery, as we have continued to dig deeper and find stranger and stranger things, and that's where we're heading off into the future, then kids get real excited. You know, I can't tell you the number of times I've talked to a young group of kids, right, and I'll tell them something about black holes or the Big Bang or things like that, and their eyes start to open wide. They're like, whoa, wow, time slows down near the black hole, you know, the beginning of the Big Bang. And then they often say to me, wait, but that's science? And I'm like, yeah, that's science. It's not just memorizing these things that you spit back on an exam. And once kids make that transition to recognize that there's such wondrous stuff still to figure out, many of them have a very different view of science.
Yeah, if you could tell somebody that they can be part of a continuing story that's going on, of course it's better than just here's this, finish it, and report back to me.
Right, exactly.
Let's say hi to Bob in Tucson.
Hey there, Bob.
Hey, Dr. Greene, how you doing?
Good. How about you?
I'm in love with the string theory because I feel that it really fits in with the whole concept of what a lot of people might conceive as God and a higher power. And how does that kind of figure in with your thinking, and how can you relate that to the whole concept of God and being one central controlling figure in the universe?
Yeah, we sort of hit on this a little bit earlier, and my view is that physics doesn't have a whole lot to say about God, right? So we're trying to figure out the laws of physics and apply them to understand reality around us. And could God be behind it all, pulling the strings, so to speak? Yeah, it's possible. There's no evidence for that. So we keep it in our mind as a possibility, but we press on with the equations, with the experiments, with the observations to just try to push the procedures of science forward.
But what about the baby Jesus?
How does he fit in?
Yeah, how does the baby Jesus fit into all this? Thank you, Bob.
Well, I'm
go ahead. Sorry.
I'm an agnostic, and I really feel that that's kind of like the whole controlling thing throughout the universe. It's this string theory that can tie us into different dimensions and different ways of that when we die, that's not, we don't just basically get snuffed out. It's those thoughts and those things that have triggered things throughout our life that cause us to be remembered and cause ghosts and those little things that trickle throughout the universe that cause us to be our essence of what we are. Does that make sense?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know what happens when you die. From the point of view of physics, from the point of view of physics, look, it's a pretty subtle change in the state of your body when you die. So if we're just analyzing the physics of what's going on, it's not completely obvious that something dramatic has happened.
We all are electrical creatures. I mean,
sure.
That's what basically controls our whole body is this electrical impulse that runs through us. And I just kind of feel that, that some hairy guy sitting up in space somewhere granting wishes doesn't make sense to me. But if you can kind of grasp it through physics, that kind of makes a whole lot of sense to me.
Yep, I agree. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me either. But on the other hand, quantum mechanics didn't make a whole lot of sense to some of the greatest geniuses of the 20th century. And it turned out to be right. So the thing is, the only ideas that I'm willing to buy into are ideas that have a strong mathematical basis, which ultimately are confirmed by experiment or observation. That's the gold standard. And all these other things that we talk about with God, and I don't even know what it means in any deep, rigorous sense.
Right,
I have an intuitive feel for what people mean, but it's hard to test that kind of an idea.
Right, there's no way to figure it out.
Yeah. Now, on the other hand, if the sky was to open, and the big man up there said, "I'm here, I am God," I wonder, would I be convinced then? Part of me says, well, I guess I would. Part of me feels like maybe I'd check myself into Bellevue at that point. Yeah. So I don't know what exactly I'm looking for when I say, where's the evidence?
Right.
What is that thing they did with...
one truck driver.
Right. All right. Thank you, Bob.
What is that thing they did where they had it was like a quantum physics experiment where a particle was in two places
Yeah,
at
the
once?
entanglement, quantum entanglement.
Now, I'm sorry to interrupt you. My question was, is that a possibility? If that's real, is it possible that it could be from one place to the other faster than the speed of light?
Right. That's a deep and difficult question. It is the case that in quantum mechanics you can have a particle over here, say in Los Angeles, another particle in New York, such that you measure the particle in Los Angeles and it seems to instantaneously have an effect on the result of a measurement on the particle in New York. They're 3,000 miles apart, but yet what you do on one seems to have an effect on the other. Einstein himself called this spooky action at a distance. And he said, it can't really be that way. But experiments seem to establish that it kind of is that way. And you might say, well, there you go. You've now done something faster than the speed of light. And actually you haven't. Because there's no information that you can transmit from one place to another faster than the speed of light. Rather, it's a correlation in their behaviors by some weird quantum effect that we understand the math of it completely well. So I don't want to leave you a sense that this is a mystery. We understand this. We do experiments with this. We use it. But from the fact of relativity, when Einstein describes it, it's really no information, no signal can go from place to place at faster than the speed of light. In this case, when you analyze it closely, no information would go from Los Angeles to New York. You couldn't say, sell Yahoo or sell Amazon stock. There'd be no way for that information to be transmitted through this influence. So in a sense, relativity survives by the skin of its teeth. But again, this is at the cutting edge, and people are still trying to figure this one out. And maybe, if you have me back at some point, I'd say, you know what? You were right. We now understand it better, and there's a real issue.
Only because it seems like, how could they, I know my mind can't grasp.
Can you explain this one a little further, Jimmy?
Not really. I think Brian would probably be better than I would. I think if you have two particles in two different locations, like you said, one reacts to the other in a way, but you're saying there's no information being transmitted.
Yeah, I can tell you why. In maybe a minute. So one of the weird things of quantum physics is we learn that the best you can ever do in an experiment is predict the probability of an outcome. That's the big break of quantum physics. Newton says, you predict how things will be. Quantum mechanics says, no, Newton, you are a little bit wrong on that. You only predict 30% chance of this or 40% chance of that. So here's the idea. You can have two particles in Los Angeles and New York set up in the right way where there's a 50-50 chance that this particle will, say, be red or blue. 50-50 chance that the one in New York will be blue or red. Okay? So it's a chancy thing. You measure the one in Los Angeles and say you find it's blue. The one in New York necessarily then will be red. But that's weird, right? Because how could doing something in Los Angeles affect the color of the one in New York? But that's what quantum mechanics says happens. But now, how would you transmit any information with that? Well, let's say you had many of these particles in Los Angeles and New York. You do a bunch of measurements in Los Angeles, red, blue, blue, red. Maybe it comes out. The ones in New York then will be the opposite, blue, red, red, blue. But there's no information in that. It's just a random list of colors. It's only when you bring the two lists together from Los Angeles and New York and compare them, that you say, oh, wow, every time you got red, I got blue. Every time you got blue, I got red. But that comparison has to be done slower than the speed of light. How do you get the two lists together? You get on the phone, you send an email. That communication is slower than light speed. And only when that communication happens do you go, wow, something weird's happening. You got red, I got blue. You got blue, I got red. It's only in the comparison.
That's wild.
Right. So, because I was thinking you could absolutely transmit information through those changes, but to then coordinate what they're each doing slows you down.
That's right. It's only the coordination,
right,
ultimately, which shows the information.
But if, and again, I'm just trying to grasp it. Like, if the coordination shows the information, doesn't that mean that the information is there even without us knowing it?
That's a good point. It's a tricky one, and that's why people are still struggling with these ideas. But as far as we can tell right now, it's only when the information can literally be extracted that you consider the information having been transmitted. So you might say it's sort of latent information. It's kind of there. But even though it's there, if you can't extract it, then we'd say that the information hasn't been transmitted. Only when you bring the list together can you extract it, but that's a slower than light procedure because of the comparison.
But does it happen where, like, the things where the one will happen in Los Angeles and it won't affect the one in New York, or does it always affect it?
No, you have to set things up in a very careful way for everything we're talking about to happen. So some people say, well, okay, you set it up to do that. What's so surprising? I'm telling you, it is surprising. I don't care what you do to set it up. If you're going to tell me that there's a 50% chance that this guy is red and blue, 50% chance guy that this is blue or red, and you measure this one, and then this one now is 100% blue because that one turned out to be red, whereas before you did your measurement, it was a 50-50 chance, that blows my mind right there.
Wow.
I don't care what kind of a magician or how you set it up. That is amazing. And that's what quantum mechanics says.
Can I have one more question about what about these whatever they were? Were they these? I guess they were whatever something small. They changed patterns when they were being observed.
Yes. So that's a common occurrence in quantum mechanics, that the act of observation has an impact on the thing being observed. Again, it's a new idea in some sense because in Newton's physics, you could be very gentle when you observe something and that way disturb it minimally if you're a very good experimenter. But quantum theory says that no matter how delicate you are, an observation will have some impact on the thing being observed. So take those particles you were just mentioning, the one in L.A. that was 50% red, 50% blue. When you measured it, it came out 100% red, say. So you changed its pattern, its probabilistic pattern. It was 50-50 before you looked. Then it was 100% zero after you looked because it came out red. And once it's red, it ain't going to be blue. So that's an effect of the observation on the state of the object itself. And that's a kind of ubiquitous feature in quantum reality.
Is it changing because you observed it, or was it always that way, but until you observed it, you wouldn't have known?
There it is. So that's what Einstein asked. That is exactly what Einstein, and Einstein believed. Einstein believed that it always was red.
Right.
But your description was just a little bit incomplete, and therefore you thought it was red or blue. That was Einstein's view.
Yeah.
But amazing experiments that have started in the 80s and through to today have pretty much shown that Einstein's view of that was probably not right.
Wacky-haired bastard.
It seems to be the case that the object really is, as far as we can tell, in a mixture of these distinct possibilities and only snaps out to a definite reality upon observation.
It's almost the tree falling in a forest.
In a sense,
nobody hearing it.
Right.
Yeah, that's interesting. I love it.
We got our next guest outside the studio.
I got to tell you, Brian Greene, thanks so much for coming in.
Greene, by the way, sorry, BGREENE on Twitter. Larry the Cable Guy is outside the studio, fat stomach,
showing his gut.
Yeah.
See, that's what this show's all about.
Yes, that's by the way.
Highbrow for an hour. Now
that was one of the least pleasant things I've ever seen.
That's the God particles.
Is that why you brought me in?
By that I mean slow and molasses-like.
Yeah, slow and molasses. That's a spike right there.
All right, it's Brian Greene, and you barely promoted it, but it's worldscienceu.com. You want to quickly just...
Yeah, worldscienceu.com is where people can go, and it's free, and they can dive into these ideas. I'm teaching the initial courses, both on space and time and special relativity. One version is conceptual, all just imagery and animation for the person who doesn't want to study the math. And for those who want to go full hog, there's a math version. So worldscienceu.com. I think it's going to go live on Thursday, but you can sign up now.
Nice, very cool. And B Greene, Greene on Twitter.
.org as well as that's BrianGreene.org is the website.
Yeah, and at B Greene is the Twitter handle.
If you want to see his tweets on the Oscars, go there.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, Brian.
Come back and see us. Brian Greene,
Thank
everyone.
you.
Quick break and Cesar Millan next.
We'll be back with more Opie and Anthony. I dare you to change the channel. Please don't.
SiriusXM is your home for college basketball's conference tournaments. Thursday, tournament action tips off with the Missouri Valley, West Coast, Ohio Valley, and Big South Conference tournaments.
Ball is in the air.
Upsets.
Oh, my goodness.
Furious finishes.
And the game is over.
Buzzer beaters.
Buzzer. Kentucky wins.
To find your team, go to SiriusXM.com/college sports.
The Bruins are going to have their dancing shoes on again.
The biggest college basketball games are on SiriusXM.
Pretty incredible.
It's Tommy Z-Man, your cigar-loving leprechaun at FamousSmoke.com. And me question to you is this: what does St. Patrick's Day and the Isle of Cuba have in common? They're both the reason for us to offer up a cigar sampler full of Cuban-inspired brands that'll save you a ton of green, too. Okay, I'll ditch the brogue, but you gotta know that the Pot of Gold sampler features 10 top-name brands that would normally sell for almost $80, but FamousSmoke.com is giving it to you for only $39.99. That's 50% off the retail price. Guys, we're talking Cohiba, Monte Cristo, Romeo, Punch, Partagas, La Gloria Cubana, and more. And for only $10 more, you can grab either a travel humidor, lighter, or a fancy cutter. What a deal! The Pot of Gold sampler is only available for a limited time, so order yours now for 50% off. You'll get 10 great cigars and save a few shillings too when you order your sampler now by visiting FamousSmoke.com. That's FamousSmoke.com.
Millions of people have fallen in love with the world's most comfortable pillow, MyPillow. And here's why. MyPillow's patented interlocking fill conforms to your unique shape, resulting in the most restful, comfortable, deep healing sleep of your life.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, inventor of the world's most comfortable pillow. I am so confident that you're going to love MyPillow that I'm willing to ship one out to you to try in your own home for just $19.95 shipping and handling.
Call now or visit MyPillow.com and get fitted for not just one, but 2 of your very own MyPillows for just $19.95 shipping and handling. We'll also include 2 handy present pack travel bags and 2 of Mike's new Go Anywhere pillows. Log on to MyPillow.com now or call 1-800-299-9382 to get fitted for your very own MyPillow. Enter promo code XM17 and save 25% off your entire order when you call or log on today.
For the best night's sleep in the whole wide world, visit MyPillow.com.
Ever get the feeling your agent or insurance company just doesn't understand what truckers do? It's time you talked with OOIDA. They understand owner-operators. They'll treat you like a friend, not a number. No high pressure, just insurance solutions customized to your needs. Talk truck insurance with people who listen to you. Call 1-800-444-5791 to talk with an OOIDA truck insurance specialist or visit OOIDAtruckinsurance.com.
OOIDA. Nobody knows trucking better.
Radio signal's going everywhere, but it doesn't matter unless there's a radio there to catch it.
It makes a sound.
And turn it on and take those radio waves and turn them into something. You never would have heard it.
But the sound could be measured, so it makes a sound.
Not if you're not there to hear it.
But there's sound.
You ever been conned by a contractor? What? Don't con me, Biff. Every year, thousands of homeowners, they get ripped off by contractors doing shoddy work, which often leaves their homes in dangerous, unsafe states of disrepair. Now, Adam Carolla, you heard right, Adam Carolla and Spike TV. They've teamed up to hammer home some justice with a new show on Spike called Catch a Contractor. In the show, Adam searches out and brings these irresponsible contractors back to face the families they've shafted and finish the job they started, this time doing it right. He nails these guys where it hurts, using private investigator on his team to hunt them down and confront them, hidden cameras and everything. And the hacks have to work with Adam and his team to finish the project or end up in court. Man, it's that simple. Are you asking yourself, why is Adam Carolla involved with a show like this? Before comedy, you know, Adam spent 10 years working in construction, and he's actually a master carpenter. I did not know that. Catch a Contractor premieres Sunday, March 9th at 10 Eastern, 9 Central, after an all-new episode of Bar Rescue, only on Spike.
Yo, what's up? This your boy Ice Cube, the West Coast Warlord. And you know what I'm doing? We kicking it down. We holding it down for the West Coast. Yo, I'm just telling y'all, the encore of the Opie and Anthony show is going to start at 11 a.m. on the East and 8 a.m. for my homies on the West. Booyah! So if you miss any of this shit and you want to hear it all again, tune in and check it out. Tune in and check it out. West Side, yeah. Throw them dubs up.
Opie and Anthony are back on Sirius XM.
A dog, right? There's always a dog around.
Cesar Millan in studio.
Oh, yeah.
Very busy
Hey,
day,
yeah,
sir.
man.
Sorry to make you wait a few minutes outside the studio.
I'm used to waiting.
We had a physicist.
Yeah, we were trying to figure out the universe here a few minutes ago.
Work out the whole universe thing. And,
And then Larry, the cable guy, showed his gut.
I know, I saw it. I saw it. Yeah, I saw it. He needs exercise.
You should. Yeah, he needs a little exercise.
Discipline, affection.
Well, you know what it is? Nobody shows him who the top dog is, so he just kind of runs around.
I know,
that's
right?
the equivalent of just laying on the couch when you're not supposed to.
Yeah, that's very misbehaved.
Like a classic basset hound.
Yeah,
Cesar, you're back. You're back on track there, sir.
I am.
You had a tough little stretch there.
I did. You know, I went to everything in life is ups and downs.
Sure.
Things what make you wise, and as a father, you want to be prepared for things that happen to your kids. So I'm glad it happened to me.
Right.
So I can see the signs and actually give direction. My role as a pack leader is to give direction and protection.
Right.
But if I don't go through experiences in life, I will not be able to convey the message.
Yeah. You had a lot of things happen right in a row.
Yeah, 3 years ago.
The wife, did she officially divorce you at this point?
That's right. I was in England, and I got a call, and I said, we're getting a divorce.
Wow.
Jeez. I know, right? And so, but that was...
Did you see it coming?
No, that was the thing. That's
man.
what created the shock. That's what created the feeling of failure.
Right.
Because I wasn't aware. I wasn't invited to that moment of departure part.
Right.
Yeah. So I felt personally like a failure, and so that's why I went in a spiral. And normally, I got a lot of books and TV shows, and I got my papers. So I feel that I have succeeded a lot in America. But then you go through that in life, and you were not prepared. I was not prepared, and so.
And you really attempted suicide? Is that true?
Yes, I did.
How?
Yes, I did. Well, I took all the pills that I could find around.
Wow, you were serious. Because we talk about it on the show.
No.
We don't think well, maybe I shouldn't say this.
Yeah, no, I didn't.
When people slit their wrists, we don't think they're as serious as going all in with pills.
No, I didn't think.
Oh, man.
No, I did it. I just took all of them.
Everything you can find in the house.
Everything I can find in the house.
And how were you saved?
Well, the only thing I can tell you, is I wasn't meant to die.
Wow.
Because the doctor said you could kill 5 people with this. So,
wow.
You are not meant to die. And
who found you, or did you realize
My kids. Yeah, so it's a shocking thing, but
okay.
Yeah. Because we've all thought of it at times.
Absolutely.
Right before you were doing it, what were you thinking? Like, oh no, they're gonna find me, or did you kind of block out all rational?
I don't think
stuff?
at that time you think about anybody else. I don't think that. In my case, I'm telling you my experience, my feeling at that moment is I wasn't wanted, I wasn't needed, and to me, it's all about the pack. So when the pack rejects you. You pretty much don't have anything, even though there is some, success, material success. But to me, was the pack. And so the pack said, we no longer need you.
Oh, wow.
So it's like high school, when kids are mean to other kids, and there's a lot of suicide in the high school world because kids isolate kids.
Sure.
So that's that feeling of not feel needed, wanted, or loved.
I'm sorry, and we can move on to other stuff,
okay.
certainly, but when you realized you were alive, were you mad at that point, or were you relieved, like, oh my God, I so didn't want to do this?
I woke up in a psychiatric hold up for 72 hours, and at that time I said, well, I didn't die, let's go.
You know, it's time to move forward.
Oh, good for you.
So that's it. You know, if I didn't die, that was for a reason. I'm a very, religious guy, and so at that time it was my wake-up call and go back to what I know best.
I asked that because maybe we could help some people today. We had the guy that jumped off the Golden Gate Bridge. I'll never forget it. It was a documentary. These guys set up cameras. They said they were trying to catch something else, but
the bridge it was called, right?
Yeah, the bridge. But they caught all these people jumping off the Golden Gate Bridge, and it's a known fact. People actually travel to the Golden Gate Bridge to end their lives. One guy survived, and we had him on the phone, and we asked what were you thinking as soon as you jumped? Yeah. And immediately he said, I was thinking, I did not want to just do what I just did. And he was, he survived it. So.
No, I did want it to do it. So I didn't feel remorse. I mean, I'm 100% or 100%.
Yeah, this guy realized.
I was not in the middle. I'm not a middle type of guy.
Yeah. I just wonder how many 100%. People would have said the same thing, but obviously they can't tell the story today.
The best thing.
This guy said, as soon as he jumped, he said, "Oh no, I did not want to do that."
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, that's a different way, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I didn't know how to. But the best thing for people is to make sure they talk about it. You know, that's definitely because you start suppressing all those feelings, and that's what drives you crazy. You know, and that's what I help dogs. You know, most people suppress dogs' feelings, and that's why the new show is Cesar 911. It's about helping a dog. But more important is this time people personally don't call me, as the neighbors who call me, as the family members who call me. So it's an element of whistleblower, where because most people are in denial or they just don't want to deal
probably
with
be
it.
Offended, like, hey, what are you telling me how to raise my dog?
They do once I come in because they were not expecting me to come with cameras, to their lives. But by that time, the neighbors are petrified or super scared because they're afraid of the kids. Most of the time, people are more concerned about the kids than the dog, and so a lot of those situations is a dog attacking a child, and it's a lot. I work with red zone cases. My expertise is to save the life of dogs who are misunderstood. I don't think we have a problem with aggression. We have a problem with the lack of education.
What do you think the biggest mistake people make is when they get a dog? What's the one thing that they do that can probably screws
most
up the dog?
Most family don't have agreement. So most family, the father get it for the kids, but the mother knows she's going to end up with the load. So there is no agreement for them from the beginning. So it's a little bit of resentment going on. And the dog senses that. Right, and most family, because they don't know what the commitment of a dog is all about, they're not committed. So then they say, "Well, I have a big backyard."
Right?
So the dog ends up in the back. That's right.
Back.
Yeah, and a lot of times people don't know what makes a dog happy. Everybody thinks it's affection.
Yeah,
and it's exercise, discipline, affection, body, mind, heart. Yeah. You know what I mean? So everybody think that they're going to buy the happiness of a dog, which is actually, you don't even have to put any money. That's why homeless people have dogs, because it doesn't require money. Right. But the homeless walk a dog every day, but he's always in front. The homeless, right? My clients, they're in the back with a flexi leash. So the dog is 20 feet in front of them, leading the human.
Now they get the impression that they're the boss.
And they own whatever they're walking. That's what they're zigzagging and urinating everywhere. Yeah, so that's the thing, is most people don't know what makes a dog balance. Yeah, most people make a dog unstable, but they do it way before they get the dog,
and without thinking, really. Yeah.
Well, Ann has a cat that he's not raising properly.
He's
not abusing it. I don't want to give you that impression. You might be able to. Maybe you could give him a tip. I know you mostly work with dogs, but.
No,
this cat has the run of the place.
He's good.
Which most cats do.
I let him, I let him have the run of the place. It's fun. I've been
told the worst behaved cat in North America.
I've been told with bad behavior, but the second he does something bad, I grab the camera because it's hysterical.
Okay.
So I start taking pictures.
He encourages bad behavior for viral videos.
Especially with little dogs. Most people think that when a little dog growls, it's cute. And if you ever go to a dog park, most dog fights are triggered by a little dog.
Little dog.
Yeah, because number one, they don't arrive on their feet; they arrive in people's arms. So they're looking at a bigger dog from this position.
Oh my!
It's like, look, I'm a big guy.
Right.
That's right. And I get carried to the dog park. You know what I mean? And the human caters to me, and everybody caters to me because everybody thinks I'm cute. Oh, you see what I mean? With a bigger dog, you keep distance.
Yeah.
You see a Rottweiler that is not yours, you're going to keep distance.
Sure.
And people are going to grab the little dog and put it here. And the little dog said, well, my human is insecure. I'm going to protect my human. They start growling at the Rottweiler. The Rottweiler, what? And that's when the problems begin.
That's some logic right there.
When did you figure out that noise?
Oh, my God, you don't even know how to do it?
I don't do it well. I don't have any animals. I do it wrong.
You know, the behavior or the sound, librarians do that all the time just to create calmness. They don't say, hey, because that creates tension.
Right.
They go, shh, shh. It's just to create calmness. So the shh is just to stop the brain and relax the brain. That's the whole purpose. Most people overuse sound. Most people go, hey, no, 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 hey, stop it, no, hey.
Every woman I go out with.
They have to learn to do shit to you. That's right. You need rules, boundaries, and limitations. There you go. See, it applies to us. You know, it applies to us.
Yeah. What's the scariest dog by nature?
None. The scary situation is when a dog is held by a human who doesn't know how to hold a dog. Most people hold dogs, the leash, like they wrap their leashes.
Yeah, wrap it around.
That's really scary, man.
Sure.
Yeah.
The person is holding a dog with tension.
Right.
That intensifies anything the dog is feeling.
So you're not scared of any dogs?
No,
Pit
I'm scared.
bulls?
That's why I'm training people.
Right.
I'm not training dogs. I'm rehabilitating, meaning I'm restoring them to go back to their natural state. You know, dogs in third world country is skinny, but they don't have psychological problems.
Right.
Dogs in America are chunky, and I have a TV show. You see? So it's not the dog, because those dogs, I mean, they should be in a worst case scenario, but they actually know how to be around people off leash.
Were you ever in a situation where you were in over your head at first?
No. Not with a dog. With humans, yes. Because humans...
Never with a dog, ever.
No. With humans can be stubborn or in denial.
Right.
That's challenging.
Right.
You know, dogs they're not denying how they feel. If they're aggressive, they tell you. If they're fearful, they tell you. They're not saying, I'm okay. You know what I mean? You ask a person, they say, how you feeling? I'm okay. But their emotion is different, right? So the mind is saying this okay because they want to look good. A dog doesn't care about looking good. A dog cares about telling you how he feels. Right. He's very honest.
So you walk in, there's a dog out of control, right? And it's coming right at you.
Yeah.
You could get that dog calm before it bites you.
Absolutely. I'm helping right now police officers with that because a lot of times police officers are told to shoot. Right?
Oh yeah.
And so one of the workshops I'm doing right now for police officers is to learn to read a dog.
Right.
Not because the dog is coming after you, he wants to bite you. That's not the truth. That's not true. Most dogs are coming from a territory perspective. They're just charging.
Right.
They're pouncing the floor.
So what's one tip you could give people? You got the wild dog. We'll call it wild. Dog
They're domesticated. You know,
right.
You can't use the word wild and a dog that's domesticated.
I probably shouldn't have said that. But dogs coming at you.
Yeah.
What's one tip where
you stay calm?
Just try to stay chill.
You stay calm. You control your ground. You stay calm. You square them out.
And don't move.
That's it. You stay calm.
Oh man,
look at his stay calm.
That's hard to do.
Damn.
That's right.
There was a dog.
You got to claim. You got to create.
Here's mine.
Very good.
No, but your mouth is tense. Your mouth is tense.
Oh.
Look.
Oh, that was tense. So what are you doing?
Look.
Yeah. Tense. Look at this.
That's right.
This could work with humans too. I like
that's
this.
Right.
All right.
Well, you guys do it all the time.
I know, right?
The street is about that. It's about energy.
Yeah.
If you walk insecure, bam.
People can read that.
That's right.
They
if
can
you
smell
walk
that.
secure, they give you space.
Got to loosen that mouth a little bit. I just learned something today.
Now, most people, when they see a dog coming, they do this.
Sure. Yeah.
As soon as you do that, you become a squirrel.
Right.
You're a gigantic squirrel.
It's so hard to not do that, though.
But that goes,
goes against your
it goes against
natural
everything
response.
you're thinking in your head.
No, it's your condition.
Yeah.
Your condition is not natural.
There was a giant bull mastiff loose this week in New Jersey. It was like, it's in the paper today, and it killed a kid. It was like one of those giant dogs that got out of the. So what do you do if there's a rampaging giant dog? I mean, how do you sit there? If you just sit there calmly and look at it, isn't he still going to jump on you?
Not to relax. If you're too passive, you're also a target. You know, I'm saying
you can't slump.
I'm saying you got to be calm and assertive, not just calm.
Yeah, you're a statue.
Calm is.
There's confidence with your stance there.
If you calm, you're passive. You're passive, you're a target.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So what do you got?
Oh man, you can't look too relaxed. You can't look too aggressive.
You got to be balanced.
Oh boy.
You got to be
That's a
balanced.
tough one.
What excites girls is the calm, assertive God.
What about if you wet your pants?
You're toast, dude. You're toast, dude. You are toast. You're doomed. You're a bone now.
Would that work with bears? And
that's what they tell you.
Right.
That I never done it with a bear, but that's what I told you. You know, and Nat Geo Wild, we have a guy named Casey, and he works with a bear. And so that's the energy that he practiced. And when I help him with a dog, he said, it's just like a bear.
Huh.
It's like a bear. But you know, Mother Nature is when it comes to energy, they're all the same. You know, some people are afraid of ducks. Some people are afraid of goose. Some people are afraid of chickens.
Who's afraid of a duck?
They will attack you. Turkeys will go after you.
Yeah, but I'll kick the shit out of a turkey.
Turkeys are vicious.
They're crazy. It's the energy.
Oh, sorry.
Is the
I
energy.
don't want to use those words.
No, you can, but it's not. But you also have to understand that you have to know why they react that way. There is no knowledge behind instincts. There's all reaction.
Gotcha.
So they're not attacking a white person, a black person, a white or Mexican person. They're just attacking energy.
Uh-huh.
You see it? They're not racist.
They're crankier in November. Have you noticed that? Turkeys.
There's a little bit.
Why are rabbits so nervous all the time?
Because they're prey animal. They're prey animal.
Yeah.
Horses are the same. If you move to a horse too excited, you're gonna spook him.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. If you move too excited to a dog, he's gonna come after you. Hi, baby. If you do that, a dog is gonna come after you and jump. Right. If you do that to a horse, he's gonna get really nervous. You have to understand the difference between prey and predator. Dogs are predatory, therefore they're gonna move forward.
Right.
So if your energy is off, they're gonna move forward.
Right.
If you energy yourself with horse, they're going to move away.
And a rabbit just thinks it's food all the time.
All the time.
It's like, I'm food.
Oh, my God, everybody wants me.
Run. Yeah, run.
They want to wear me.
Pounding all the time.
Little nervous idiots.
Little nervous idiots.
Little round duties all over the place on the sofa. Just settle down. Hold of yourself.
They can't go a minute without letting a duty loose.
No, they can't.
Right.
What about a housebreaking dog like that? Some people have difficulty doing that.
Housebreaking means a structure, means discipline. So when a dog is not doing the whole housebreaking thing, is because the human is not consistent with the rules. Feeding should be a rule, like what time. Because after the dog eats, 5 minutes to 30 minutes, that's when they have the bowel movement. So now that you know, that's the biological
right.
It is nothing outside.
But there are people that just dump a bunch of food and leave it there.
It's like a cat, right? Or like a bird. Free feeding doesn't allow you to have structure.
Right.
You know, so most of the time people don't know or they're lazy, you know, and so they don't want to create a structure. So in order for you to have a housebreaking, perfect housebreaking behavior from a dog, you need 2 weeks of investment. After that, the dog knows the routine because you're creating a pattern.
Uh-huh.
You
so
know what I
he'll
mean?
know, like, all right, they're going to take me out. So I can go.
Or they're going to tell me where to use the bathroom.
Right.
You know, some people use newspapers, some people use wee-wee pads, whatever it is. It's just you're just showing a pattern. Remember, when you get a dog, he doesn't know where he lives, so it's a moment of adjustment. He gets nervous, he gets fearful, he gets unsure, he's disoriented. So when the brain is in that state, they're going to use the bathroom more often.
Right.
Because the nerves create easy
That's what Jimmy did the first time he came over to my house.
That's
just
right.
in the bathroom all the time.
I just ran in a circle and I made
like
on
a
the kitchen
rabbit.
floor.
like a rabbit. He has the energy of a rabbit.
You should train 2-year-olds for parents.
2 years old?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of money to be made there.
Well,
they're terrible twos.
It's easier. No, but it's easier. They're terrible because they're bored.
They're
right?
bored?
So, yeah. Once you encourage them to do certain things, they're engaged.
Right.
Yeah. Once you get them tired, that's just not terrible about a kid that is tired.
Right.
It's just most kids are bored. Right? And so they say, well, he has a problem. No, the problem is he doesn't have nothing to do.
Yeah.
So he's acting out.
Yeah, like kids in the farm. There is no terrible kids in the farm because they're go, take them to the chickens, take them to the cows, tell them to pick up this thing. So they have a job.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Want to help 2 people out quickly? We got Alvin in the Bronx. Alvin, we got Cesar Millan in studio. His new show is Cesar 911 on Nat Geo Wild. What do you got today? Hey.
Hold on, he's putting his headphones up.
Hey, quick question, man. My dog is house trained. We have a wee-wee pad set up for him, but for some reason he always manages to pick up his leg on our couch. We've used products. Recently bought anti-icky poo. Doesn't work for shit. We've wrapped our couch with like some sort of plastic layer. Still manages to pick up his leg every now and then. What do you think it could be, and what can I do to fix this?
Okay, number one, simple question. Is it neuter?
He's not, no.
All right.
We've actually been skeptical because when he was younger, he had like a pneumonia, so the doctor recommended not to put him under. But we're probably going to go that route this summer.
That's right. But that's a marking. Because one, they use the bathroom for two things. One, they need to empty the bladder, and the other one is to mark. Also, you have to work a little bit more in telling him what to do. Most dogs, when the human doesn't really do a lot of activities like obedience, where the human is telling the dog what to do, the dog tells the human what to do. That's how they end up becoming more dominant. Like if a dog tells you, open the door, let's go for a walk, feed me, and then the dog is in control of the activities. I'm not saying not to do it. I'm just telling you control the activities.
Right.
And that also lower the need for the dog to remind people who owns the house. Gotcha. So it can be behavior, it can be biology.
Right. One more random question. You were talking about Mexicans and blacks and Hispanics and everything. We have a theory that our dog is racist because whenever he sees a black person, he just starts yapping at them.
I swear to God, we got two other people on the line.
No, I know the answer to that one. They're picking up the energy of the people. Of their owners.
There are two other people online with the same question. Look, Mike
it.
Westchester, my dog flips out on black people every time. Is it possible she is racist? And he writes, honestly, he's not trying to come up with a joke.
No, it's a very common question, by the way. But dogs don't born racist. Like kids don't born racist. So they learn it somewhere. Some people feel nervous and tense and unsure. Right. And the dog related to that moment. You know what I mean?
So obviously the owner's racist. And the dog is picking up on that.
The owner, she might feel uncomfortable with the color.
It's just the dog picking up on that.
I've never seen a dog lock its doors quickly when someone walks by.
Let's talk about cats. Cats are a perfect example. Cats don't care if it's a pit bull, Rottweiler, German Shepherd. They don't care about breed. What the cat actually acknowledges is the energy or the intention of that dog towards them. You see? So, cats and dogs, one of the most common theme in America. Oh, you guys like cats and dogs. The thing is, cats are not they don't care if it's a Rottweiler or German Shepherd. What they care is about how the dog feels towards the cat. If the dog is relaxed, that's how the cat is going to behave. But if the intention of the dog is to chase him, and then the cat is going to do fight, flight, or avoid.
Cat'll do that 5
That's right.
whacks to the nose in a split second.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's
hilarious.
Yeah, cats, they don't have this forward.
No, it goes
sideways, and they go.
It's hilarious.
Yeah.
They go puff up, their tail gets all puffed up.
They're showing their assertiveness. They claiming their territory.
Yeah, cats badass. I've seen cats chase dogs away. It's amazing.
So my point is, the animals among each other are not racist. Because they don't look at the outside, they look at the inside.
Yeah.
So that's what we got to learn.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's a better example for people. Okay, so maybe I am feeling uncomfortable around certain people.
You're the American dream.
I am?
Yeah, you got over here.
I jump, run, do the whole obstacle course.
You jumped in the 21, right?
Did you really run? How did it go down?
You got to run, you got to swim, you got to crawl.
Whatever it takes.
What was going
like a Navy SEAL.
You came over when you were 21, right?
I came over when I was 21.
So take us through that really fast. You decide, all right, this is the day I'm going for it, right? Did you do your research ahead of time?
No. It's not. Research is not a word in Mexico. You just
just do it.
That's a lot of Mexicans don't research,
But you didn't research.
We just do it.
You didn't research it out yourself. Like I think over here might be a.
No. You know what happened?
A pretty good shot.
No. What happened is when I was 13, I said I told my mom, "You think I can be the best dog trainer in the world?" She turned around and said, "You can do whatever you want." She didn't know what that was because nobody made you want to be a dog trainer, right? And so when I was 21, well, before that, I started watching Lassie Rin Tin Tin. And that's when I said, man, those guys are awesome. I got to go to where Americans are, learn from them, and come back so I can open my dog training facility in Mexico. But when I crossed the border, I realized that nobody knew how to walk a dog.
Oh, wow.
That's what I saw people being dragged by dogs and holding trees, so they can pass. So another person can pass with a dog, It was, so that's when I saw the disconnection. Not, I thought, well, nobody's watching Lassie Rin Tin Tin, it's me,
How did you get over the wall, or did you swim? Like, what was the process? Like,
it took 2 weeks, by the way. It took 2 weeks. It's not as easy as it sounds, and by that you get to see a lot of people, dying. You get to see people dying.
You saw people dying.
Yeah, because when I jumped, it was the time where it was a big, heavy rain happening in Tijuana. So all the current that happens there is pregnant women it's older people, it's kids, it's people with the kids on their shoulders. I mean, it's a sacrifice. That's right. It's a sacrifice. It's not an easy thing to do, and most people are not young. You know. You know, everybody's coming here for the opportunity. And so, and the coyote guy is not like, okay, guys, we gotta, you know, work out and we gotta talk about this thing.
No.
They don't give you like a, you know, list to follow. You just go with the flow. Yeah. So you get to see people just taken away by the current.
What did you do when you first got over the border? What was like the first place you went to?
He was homeless for a few months.
Well, you know, once I finally passed, the coyote guy.
Wait, did you pass over a wall? Did you swim?
I did all of them. Because
you really did all
the whole. Yeah.
Wow.
It's 2 weeks.
Right.
Your job is how can you get in here?
Okay.
Yeah, I understand I disrespected, but now I pay good taxes, so you want me here. And I create jobs and stuff, so you want me here.
And that was a long time ago.
I mean, I understand.
I pay my debt to society.
A lot.
Okay. This whole interview is a sting operation.
I'm okay. You want me here, especially people with dogs. So after that, you know, the coyote guy, pay a taxi guy, and which is unusual that a coyote actually helps you. They're not.
Coyote is the guy, the Mexican guy, or American?
No, coyote is the guy that helps you cross the border. I don't know what.
And then you're indebted to him for a really long time.
No, you don't know them. You don't know them. No,
I've heard you're indebted to some of these guys for a long time.
Oh, that's when you hire them in your village in Mexico. No. I hire him on the border.
And that was it.
Yeah,
one and done.
That's it. I'm glad he doesn't remember me.
Right?
Hey, dude, I want to charge you $100. You can pay me more now.
Yeah,
I think you can afford it.
Yeah. So after that, they sent me to San Diego downtown. Then I went under freeway, so I stayed under freeways for 2 months.
Wow.
Yeah.
Were you afraid of constantly every time a cop drove by that you were going to be arrested and deported?
Yes, of course. You're always running away. And the good thing about America is you can live with $1 a day. I 7-Eleven, AM, PM, I buy 2 hot dogs for 99 cents. So you don't have to make a lot of money. You know, just put a lot of tomato and onions. And here you guys have the refill. Mm-hmm. I mean, you buy it once and you just go back and refill and you can sell them outside. Yeah. I mean, I started my entrepreneurial work
and then you just started walking dogs, right?
Yeah, that's when because there's two borders you have to pass, San Clemente, San Diego, and then San Clemente, you know. So then you can only do that on a bus. So that's when I saved some money by grooming dogs in San Diego. Then after that, I also buy my first clothes and.
Wow.
That's when Miller Opus was open. You remember Miller Opus?
What year was this?
Oh man, that was 1991.
Oh man. Wow.
Yeah. That was a while ago. I've been in America 23 years, longer than I've been in Mexico.
Wow, yeah.
I left when I was 21. Yeah, so 23 years ago. Well, you know, there's a lot of opportunities here. You know, me as an immigrant, the only thing you see is opportunities. Yeah, the only thing you need is a green card. But like create opportunity. I created my own job. You know, I rehabilitate dogs and train people. I opened a dog psychology center in South Central. Most people would tell me, Cesar, are you crazy? You're going to open a business in South Central? This is where the gangs are. I say, you guys see it as South Central. I see it as America. I'm doing business in America.
Yeah, a lot of American.
And they all have dogs, those gang members. All have fucking pit bulls. All of them do.
I know, but they don't pay you, so you got to skip them.
They're saying he's got to go. That's not from us, by the way.
Well, thank you.
Sometimes it is from us.
Season 911, Nat Geo Wild.
Thanks.
Yeah,
March 7th.
It's CESAR911.com and just Cesar Millan, one word on Twitter. But it's spelled differently than Cesar.
And it starts this Friday at, do we have a time on that?
9 p.m.
9.
Okay.
March 7th, 9 p.m.
Great.
Cesar.
Nat Geo Wild.
That's
very
right.
cool.
Great. Thanks for coming in.
It was nice meeting you, man. You got to come back to a longer segment where we could take calls from our listeners.
Absolutely. You will see how simple it is to answer them.
And if you want to go to jimnorton.com, all my tour dates. I'm in California, Ontario this weekend, and Virginia Beach, Tampa, and New York here at Caroline's. Just go to my website for details.
Nice.
Great.
That's it. See you guys tomorrow.
All right.
The Opie and Anthony Show has drawn to a close. Stay tuned to reflect, relive, and get the story behind the story of the finest moments of today's show.
Sam Roberts' Opie and Anthony post-show begins in moments.
SiriusXM is home to one of blue collar's brightest stars.
Off the cuff with Bill Ebal.
On Blue Collar Radio.
It's pretty much just us rednecks.
It's just smart aleck answers to stupid questions. What moron came up with this concept? The internet! Funny parents don't make for good comedians. Crazy parents make for good comedians. Edge of your seat radio.
Off the Cuff with Bill Engvall.
Hell yeah.
Blue Collar Radio.
Sirius XM 97.
Or on the Sirius XM app. Everybody's talking about us.
I need a data backup solution for my business to replace my current tape backup device.
Do you want to spend a lot of money?
No.
Do you want to store and pay for replicated data?
No.
How about a solution that's difficult to install and use?
No.
Offshore automated phone tree support okay?
No.
Then yes, we can help.
Barracuda Backup. End-to-end protection for physical and virtual servers, including data deduplication for storage efficiency and replicated cloud storage for assured recovery. Try Barracuda Backup free. Go to barracuda.com/yes.
But wait, I've got one more data protection problem that I need solved.
Okay, what is it?
I need to archive emails to comply with business regulations.
Do you have an IT guy to help search through thousands of PST files?
No.
Got time to install a complicated product or create detailed reports?
No.
You okay paying storage fees to save duplicate emails and images?
No.
Offshore automated phone tree support okay?
No.
Then again, yes, we can help.
The Barracuda Message Archiver lets you store and find emails fast to avoid compliance and litigation penalties. Easy setup and single instance storage will save you time and money. And if you need help, you'll talk to a live human. Try the Barracuda Message Archiver free. Go to barracuda.com/yes.
Do you dream of owning a business that you and your community will love? Papa Murphy's, one of the nation's fastest growing franchise concepts with 30 years of experience and over 1,400 locations, offers franchise owners an affordable investment with the simplicity of running a food business that eliminates the expenses and headaches of ovens, delivery, and dining. Papa Murphy's is seeking qualified owners to help bring the #1 consumer-rated pizza chain to your local community. Find franchise opportunities near you by going to papamurphys.com or calling 800-257-PAPA, 800-257-7272.
Working out in New York for so many years, and we came down here and needed to find an oncologist. You want somebody who is on cutting edge, and we were fortunate enough to get him.
Now in our 30th year, Florida Cancer Specialist celebrates the millions of patients whose lives have inspired us. Nearly 200 physicians, over 80 locations, including West Palm Beach, Naples, and Tampa. For an office in Florida near you, go to flcancer.com. Florida Cancer Specialist, online at flcancer.com.
Do you own the right stocks? Do you know what your stocks are really worth? VectorVest analyzes, sorts, ranks, and graphs 8,000 stocks every day for value, safety, and timing. VectorVest can give you buy, sell, or hold recommendations on every stock every day. Nobody cares about your money as much as you do, so take control of your portfolio, and VectorVest will show you how. Google VectorVest or visit VectorVest.com to receive your free stock analysis report. Before you invest, check VectorVest.
Hi, I'm Briggs Sorber, CEO of Two Men in a Truck. Some might say I'm an expert in helping someone get from here to there. Admit it, you've been thinking it's time to make your move. From cubicle to corner office, from a backseat rider to a business driver, from number taker to taking control. Get there by starting a franchise with Two Men in a Truck, a success-driven organization built by people just like you. Two Men in a Truck franchise opportunities can get you from here to there. Visit thebusinessofmoving.com for more details.
Ambulance 14 response.
From USA Network and executive producer Dennis Leary comes a new original comedy about 3 EMTs who are great at their job.
No, you got a dead man here. Not yet. I mean, that's why we're here.
But not so great at everything else.
You still live with your parents?
No, they live upstairs, I live downstairs, whole separate floor.
Sirens, a new original series. Premieres this Thursday at 10/9 Central on USA Network. Comedy's welcome.
Unfortunately, the Opie and Anthony show is over. Fortunately, we have a hard time letting go. The stories behind the stories. The backstage drama. Everything that made today unforgettable. Call 866-WOW-1-WOW now. And look back on another legendary day of broadcasting. This is the Opie and Anthony Post Show with Sam Roberts.
Here it is, 866-WOW-1-WOW, 866-969-1969. Welcome to the Opie and Anthony Post Show. Live here on the Opie and Anthony channel. I told you today would be a big show. Didn't I tell you that? Of course I told you that. Two big guests, of course. Brian Greene was in here, blowing all our minds. I don't know. I give credit to Opie and Anthony because I feel like the same thing, if I was interviewing him, the same thing would happen to me that happened to me in physics class. I mean, he was far more engaging than any physics teacher I ever had. But Roland, do you kind of lose focus when he starts talking about that stuff?
The string theory, I'm like, what?
Yeah, like you go and...
He said the rip, if the rip's not there, but the rip's there, be careful of the black holes. I'm like, what's going on, man?
I don't know what happens because you go, okay, I'm interested in the question. And then you go, okay, I'm going to listen. You go in focused. I'm going to listen to this answer because I really want to know what's going on. And then as he starts talking, like halfway into the second sentence, you go, oh my God, my brain just turned off. What happened?
Yeah, the only thing I ever understand about the rip is when Han Solo goes to Chewie. Hit it, Chewie. He goes...
Yeah, I don't think that has anything to do with space ripping.
Yeah, because he goes through through hyperspace.
That's just light speed.
But he goes through space.
Plus, that is Star Wars, the film. Yeah. That's not a textbook for space travel.
We don't know.
No, we're positive that George Lucas just made that up.
We have 2 more physicists coming in, so we'll ask.
When?
Thursday, Friday.
This week, 2 more physicists. Who will be joining the Opie and Anthony show this
Neil
week?
deGrasse Tyson.
Oh, wow. He's very good.
And Michio Kaku.
2 of our favorite physicists.
Yes.
My goodness, my goodness. Wow. So who's going to be on the phones then? Oh, we're getting a pen. Sal, do we have line of the day?
Yeah, you gotta give me 1 second.
No, it's complete anarchy around here. Complete anarchy. Wow. 866-WOW-1-WOW is the phone number to call. Yeah, I need Cesar Millan back in here. I don't know who gets trained and what does he do? He trains people, but he rehabilitates dogs. Yeah. I think everybody around here needs a good rehabilitation.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, you included, Roland.
Oh, I know that.
He's so funny, the way Cesar Millan talks about you have to be calm around the dog. You know, you just have to be calm, and you have... Maybe it's different rules for cats. But
cats are assholes.
Yeah. I'll sit there with my cat and go, Bruiser Brody, we're not going to eat right now. And he'll go, oh, no problem. Just dig his claws in and bite.
Yeah. The last time you told him, Bruiser, leave him alone, he's allergic to you. So your cat jumped behind me and hit me in the eye with his head.
Right. Like, nah, I don't think I'm going to do that. Maybe it's different with dogs. All right. Sal, are we ready?
We got it.
Here. He's good.
Comes line of the day. Line of the day.
Most people overuse sound. Most people go, hey, no, 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 hey, stop it, no, hey.
Every woman I go out with.
That is good. Cesar Millan, I don't want to say surprisingly good guest, but it was right along the lines of every time they have any fears about these guests before they come in. Opie was talking about Cesar Millan earlier in the show, and look what happened.
He's open.
Yeah. I mean, Opie started by talking about the suicide attempt.
Yeah, and he talked about my people swimming, jumping, running.
He talked about it all. He was a great, great guest. E-Rock, did you hear that the WWE is going to be at Madison Square Garden on Saturday?
I did.
You going?
I don't know if I'm going.
Well, I will tell you this. Some lucky caller's going. If you want to go to WWE at Madison Square Garden, call up the after show, 866-WOW-1-WOW. You have to be local to the area, of course.
Post show, dude.
What did I say?
Call it the after show.
That's not true.
Call in?
No.
Oh.
But if you want to go and you're in the New York area, call the post show now, 866-WOW-1-WOW. That's 866-969-1969.
I'm calling to win the tickets.
No, you can't win the tickets,
Well,
Eric.
people get to see the brand new garden. It's already totally remodeled.
Yeah, you get to go. You get to make a night of it. Sal.
Yes, Sam.
Give me your favorite clip of the day.
Here we go.
Just slow down, because I think you're talking and your phone's dropping out.
Yes. Okay, Jimmy, right.
Thank you.
I'll slow it down. Yes,
Okay.
yes. Sorry about that. I want to make
No problem.
front page of the paper.
Go ahead.
Looking like he's never seen.
We heard you!
No, you did.
No, you didn't. Don't say no, you did. That was like a classic one. The build-up on that was so good.
Oh, dude, I love when you hear Jimmy clearing his throat right before. It's fucking classic.
Yeah. Especially because, and we'll play the whole clip probably tomorrow on the pre-show. And you'll hear it, I mean, if you haven't heard any of these clips, that happened earlier in the show. So if you're on the West Coast or whatever, replay starts right after the post-show. But, I mean, yeah, that guy was like, all right. He kind of started to get wind of it. And he goes, you know what, I'm just going to punch out. But then he didn't hang up. And I think he believed once again that Opie and Anthony really didn't hear him. And then what happened? Humiliated. Let's see. Neil in Yonkers.
Hey,
Hey, what's going on?
What's up, buddy?
Not too much. Yourself?
Not too much. You WWE fan?
Absolutely.
Quiz him. Who's your favorite wrestler?
I'm going to go with CM Punk. Unfortunately, he's not with them anymore.
All right, it sounds like you know your shit. Well, Neil, I'm going to put you on hold. Line 2 is going to see WWE at Madison Square Garden on Saturday. Remember, for the latest happenings in WWE or to see when WWE will be in your area, visit WWE.com/events for tour dates. Congratulations, Neil.
Thank you very much.
All
Owen
right.
A. Rock.
All right, stay on hold. Pick up line 2 in there and get all his information.
Got it.
Do you have, does anybody in there have Travis's clip of the day? I want to hear what he liked.
We don't have Travis's right now. We have Eric's.
All right, give me Eric's.
Yeah, Brian Greene is a string theory guy. All right. So does he do like a show? He's done a bunch of books. He does TV appearances all the time. He just did a TED Talk. TED Talk?
That's right!
No, Ted. What's Not one of those.
Ted's String Emporium for those with theories.
What is it with you and Norton characters?
I love Ted.
You fucking love Ted, huh?
Yeah.
Now, Ted Scheckler is one of Jim's first characters?
One of the early ones, yeah.
Yeah. Because I remember having this conversation with you. Because you'd be like, because you come to me every day and say, here's what I pull for worst of. And we had this catalog where anytime Jim opened his mouth and that voice came out of it, you were like, yeah, I isolated the 15 seconds of Ted Scheckler today. And I'd go, Eric, why? What are you doing? It's for my own iPod.
Right. No, but that's a good idea.
You just love it.
Ted's great.
We haven't seen it. So I feel like his first, it was Frank the Frowner.
Right.
Morphed into Ted Scheckler.
There was Liddy.
Right, but I'm trying to follow the chain of...
Yeah, Frank the Frowner became Ted. Right. And then Chip came after Ted.
Do you feel like there's a little bit of Ted in Chip? Like when Chip gets mad? Or are they really two separate characters?
I think it's two separate. Ted's sort of a space case and not aware of things around him. Chip is aware, but purposely does hacky, awful things.
I can't believe that we are discussing this as if it's a real thing.
Right.
It's insanity. Sal.
Yes, Sam.
We talked about gentrification today with Spike Lee.
Yeah.
You are the representative for gentrified New York and Brooklyn here at the Opie and Anthony Show, correct?
Right.
I mean, technically, Roland, you live in Brooklyn now too, right?
Yeah.
But I believe you bring property values down, correct?
I bring with them Odell's look.
Yeah, Roland walks around in, like, sweatpants and shitty old T-shirts all day. Sal, you are the face of gentrified Brooklyn.
Yeah, I think I wouldn't have gone there even 10 years ago. 10 years ago, where I live, Williamsburg is pretty rough still, actually.
Even Williamsburg, huh?
Yeah.
Because Williamsburg was the first, because Brooklyn is divided into many parts. Brooklyn is huge. Brooklyn, the borough, Brooklyn is a part of New York City, but it's one of the biggest areas of land, in terms of cities in the States. I mean, it's like the size of Pittsburgh or something.
Yeah, because over the weekend, Son, I went to the hipster brunch place of all hipster brunch places.
So now, when you go to Williamsburg, because Brooklyn was known as white people don't go there. Now, when you go to Williamsburg specifically, are there black people at all?
Yeah, they're black hipsters,
But they're black hipsters. They're not like scary black people.
Yeah, no, these guys work and they have legitimate jobs.
So how did you feel about Spike Lee coming out and talking about how bad gentrification was? Do you feel, Sal, have you raped a culture?
No, like the guy said, it's better for the place because where Spike Lee grew up, I'm pretty sure it was like Bed-Stuy. I think pretty sure he grew up in Bed-Stuy.
Do or die.
Yeah, do or die. And he moved out of there.
Yeah,
because he doesn't want to live in shit either.
Right, that's true.
So he's a fucking hypocrite.
And
I love Spike Lee, but he's a hypocrite.
But it's better for the place because it's not better for the people because those people don't live there anymore.
Right, exactly.
When you say they cleaned up the place, you mean they made all the poor people leave because they couldn't afford their places anymore, correct?
No, they still live there and they're rent stabilized and stuff like that. They're completely safe there. But for other people who are like young generations,
so how come you don't see them?
Because they come out late at night, Sam. They don't wake up and...
Well, they can't go any place to eat. I mean, how much are you paying for brunch over there? First of all, there was a time where you wouldn't go to Brooklyn and claim a meal called brunch existed.
No, but brunch is a fucking thing and a half.
It's all cash brunch.
Why is it all cash?
No credit cards.
What is that?
No, like in some places, like the hipster brunch place, the best ones are like, it says catch only.
Well, I would think the people who were there before gentrification would probably swing that okay. A lot of them dealt in cash businesses.
I don't know, because they're expensive, though.
But how much is a brunch?
I think there was about 5 of us the other day at brunch. It's probably close to $200.
Jesus Christ.
No drinks or anything. It was just...
That's why you don't see... For eggs and bacon.
Right.
$200 worth of eggs and bacon.
Yeah.
$200 worth of chicken embryos and swine.
Was it even a buffet?
Was it even...
What kind of... Who spent $200 on a fucking buffet? You're out. Come on, man.
That's what brunch is.
You love a buffet?
You gotta.
Get out of here, dude.
Go to the Chart House in Weehawken. Great.
No, go to Egg in Brooklyn.
Oh, okay. So that's why you don't see any of the people. I mean, yes, they are rent stabilized, and so they can, I guess, stay where they're living, but they can't enjoy the town at all because they can't afford anything.
No. They still stick to their normal places, but the indie bars that don't have like names on the front, the hipsters go.
But don't you think that their quote unquote normal places are all being overrun? Like they're all getting closed down.
To an extent, like I think young hipsters, I know I keep on saying like if it's not me, but they enjoy that atmosphere. They enjoy the the barber shops, the chicken shops. When you go order Chinese food, it's behind bulletproof glass still. They like that shit.
They like that.
They like it.
Yeah, but the people running those places know that there's a bunch of shitty white kids that want to feel dangerous going in there.
Absolutely.
And so they're raising their prices.
Absolutely, yeah.
Which means that the people who require the bulletproof glass can't buy the food there anymore.
Yes.
So, even though they all have rent-stabilized apartments, they can no longer be a part of their community, correct?
To a degree, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, was I more eloquent than Spike Lee in my in my argument?
Right. I mean, yeah, I completely agree because these
motherfucking Christopher Columbus kicking like.
Yeah, I mean, he was always an advocate person of staying in your community and staying there. And what he did was he just fucking upped and left because he couldn't afford Chinese food or whatever. It's like, dude, you can afford it, you know. And he's full of shit. Whatever.
Right. He could afford to shop in the newly expensive Chinese restaurants.
And when he was living in Bed-Stuy, I'm pretty sure it was. Correct me if I'm wrong, but
do or die
on his block, it was all like. It was guys like Chris Rock. It wasn't a real Bed-Stuy block. It was a really nice block.
It was.
Yeah, brownstone, $8 million brownstones.
You think he lived in an $8 million brownstone?
Absolutely.
Oh, you mean when he was rich? Not growing up.
No, not when he was growing up, but like now.
Oh, gotcha.
He didn't stay at the same house that he stayed at.
Of course not. That's insanity. Why would you?
You got to hook it up a little bit,
But I think that he goes more to the point of, once you outprice the people who live in these rent-controlled apartments that used to live everywhere in the neighborhood, they can't really live in their neighborhood anymore, right?
Right, yeah. And now he moves to I think he moved to New Jersey a couple years ago. So now he's technically doing the same bullshit, moving into an upper high-end neighborhood, and he's driving the price up even further. Oh, Spike Lee lives here, So he's doing the exact same bullshit.
Yeah, but did he move into a high-end, did he move into a neighborhood that used to be low-end and is now high-end, or was it a pre-established high-end neighborhood?
It was pre-established high-end, but therefore he's bringing the property value higher.
So why don't you, Sal?
Yes.
Stick to your little high-end neighborhoods and stop chasing the Brooklynites out of Brooklyn.
Yes, Sal.
I'm sorry, dude. But at least I'm a fucking native New Yorker. There's a lot of people in Brooklyn who are not even born here.
You're not a native New Yorker. You're from Staten Island.
That's New York City,
no,
bro.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Staten Island's worse than Jersey.
All right, you're right.
All right. I think we're out of time. E-Rock? Is Roland really organizing food to celebrate your birthday tomorrow?
Apparently so. He keeps asking me my opinions on different selections. And I said, I'm not eating that.
Your birthday was on Sunday.
Right.
Are you still maintaining?
I'm still maintaining.
Did you hear us laughing at your clip on the pre-show?
No, I didn't. I was dealing with other shows.
The one morning show specifically, you on Friday saying, yes, I've started to lose weight and I'm maintaining now.
Yes.
Like, you're on a diet.
Yes.
And as long as you're not gaining weight, you're satisfied with your results.
I jumped right to the maintain stage.
Who gains weight on a diet?
Well, apparently Roland, he went up 5.
He did go up 5.
Celebratory.
And then yesterday, I can't even get into Roland. First of all, he spells celebratory the same way he says it.
Yeah.
No R. Celebratory.
So? You have iPhones,
you
bitches.
guys. I do like that Roland gets a little upset about it, but I was complimenting the fact that you're all American, and you're going, no, I'm happy maintaining. Like, I'm satisfied.
Sam, I am what I am.
Good for you, Eric. Good for you. Have fun building your Lego house today.
Oh, I will.
I think it's going to look badass, and we will see you tomorrow. Goodbye, everybody.
Thanks for listening to Opie and Anthony and the Opie and Anthony Post Show. If you missed a minute, get it later today at SiriusXM.com/on-demand. Or stay tuned. Today's replay starts in minutes. Here on the Opie and Anthony channel. It's real.
Your Ford dealer checks a lot of things to keep your car healthy.
Synthetic blend oil change. It's $39.95 or less, minus a $10 mail-in rebate for $29.95 or less at your Ford dealer. Up to 5 quarts oil. Taxes, diesel, and disposal fees extra. Rebate by prepaid debit card. See participating Ford dealer for exclusions and rebate details through 3/31/14.
Did you know you can run your business using your personal mobile phone and still sound like a Fortune 500 company? With Grasshopper, the virtual phone system designed for entrepreneurs. With Grasshopper, your small business can sound professional from anywhere in the world. At home, in the car, on vacation. With an 800 number, multiple extensions, call forwarding, voicemail to email, and much more. Turn the world into your office with Grasshopper. Sign up at grasshopper.com. The entrepreneur's phone system.
Have you ever wondered how you could make a difference in someone's life? What if you could help hundreds or even thousands of children? You might think it impossible, but it's within your reach. Right now, today, students in the U.S. rank 32nd in world math skills. It's time for our children to catch up. And you can help. Become an owner of one of the world's fastest growing franchises, Mathnasium. Mathnasium is the leading math-only learning center in the U.S. Its only purpose is to make our kids better at math. Imagine helping hundreds, even thousands of students in your community improve in school and raise their self-esteem, all while doing something you truly love. Call us at 855-389-MATH for a complete package of information. That's 855-389-6284 to learn how you can make a difference, doing something you truly love. 855-389-6284. 855-389-MATH.
Ron Delano, Attorney, Houston. If you've been diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to a tax-free share of billions of dollars that have been set aside for mesothelioma cancer patients. Second-hand asbestos exposure can also cause mesothelioma. Many patients were exposed to asbestos and didn't even know it. Call right now to get the facts about your legal rights and possible financial compensation. Call 800-217-1900. 800-217-1900. 800-217-1900.
Material 4X work gloves from Mechanics Wear aren't just tough, they're 4 times as tough. Material 4X gloves last 4 times longer than other work gloves and outperform leather, hands down. Whether you're on the job site or in the garage, don't just protect your hands, enhance them with Material 4X work gloves. Work faster, safer, and cleaner with Mechanics Wear, the tool that fits like a glove. Available at Lowe's, AutoZone, Advance Auto, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and Napa Auto Parts stores nationwide, or online at mechanics.com.
The single one truck, one driver business model is one of the best ways to grow your career. At Oakley Trucking, America's dry bulk hauler, we have some of the most successful and highly respected owner-operators in trucking. Find out if dry bulk is right for you. If it is, you'll most likely wind up retiring from Oakley. That's the kind of company we are, and that's the kind of loyalty we have.
Call Oakley Trucking at 855-508-3396.
Oakley Trucking. Solid.
Have you still not refinanced your mortgage? Well, soon you may be kicking yourself in the head. I am Wesley Hogan with Westland Financial, and interest rates have gone up recently and will continue to rise, but they're still at historical lows. So don't delay. Let us lower your monthly payment, consolidate a first and second, pay off other debt, or drop you into a 15-year loan with no closing costs. That's right. Nothing's rolled into your loan. We'll pay for your appraisal, title, underwriting, settlement fee, everything. Do not miss out on this historic opportunity. Whether it's a purchase or refinance, you'll pay no closing costs. You won't spend a dime. Think about it. All it takes is a 5-minute phone call to find out how we can save you hundreds or even thousands of dollars a year.